Wow. Good morning, everybody. We have already almost 3,000 people watching. Thank you all so much for showing up for this. I hope you can hear me clearly. I'm in the studio. We were sabotaged. First, we had Hurricane Milton coming in directly over our house, and then SpaceX sniped us with with a Starship launch that was really unexpected. We were expecting this to go as early as late November, maybe because of the FAA. And now we're sitting here waiting for SpaceX to catch a booster, and I still can't believe it. So thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. So right now we're looking at our Arrakis camera. I'm nicely covering the rocket here. Give me a second. I'm gonna try to move this around a little bit. All right. I have Jonathan in the background. I have my wife, Stephanie, in the background. We're all managing this together, but I'm sitting in the studio in Florida, so I'm not in Boca Chica. We have boots on the ground, of course. We have John down there. We have Jordan down there. We have Sean down there. They're all ready with, I think, 6 cameras to get footage. We should be getting a second live feed as well before SpaceX goes online. Right now, you can see it is pretty dark down there still. It's 3 in the morning at Starbase. It is 4 in the morning where I am, and I hope it's a little later where you are. Where are you guys from? Spam the chat. I love seeing where you're from. Thank you so much. Like the stream if you haven't done so yet. We have 3,200 people watching and 900 likes. Boost that up to 3,200, please, so that the algorithm can share us. And then we're going to have a huge party today, hoping that SpaceX is actually going to catch a booster for the first time. That thing, that tower over there with those arms. I still can't believe it. I don't know what I'm going to do. I have a few stress balls here for when the booster is coming back down. Thank you so much for showing up. I see this chat is racing. South Africa, the Netherlands, India, Finland, Hungary, lots of people from Europe already, of course, because you have it easy today. It's what time is it over in Europe? In Germany, I think it's noon already, I think. So way more comfortable than over here. Yeah, but I'm awake and everything's is great. Look at that. South Africa. Woo, UK. This is going so quick I can barely read it. Syria, Egypt, New Zealand, Australia, Japan. So cool. The entire world is tuning in for this. SpaceX is going crazy with its Starship program. And if they actually, so the idea today is that they are going to send the rocket up, of course, as they did on Flight 4. We're going to see a launch occur hopefully at 7 a.m. local time, which is roughly in 4 hours. You can see the countdown ticking. The countdown is set for 7 a.m. So this might still change. We have a prototype. So the rocket's going to go up. The booster is going to separate, and then it's going to go perform its loopback maneuver. It'll do its re-entry burn, and during the re-entry burn, I'm expecting SpaceX to do a go no go poll for a catch, and if that comes out as a yes, I'm going to be flipping. As I said, I've got stress balls. I've got an Orion capsule. These are original Lockheed Martin stress balls. I've got an RS-25 engine that I can squeeze as well if I need to. And I've got the biggest and proudest non-reusable rocket in the world that I can squeeze as well. To start the future and see if we can actually catch one of those boosters. So I'm as prepared as I can be. I hope you are as well. I hope you've got some coffee ready and some snacks and are ready to enjoy the show. We already have the first few super chats. Terrellix Rain, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for showing up. Subscribe to the channel. Like the stream if you haven't done so yet. It's incredible. I for the past few days we've done so much preparation work for today. We've set up so many cameras. We've hustled around like crazy in the middle of a hurricane cleanup zone. Our house didn't get hit much, so we were lucky, even though we were in the middle. That was the first time I've seen a hurricane eye from the inside. It was pretty impressive, but it just went over our house smoothly and didn't destroy much, but it didn't make it easier. So I had to skip the Space Creator Day. If there's anybody in the chat right now who was at the German Space Creator Day, I would have loved to be there. It just wasn't possible. And then they showed my video that I recorded. They showed it upside down. I hope you were able to compensate. um, but yeah, it's crazy, and we're all sitting here waiting for SpaceX to do their magic. Um, so even if they don't do the catch, there are several goals today for this launch. We have an updated Starship, so there's a big difference between Flight 4 and Flight 5 on the heat shield. On Flight 4, they did already test a few things with the heat shield. On Flight 5, Ship 30 actually largely has a new heat shield, at least in the critical places. They added a separate layer that is supposed to mitigate the burn through that they had on Flight 4. We had flaps half disintegrating, and we had a payload bay that was potentially pretty hot. It didn't go through, but it was pretty hot on the inside. And that's not what a heat shield is supposed to do. A heat shield is supposed to protect the upper stage. So that's the next major goal, is to see how the Starship survives the re-entry this time. Last time it made it to a soft touchdown, but it would have likely not been reusable. And that's the goal for SpaceX and Starship, is to make it completely reusable so that you can basically use it like an airliner. The booster comes back to the pad, gets caught, gets put back on the OLM, on the orbital launch mount. You stack another Starship on top and you launch it again. That's the plan. Even though it's the largest rocket in the world. I know it sounds crazy. But if they actually pull this off, it would revolutionize space. I've had plenty of people ask me recently what is so special about SpaceX's Starship. It's not that it's the largest rocket. It's not that it's built out of stainless steel out in Boca Chica. It's that you will be able to fully and rapidly reuse it, which is going to drive down costs to orbit, payload to orbit costs greatly. Right now, I think with Falcon 9, we're hovering at $1,500 per kilogram. The estimates are a little bit over the place because SpaceX doesn't release precise numbers on what it actually costs. And it's slightly different for every launch and so on and so forth. But I think we're at $1,500 per kilogram. If SpaceX actually pulls Starship off, we might even drop below $100. But even if we drop below $500 or something like that, it'll be so much more feasible to launch things into space. And that's where the party starts. That's where you can go crazy with ideas. And there's tons of ideas out there for constellations that can produce power, for Starlink, of course, for missions to the moon, to Mars. Sky's the limit. And that's why SpaceX is doing this. And yeah, I hope you can't wait either. Today's maybe the big day for the first ever in human history catch attempt of an orbital rocket booster with a giant robot somewhere in the dunes in South Texas. It's incredible, I know. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how SpaceX performs, how the rocket performs. And I certainly think excitement is guaranteed. We have more super chats coming in from Andreas R. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let me see if I can actually, because we have an awesome new feature. I can click this button. Let's see if that actually works. It works. Look at this. So we have, since Flight 4, we've done some updates to the background. Of course, we're always busy. And now I can show your questions and your super chats on screen. So don't write anything you don't want to have shown on screen. If you have questions for me, write #question and send it into the chat, which is racing right now. I love seeing that everybody showed up for this. It's just amazing. Thank you so much. Write #question and I'll try to answer it. The moderators will pick it up and I'll show it I'll see it in my back end here, and then I can even push the magic button so that you can see it on screen. So thank you, Andreas. Morning, Felix and team. We just got up from Oktoberfest in Vienna, not in Vienna. He's writing, getting ready with breakfast. Go Felix, go SpaceX, go Starship. Best regards, Space Dog Rico, Eva, and Andreas. Okay, thank you so much. Here's your shout out. Thank you for the super chat. It's much appreciated. Like I said, I've been buzzing the entire morning. I got up and 1.5 hours ago, roughly, I think. And I was the alarm rang at 3:30 in the morning, or actually at 2:30 in the morning. And I just went in the bed. I just went like bing, and I was awake. And that tells you what my mindset is right now. We've been waiting for this. We didn't even expect it to launch for another 1.5 months or so, and now we're in game. And another nice thing is the FAA has announced yesterday, actually NASA Spaceflight, Adrian Beil from NASA Spaceflight has asked the FAA once again, and they said that the license that they gave out for Flight 5 is also valid for Flight 6. Actually, up to 5 launches per year, I think, as I remember. So they're basically ready for Flight 6 almost. So we might be able to see Flight 6 this year. So let's see SpaceX ramp up the launch cadence a little bit, because they need a lot of data. They need to try this and try this and try this. For those of you who are wondering why they launch a rocket, and it's kind of different than with other launch providers. With a good example, for example, is ULA's Vulcan rocket. You see it fly, and it just flies on the first launch, and it deploys a payload. The second one, they had a slight booster problem. They're still, I hope, investigating that, but it wasn't even ULA. It was Northrop Grumman that make the side booster for Vulcan, and it lost a nozzle. But it seems small compared to what SpaceX is going through here. Flight 1 dug a huge hole in the ground, and I watched it live, and you could see, like, in slow motion, these giant concrete chunks fly away, and then the thing went up and had plenty of engine outs, and the flight termination system didn't work. Considering that other rockets launch without a problem on the first launch, it kind of seems like a disaster, and that's what the traditional media doesn't get either. This is a prototype launch. So SpaceX is testing brand new stuff. If you have not seen this yet, if you're somebody who's just stumbled into the live stream and is wondering what's happening here, this is prototyping, meaning SpaceX is largely testing brand new things. The entire construction method of the rocket is new. The way that the booster is supposed to come back is new. The way that the upper stage is supposed to be re-entered after it's deployed its payload or it's done its mission is completely new. The flaps construction with the Starship diving through the sky, those aren't wings. They don't create much. They do create a little bit of lift, but not that much. So it's a different concept than the space shuttle, and so on and so forth. This stuff hasn't been done yet, and that's why SpaceX is launching these rockets. And then they see what they're doing. If their calculations that they do in simulations, of course, if they are correct, and that's what they're testing, and that's what we're going to see on Flight 5 here. So, Andreas, thank you so much. I'm going to try to go through the list a little bit further and keep the questions coming. Hashtag question. I see a few are already in. Thank you so much. We have Gideon van der Merwe. Sounds Dutch. Thank you so much for the super chat. Actually, the currency isn't Dutch, though, so it might be from somewhere else. Watching, from South Africa. There you go. Been watching, but that's why it sounds Dutch. Haha. There it goes. Yeah, it didn't push the button. Thanks for the awesome high quality videos and streams. Hoping for the catch maneuver today. We are all hoping for it. And thank you so much for the praise. It's not just me. I'm saying that every time. There is an entire team behind What About It. You see me in front of the camera. You see me talk and crack my jokes on the episodes, but there's an entire team at this point that is working behind the scenes. So give it up for them. Quite a few of them are watching right now. Quite a few of them are as excited as you are. So yeah, thank you so much for showing up. We have, let me just click on show here before I start reading. Ian Jeffrey, really looking forward to this launch. Watching from Kent in the UK. Thank you so much for showing up. Yeah, I hope you got your tea ready. It's incredible. I still can't believe that it's not even the middle of October technically, and we're already sitting here watching Flight 5. I did not expect this. So this is epic. We have click this button. I'm going to get more familiar with this. This is the first time we're using this. We have Tennessee Traveler. Thank you so much for the super chat. Expat in Cebu City, Philippines. Launch 8 p.m. in the evening. So you've got it comfortable. You're going to enjoy a dinner launch for you, basically. We're very, very early in the morning here. We have show. Fire Fusion, thank you so much for the super chat. Squeezing a phallic object for stress relief. Yeah. This is my SLS stress relief ball. That's what he was referring to. Um, I was actually, this isn't a joke. I mean, of course, it's kind of a joke. I had these laying around from the Artemis 1 launch, and I appreciate it, Boeing. Thank you so much. Quality work. Um, but I was actually sitting there thinking, what am I going to do if that booster comes back? Because for people who have seen my live streams before, I tend to get excited. Same as you guys. I'm like 5 years ago, I started uploading videos on YouTube, but I'm basically the same you are. I'm just sitting here in front of a camera watching it together with you, but I'm the same. And so I tend to flip. I've done quite a few of screams when we had the high altitude flight tests and the starships were aiming for the pads, and I was like, "Wah!" with my launch hat back then even. So I was sitting there thinking, what am I going to do to not completely flip? And so I got these stress relief balls. We have an Orion capsule from NASA with a little US flag on it too. It's probably not focusing. Is it focusing? There it is. Look, the beautiful Orion capsule. And we have an SLS, this guy here. And we have an RS-25, the first reusable rocket engine. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think so. Right now, it is not being reused anymore, which is completely crazy because they're shredding through old shuttle engines that did quite a few nice missions, and now they're being thrown away. But yeah, we're hoping that that's going to change soon, and that's why we're sitting here waiting for SpaceX to test their rocket for the 5th time. So I'm prepared. So we have Birdie. No question, just to say thanks for your work. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for showing up. It's incredible. We're already at 4,500 people, and we're still hours away from the launch. 3 hours and 39 minutes if SpaceX does launch on the minute at 7 in the morning local time. It's incredible. This community is getting bigger and bigger, which means that more and more people in the world are actually interested in what's happening here. It's not just in the beginning when I started the channel, it was just it was the hardcore fans that were surrounding the project because most other people hadn't even noticed yet what SpaceX was trying to do down there. But at this point, it is a large international community, and that's exactly how it should be. If SpaceX actually pulls this off, if they can get this rocket to rapid reusability, this is going to change everything for everybody, not just the hardcore space fans. Everybody's going to benefit from this. So everybody's tuning in at this point, and that is a great thing. We have Astitva Vergarg. I probably completely butchered that. I'm very sorry. Felix, big fan and supporter of what you do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing up, and thank you for the super chat. All these super chats, by the way, go directly into funding all our crazy endeavors. You'll see a few of those today. It's all the supporter money from Patreon, from YouTube members, from super chats. I've always made sure to just siphon this directly into supporting the team. So everything you give here today goes directly to the team, goes directly to equipment and to us beefing this up further and further and going crazier and crazier with what we're doing. And I much appreciate it, and the entire team does as well. So thank you very much. We have Defiant. Thank you, Felix, for you and your team's great work. Thank you so much for showing up today. Let's enjoy the show. We have Luke. Your videos about Starhopper felt like yesterday. Yeah, isn't it crazy? Yet here we are half a decade later. Fantastic journey it's been so far. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I was sitting there in 2019, sifting through YouTube, as you probably do all the time as well, trying to grab some information about what SpaceX is doing in Boca Chica, Texas. And I couldn't find anything good. Back then, it was actually pretty rare. There weren't that many channels out there reporting about what's happening there because everybody wasn't even used to reporting about rockets like this. When you report about a rocket, normally you have half a year in between important stuff that happens. At Starbase, everybody who's following What About It knows that we can't even barely fit everything interesting into an episode, and they're just 3.5 days apart on average. So it's a completely different project. So I was sitting there in 2019 trying to get the latest info and I couldn't get it, and then that's why I started What About It. So we're all in the same boat, and it's incredible. I still remember vividly how I think back then I did not stream the Starhopper launches yet because I think that was too early. I was still in the process of building everything up, and I was too scared to get in front of a camera. I think I did watch that with on Everyday Astronauts stream. And I still remember sitting there being like, holy cow, is this thing actually going to fly? And it was just, yeah, it was just a few years ago. And here we are for Flight 5 and SpaceX trying to catch a booster. I still can't believe it. So this is incredible. Thank you so much for showing up and sharing this moment with all of us. We have Scooby. Thank you so much for your super chat. That is very, very much appreciated. We have Rishi Upadhyay. Thank you so much for your super chat. Hey, Felix, excited like you, love from India, love back from the United States. As I said, the entire world is watching, so cheer up. SpaceX is getting ready to launch this thing for the 5th time, which is going to be crazy. We have Eagle Eye. Thank you so much for the super chat. $5 for launch 5. Let's go, Kerbal. I mean SpaceX. It has, if for everybody who doesn't know, I mean, probably like 99% of the audience here right now know what Kerbal Space Program is. But for those who might not know, it is it's a surprisingly realistic, but at the same time, super goofy and funny game about building rockets and sending little green men out into space. And it's like I said earlier, SpaceX's development process is very unique, and it's different from what other launch providers are doing. It's called hardware-rich iterative design. Complicated words that basically just mean they're throwing things at the wall and see what happens because they're doing new things. They don't have any data on what they're doing. Nobody has ever caught a giant rocket booster with a robot in the middle of the dunes. It's every time I say it, even though I do this for a living at this point, it's still a crazy thing to see. So we have Ship 30 and Booster 12 sitting on the pad here right now. Still in the early morning. Still unbelievable that they pulled this off again. Fueling is going to the no go for fueling is I should go through the timeline here real quick. Let me see if I can do this because a few things in the setup here are new, but I should be able to do this. Give me just a second. So I need to go into yeah, but I need to select the right window, and I have so many windows open here right now that I'm kind of okay. Then bring up the timeline from Flight 5 so that we can go through this real quick. Pre-launch, please. Thank you. I have it on my screen. Oh no, I can do it myself, I think. So I have no, but that's not the one that I meant. Take that off the screen again. I'm going to try doing this through here. This should work. Trust me, he said, and destroyed the entire stream. Okay, this is not reacting. Okay, then you do it. My buttons aren't working, it seems. Now they're working. Oh, this was just delayed. Give me a second. So now it should be on screen. There you go. Okay, so this is bear with me, everybody. We're like this is a new system that we're trying out for the first time because I'm in the studio again. All the like last launch, for example, was pretty much a disaster from our end because I was sitting out at Raptor Roost. In shout out to Raptor Roost, by the way, to anybody who's watching from there. Our two two of our photographers are there, John and like John is not on the team anymore, but he can't let go and he might be back at some point, which would be great. So shout out to John. They're sitting at the Raptor Roost right now, enjoying the morning, hopefully a morning coffee. And it's pretty difficult to stream from out there if you don't have a house or an apartment or something, which most others have, like NASA Spaceflight. I think they even bought an apartment. That is high budget stuff, and we like spending the money on the equipment and less on apartments, so we don't have one. And so it's pretty difficult to stream from down there. So now I'm in the studio and I can do all these shenanigans again, which is great. And so we have shenanigans here. So this is the countdown timer for SpaceX's Flight 5. So we have at 1 hour and 15 minutes before flight. All these times are aiming up to 7 a.m. local time. So that's CDT in Boca Chica, Texas. At 1 hour and 15 minutes before flight, we have the go no go polling for the propellant load. At 49, the fueling starts. 49 minutes to launch. 49 minutes and 50 seconds to launch. The fueling starts. So we're quite a bit away from that yet. Let's go further through this. We have the LOX load start first on the ship. We have the booster fuel load underway at 40 minutes into flight. We'll see thrust lines being form up on the outside of the tanks. For those who've seen cryogenic tests or wet dress rehearsals before live, you see these characteristic white thrust lines creep up on the rocket, and that's what we're going to watch out for during that time. We have the booster LOX load underway at 34 minutes. We have the Raptor chill beginning at 19 minutes and 40 seconds. This is where it gets critical already, because hardware is being prepared to be ignited at T-0, or hopefully the hardware is not being ignited. Hopefully just the engines ignite. But you'll see white vapor come out under the Starship. That's what the Raptor chill is being signaled by. Then at 3 minutes and 20 seconds prior to launch, we have the ship propellant load complete. That tells you that they are topping the rocket off just before they ignite it. They do that, of course, because it's cryogenic fuel, which is very, very cold, and the outside temperature outside of the rocket is much warmer. So what happens if cryogenic fuel gets into contact with outside temperature? It starts boiling. It's kind of like water that you put into a pot. When it gets too warm, it starts boiling. Just for cryogenic fuel starts boiling when it's still very, very cold. But this boil off creates gas, and this gas needs to be vented outside of the rocket, and then it's not being used to launch the rocket up into space. And you want to minimize that, and that's why propellant load stops just before ignition. So it's literally minutes away from ignition when SpaceX tops off the tanks, cuts off the fuel flow, and then we're ready for the launch, hopefully. 2 minutes and 50 seconds prior, the booster propellant load is complete. So that's when the fuel lines are done with their job, and the Starship is just sitting there fully frosted, waiting for us to jump out of our chairs. At 30 seconds prior to launch, SpaceX Flight Director verifies the go no-go. They do this live, so we'll be able to listen in on what SpaceX says. These are normally the moments that I like the most. It's when you hear them in the back end, going through the different positions, go, 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 and then in the end they say it's good to go for Flight 5, and that's what we're waiting for, that they go through this decision-making process just with a final go in the end. And if that does come 10 seconds prior, we have the flame deflector activation, meaning you'll see water shoot out under the rocket under this stool, which the nerds call the OLM, the orbital launch mount. It's got these 5 legs under it, and that's what the rocket sits on. And under it, you'll see the water shoot up in preparation for engine ignition, which occurs at T-3 seconds. Ignition sequence begins, meaning the Raptor engines, they call this sequence, as you can see here, because it's not just all the engines lighting up at the same time. They light them up in stages so that the vibrations and the stress on the rocket itself is kept to a minimum. So it's basically lighting up, I think, from the inside to the outside. I've seen slow-mo of that, and I've even talked about it, but I'm so excited right now that I can't remember. But it is a sequence, so not all engines light up at the same time. You have a staged ignition until all the engines are lit. And then we have this point here, excitement guaranteed. SpaceX has been doing this for some time. Give me just 1 second. All right, there we go. SpaceX has been doing this for some time. They say excitement is guaranteed. I think they started this after Flight 2, because actually after Flight 1, so the first time for Flight 2. This is a reference to the hole that they dug under the pad, because it was so surreal to see SpaceX dig a gigantic hole under the orbital launch mount after Flight 1, or during Flight 1, when the rocket was in the liftoff, in the initial liftoff phase. They did not have a flame diverter. They did not have the deluge plate, the water plate that they have now. They just aimed it at the concrete, and they contrary to what most people think, this wasn't just SpaceX being foolish. They thought the concrete would make it. So they did some calculations, the thickness of the concrete and the martite layer on top, which is a special heat-resistant concrete. So they did all their calculations and they thought, we're good to go. This will work, at least for one launch. And what they did not expect was that the vibrations from these engines were so strong that they liquefied the ground beneath the concrete. And that made the concrete, so it's kind of the same as with an earthquake. When you have an earthquake going on, there's something called soil liquefaction. I think that's what it's called in English, meaning when you vibrate ground a lot, it kind of turns into a liquid because everything in the ground is moving separately because it's being shaken a lot, and that turns it into a mushy, gooey, whatever, not a stable ground anymore. And so what did the concrete do that was above the sand layer? It sank in, and as soon as there was a crack in the concrete, those Raptor engines just bit their way through, went under the concrete, and started lifting it up from below. So the engines were blasting through cracks under the concrete and lifted it up above, and it was crazy to witness. And it wasn't what SpaceX expected. So they dug a huge hole, and that's since then they've been saying excitement guaranteed, because it's a good reference for you never know what's going to happen. So we are hoping that the rocket is just going to ignite. All the engines are going to ignite. Everything's nominal. And at T+2, we have liftoff. So liftoff is not going to occur at T-0. It's actually going to occur slightly after it. So the engines, the rocket is still sitting on the pad. The engines are firing at the deluge plate. And as soon as everything's up to full liftoff thrust, the rocket is going to start lifting off. At 1 minute and 2 seconds, which is incredibly quick for a rocket, we have max Q. So the rocket is Starship, even though it is huge, has a really, really good thrust to weight ratio. I think it's at 1.4 right now, which is incredible. That's a large number, meaning the higher your thrust to weight ratio is, so the ratio between the total weight of your rocket and what the engines can lift up. If that ratio is higher, your rocket will lift off quicker. So Starships, contrary to what you would think, it's the largest rocket in the world, so it's probably going to take forever for it to take off. No, Starships speed up like crazy. So at 1 minute and 2 seconds, we have max Q. At 2 minutes and 33 seconds, we have super heavy MECO, most engines cut off. They call this most engines cut off because not all engines cut off. They actually keep a few engines running during what comes after the hot staging. This is where it gets crazy. You'll see the boosters. You'll see SpaceX has beautiful cameras on their rockets. If you have not seen this yet, it is just incredible to see. They do a really, really good job presenting their launches. So you'll have cameras all over the Starship showing you everything. I expect the views to be even better than on Flight 4, and on every subsequent launch, it got crazier and crazier and crazier what we were able to see. If you can still remember, like for example, when the Starship started re-entering on Flight 3, this is the first time we saw that. I was mind blown seeing in real time SpaceX streaming from a Starship in orbit how it forms plasma around it while it is re-entering into the atmosphere. On Flight 4, that got even crazier because the Starship, because they actually had control authority. On Flight 3, they didn't have much control authority. The Starship went up into space and it re-entered as well. But during the time in space and during the re-entry, their attitude control thrusters froze over. So they iced up and they couldn't use them. And so the Starship basically was a passenger of physics at that point. It couldn't do anything. It was just slowly spinning. There are some nice videos out there where they sped up that spinning and you can actually see how it was like just wee through space. So that wasn't right. They fixed that on Flight 4, so they had control authority and they were able to actually aim the heat shield forward, the Starship's heat shield. Like I have quite a few Starship models here. I'll just grab this one which I got from Pedro. He's probably streaming already himself. He's at Raptor Use. He's a good friend of mine from Brazil. He gave me this one, and this is the heat shield. And on Flight 3, the Starship re-entered, I think, like this, forward. So the nose was pointing down towards the planet, I think, and but the not protected side was half facing forward. That's the most important part. So that was not optimal. You want the Starship to re-enter with the heat shield forward, coming in like this. And that's what they managed on Flight 4. But they found out that the heat shield isn't up to what they will need if it's fully reusable. They had flaps that half burned up. They had quite a few places on the Starship itself where the heat shield didn't hold up quite as much as it should have either. So it was a really good test for what needs to be fixed. So on Flight 5, they have a new heat shield. They have new heat tiles on top, and they have a separate layer beneath that, and actually, I think an ablative layer that is supposed to protect the shield, the Starship, even if it burns through the heat tiles. So there is a second layer below that now, and we'll see on this flight if that works even better. If the Starship does lose flaps again, what it comes down to, what you will have to look at is, what does the Starship look like? Is it losing anything? As soon as sparks start flying, something is actually wrong, because Starship doesn't have an ablative heat shield. The first layer on top isn't supposed to ablate at all. So as soon as you see sparks flying, that's not optimal anymore. In the best case scenario, so the perfect future Starship launch, you shouldn't see anything. You should just see the plasma form up, the Starship re-entering, cooling off again, and aiming for a landing. That's what you want to see. Anything, any smoke, sparks, stuff falling off, heat tiles flying past the camera. We saw all that on Flight 4, and that's what they want to get rid of. So that's the goal there. So where was I in the timeline? Yes, I was at super heavy MECO most engines cutoff. That's this point at 2 minutes and 33 seconds. So this will be quick succession. You won't be done cheering for the launch while the rocket is already preparing for the next crazy thing, the hot staging. At 2:41, hot staging occurs. Starship Raptor ignition and stage separation. The funny part this time is that last time I think the Starship and the booster were attached for 4 seconds. This time they will be attached for 8 seconds while the hot staging is going on. So the engines are already running and it still is attached. SpaceX has extended all the times a little bit from Flight 4. So they've given the Starship more time to do this hot staging process, and that is because SpaceX has had problems on every flight with the booster. The problem is that the booster, let me get a beautiful model of the booster from yet another very talented person. I have it even with a plume here. This is from An Zhuang. This is not a plug because I do not earn money from this. This is not even my shop. An Zhuang is morethan3d.com, and I do this because he's a friend of mine and he's brilliant at making these models. So if you're interested in where all the models behind me and in the episode are from, most of them are from An Zhuang from More-Than-3D. So you see the hot staging ring up here. This thing is going to separate. This thing is going to separate and fly away separately. This booster is autogenously pressurized. You see these lines here on the side that lead up to all the way to the top. Those are used to redirect gases from the engines. So the engines turn some of the fuel into gas during in the turbopumps. And in those turbopumps, the gas gets partly burned, and that's where the problem comes in. So the liquid, the cryogenic fuel goes into the turbopumps, gets partly burned, and then part of it gets siphoned or redirected back into the tanks to keep the pressure in the tanks. Because these engines down here, they suck a lot of fuel and oxidizer out at the same time. And if you wouldn't repressurize the tanks, what's a good example for that? If you have a juice box and you have your straw and you suck and you suck and you suck and there's no juice anymore and you don't let any air, and you'll see that the juice box is going to warp inwards because there is a low pressure inside the juice box because you're sucking out. And then imagine 33 Raptor engines sucking on that juice box. That's bad if you don't put something back into the tanks, and that's what autogenous pressurization is all about. But the problem with that is that it's, as you might remember, the gases used to pressurize the tanks come from the turbopumps, so they are partly burned. And what happens if you burn methane and oxygen? You have soot and you have CO2. that is a result of the partial burn, and that is getting redirected back into the tanks again. And the problem with CO2 is that it freezes at minus 56 degrees, I think, which is pretty warm in space. Minus 56 isn't cold at all. So it starts freezing again in the tanks, and it builds up ice, and that ice gets into the fuel filters. And that's what caused a lot of problems on all the flights, on all the Starship flights, maybe with the exception of Flight 1, because that didn't reach that far, but Flight 2, 3, 4 definitely had problems with it. And so SpaceX wants to mitigate that ice from flying around. And that is why they extended the times during the hot staging process this time. If you haven't done so yet, we have a beautiful episode about that. The last one actually is going through the entire process and why SpaceX shifted these times. So if you've got the time, leave this tab open and watch the episode if you haven't done so yet. It goes into great detail on this. But this should at least give you an overview. Somebody trying to say something? The background? Okay, thank you. Will do. Okay, so that was my wife, by the way. If you were able to hear her, I don't know if you're able to hear her, but you should be able to. And she just spoke in German, so there you go. She's got pictures from the photographers ready. I'll show those later. But so that's the problem with the autogenous pressurization, and that's why they extended the times a little bit to just give the ice and the engines and the pressure inside the booster, the fueling manifold, everything is super stressed if you do all these things in a quick succession. So SpaceX decided to extend the times a little bit to have the vehicle under less stress while the hot staging is going on. And then the boostback burn starts at 3 minutes and 41 seconds into flight. And this is where the crazy part starts, because while the boostback burn is going on, the onboard avionics and the team on the ground, the SpaceX launch control team on the ground, will assess what the booster does. Is it working? How are all the engines performing? Does everything light up properly after the hot staging? Is everything running the way we want it? Do the grid fins work? Everything, the entire thing. And if all that checks out, I expect SpaceX to, while the boostback burn, while the re-entry burn is actually the boostback burn, while the boostback burn is happening, I expect SpaceX to do another go no go and announce on the stream if they are going to go for a catch or not. And if they do go for a catch, it's going to be crazy. It is going to be absolutely crazy, because what we're going to see is a Starship Super Heavy booster, which is 70 meters tall and 200 tons heavy, even if it's completely empty. So the thing is huge. You cannot imagine how big it is if you have not seen a Starship in person yet. By the way, that is something I suggest every time as well. If you do have the time, even if there isn't any launch going on at Starbase, if you do have the time and you're around and you can reach the place, do so. It is absolutely fantastic. It blows your mind when you're at Starbase for the first time, because the dimensions. I can talk about everything. I can explain everything. I can give you numbers, but it doesn't give you the true size of things. The true size of things at Starbase is mind-bogglingly large. A Starship is like a skyscraper. You're seeing this little picture here of the Starship sitting on the pad, and you know in your brain it's the largest rocket ever built. But that doesn't tell you how large it actually is. So if you've got the time, if you can make it down there, go do so. Take a look at it yourself. Maybe even take a flight with a Redline helicopter. I plug them on almost every episode, not just because actually I don't earn money with this. Most people don't know that. I do not earn money with anything from Redline helicopter tours. They're just a close partner and at this point friends of ours, and it is absolutely worth doing it. It's just incredible to see the stuff from up there. So, but regardless, if you can go to Starbase, go to Starbase. It's fantastic. So, so where was I in the timeline? Yeah, super heavy hot staging jettison. Then we are going to get the call out from SpaceX if they are going to go for a catch or not. At least that's what I'm expecting. And it might be that the booster is sending out wrong signals and that 2 or 3 of the important engines didn't light, and then they're going to go for a soft landing in the ocean, the same as they did last time. It's going to be incredible anyway. But I'm of course, and we all should cross our fingers that that booster 12 actually does it, and that it is going to aim for the pad, because that would be you know, stress balls and stuff. It would be incredible. So at 6 minutes and 8 seconds, we have the super heavy booster being supersonic. At 6 minutes and 33 seconds, we have the super heavy landing burn start. And if it actually does go for the pad at that point, you have to turn the stream down or something, because I don't know how loud I'm going to get. This is incredible. It's going to be mind blowing if SpaceX actually does try to catch the booster. Um, Super heavy splashdown if no catch attempt at 650. Super heavy landing burn shutdown and catch attempt at 656 if they do try to catch. So there's 6 seconds in between. It's just because if you go straight down into the ocean, the travel distance is a little less, because you don't have to aim for the pad and do that little bootleg maneuver. You can just go straight down, and that's what those 6 seconds are. So if we do see a soft landing in the ocean, it's at 650. If we do see a catch, it's at 656, and that's the point at which I'm going to be hospitalized, probably. Um, but that's where the show doesn't stop there. That is SpaceX. That's just the first part, the crazy booster catch and such. But then they are going to go for the second crazy thing, is to try to re-enter the Starship, and see if it does better than it did on the last flight. Updated heat shield, a few other things are updated as well, and we'll just see how the Starship fares throughout re-entry. That's the most important part there. SpaceX isn't even aiming to perfect their soft splashdowns and stuff like that. That's not what they're mainly interested in. What they're mainly interested in is, how does the heat shield behave? That's the most important part, because if you want to, the problem with saving an upper stage is speed. The boosters, SpaceX already saves them. On the Falcon 9, we see them regularly land either at the landing zone or on the boats, on the drone ships out on the ocean. And the reason for them being able to do that is because the boosters are way slower. They never reach the speed of an upper stage. The upper stage reaches at 26,000, 28,000 kilometers per hour, which is incredibly fast. It's several times the speed of a bullet. To get rid of that energy is the difficulty, because you cannot do that with engines. Because if you would want to slow the Starship down to a point where it doesn't need a heat shield for re-entry, you would have to burn all the way through, and that takes a lot of fuel. It takes the same amount of fuel it took to get it up there, and the Starship isn't even as big as a booster, so that would work. So what they do is they use a heat shield and they let friction do the job. But friction creates heat, and heat shouldn't touch the rocket. And so that's the problem with that. You have to create a heat shield that withstands the immense heat of re-entry, of plasma heating up due to the Starship compacting the air in front of it. So it's not actually the air rubbing against the Starship which creates the heat. That is a common mistake. If you take your hands like this and you rub them together, you'll feel that they get hot. That is friction heat. But a Starship, a re-entry heat actually comes from the air being compacted in front of the Starship, and that creates the heat. And that creates a lot of heat. And this heat should never reach the rocket, and that's the problem. And so that's what they're going to test with the heat shield, and we're hoping that it's going to make it. So that's this entire part here. This is the Starship re-entry. It's or actually, this is the entire part. We have the Starship engine cutoff at 8 minutes and 27, and we have a coast phase until 48 and 3. We're going to see these on Flight 3 and Flight 4. We saw these magical images from space. SpaceX has the advantage of being able to use Starlink, their communication, large constellation of communication satellites. And that gives them the ability to do something that nobody else can basically do. They can get a live feed through the re-entry even, which is, it was a first in space flight history. Normally, this is a point where you lose signal, and SpaceX was just showing an HD, full HD stream of their rocket re-entering. So we're going to get magical images from space. We're going to see the Starship coast majestically through space, and we're going to get hyped for a re-entry. Probably also, like, if it really happens, if they actually catch the booster, we're probably going to gasp for 30 minutes. And then we're going to get the next crazy thing, the Starship re-entering. We're going to slowly see the plasma form. We're going to sit there, fingers crossed, waiting for flaps to burn through or not. And then we're going to see the Starship land. out in the Indian Ocean, same as last time. So way off from anything that could be damaged, anything, anybody who could be hurt. It's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. That's why they aim for that spot. It's just far away from anything. There aren't any ships, there aren't any islands, no people. You can just splash it down and nobody ever notices, except for us. I don't even know what to say. This is Flight 5, SpaceX Starship Flight 5. If you've just tuned into this and you're wondering what we are all talking about, I just went through the entire timeline of what we're expecting at 7 a.m. local time. We have a countdown timer and a local clock up there, 3:53 right now, and we have 3 hours and 6 minutes to go until the launch. We see a picture of one of our PTZ cameras right now aimed at the launch tower. SpaceX is in heavy preparations already, of course. Internally, everybody there is going through long lists of things that still need to be done until launch. So shout out to the SpaceX crew. If anybody is watching, you are our heroes. Thank you for doing this and good luck on Flight 5. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, consider becoming a patron, consider buying yourself an amazing t-shirt. I think I've even pinned it under the live stream. This is our official, let me just present this because I'm so proud of it. Give me a second. Look at this. No, you don't have to. That's okay. This is a beautiful shirt. It was done by Alex from our team. He completely surprised the entire team. We said, yeah, we need a launch shirt. And he came with this design, and we were floored. It's the most beautiful launch shirt we've done so far. So if you want to grab that, you'll find that in our store. Thank you so much for showing up. If you have any questions for me, write hashtag question and then your question, and our moderators are going to pick it up. We have quite a few already in the backlog because I've been explaining the timeline to everybody who's watching right now. We have almost 7,000 people watching right now. Thank you so much for showing up. And we're getting ready for SpaceX to do its crazy thing for the 5th time. It's incredible what SpaceX is doing down there. So this is this flight timeline. You've already taken it off the screen. That is beautiful. I wouldn't have even thought about that because we're using a few new systems here. One of them is I can show you questions on screen. Look at this. There you go. Jose Luis Vasquez. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Felix. It is awesome to see you cheering for the future of space travel so early in the morning. Good vibes from Spain and fingers crossed for Flight 5. Yeah, what he means for all the Europeans out there that are watching right now and everybody else past Europe, of course, as well. I've seen people from all over the planet. It's 4 in the morning over here. It's 4:55 right now. We're approaching 5 in the morning. I got up at 2:30, I think. And we've been preparing for this for a solid 5 days. That's all that SpaceX gave us because we actually expected them to launch end of November at the earliest. There was a huge dispute with the FAA. SpaceX openly complaining about it. The FAA saying we're just doing our job. It's really hard to look into the deeper workings. We've done that 2 or 3 times on an episode, but it's hard to say what it actually was, if it was political or them just following the rules or SpaceX actually doing something wrong. It's difficult to say, but the result was that the FAA said we're going to give you a launch license earliest at end of November. And that would have meant that SpaceX would have had to wait 2 more months than they wanted to. They actually wanted to launch this a month ago, and now they can finally do so, but it was short notice. And so we had a lot of work to do in the past 5 days. So thank you so much for showing up for this. Okay. We have Jimmy De La Cruz. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. Thank you for this excellent job. By the way, why your Spanish name? My Spanish name? I don't have a Spanish name. Is that a name that exists in Spain as well? I would be honored. Schlang, actually in German pronounced Schlang, means snake. And I didn't pick it. Uh, it was given to me by my parents, and it's been in the family for a long time. The name is we can trace this back several generations, but it means snake, basically, but without the e at the end. Actually, snake in German would be Schlange, but it's just Schlang. But I do think it means snake. We have Claude Nelson. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's have a freaking fabulous flight test 5 with Felix raising hands rocket. Yeah, it's incredible. I still don't know what I'm actually going to do if SpaceX if the moderator crew actually says we'll go for the catch. I'm going to fall off my chair. Please do call somebody to get me saved. It's crazy. And if they actually catch it, I mean, I don't want to think about what happens when they don't catch it. We all don't want to think about that. It's going to be excitement guaranteed, but it's not going to be good for SpaceX. But if they do actually catch it, that would be an absolutely crazy moment. Seeing that booster hanging from those chopsticks, I don't know what I would do. So stay tuned for that. We have Ian Davies. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. Love your shows. Watching from Lithuania. I've been drinking green tea, 4 cups a day, and my hair grew back. Super excited for this launch. Love everything you and your colleagues are doing. Actually, I'm not too bothered with my hair growing thinner. I'm 44 years old at this point, and that is something you have to deal with when you're getting older, or at least most people do. I like myself the way I am. I love green tea though. Maybe if it works, I'll drink some more green tea. Thank you. We have Tuesday. No, we don't have Tuesday, but we have Tuesday sending in a super chat. Also 4 a.m. where I am, couldn't go to sleep. I was so excited. Yeah, same here. I've been excited for this for the past 3 or 4 days since I learned. Hey, corny, please don't talk about it in my hair. Yeah, it's a common problem. Just deal with it. It's not too bad. I'm happy the way I am, and you should be too. So yeah, I've been excited for quite some time about this, especially because it's been so unexpected. Like, I did not expect SpaceX to launch anything this month from Boca Chica, and now we're sitting here even with the possibility of possibly having a Flight 6 this year as well, because the FAA didn't just give a launch license, they gave a launch license plus a launch license. So SpaceX is allowed to fly Flight 6, and SpaceX is allowed to fly hopefully up to 5 Starships per year from now on with this same profile, even with slight changes. So they've already told the FAA that Flight 6 is going to be slightly different. We don't know how yet because they didn't tell the public, but they did tell the FAA, and the FAA did say all the proposed changes for Flight 6 are within what's been tested, and so you get the Flight 6 license as well. So they might actually launch another one this year, which would be totally crazy. I would be all for it. We have Chris Taylor. Thank you all so much for the super chats, by the way. These are very, very important. Supporter funding is way up in our revenue. And all of this goes into funding what you see here, into funding the team, into funding the equipment and everything else. So everybody who's giving some coffee money right now, it is very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. So, Chris Taylor, thanks for the amazing coverage of a real moment in history, exactly, and all the great videos in the lead up to it. Everything crossed for a successful catch. Let's just hope it happens. Let's just hope that everything works out and that the booster spits out the right telemetry data, so that SpaceX actually gives a thumbs up. It would be amazing. It would be amazing. Akash D, thank you for the super chat. We've been eagerly waiting for this launch since the 4th one. Can't wait to see the Mechazilla catch. Huge fan of you and the team's work at Y. Fire emoji. Yeah. Flight 4, that was on July 6th? June 6th? I think that was June 6th or June 5th. It was somebody in the chat is going to correct me probably now. It was incredible, but it's not been that long actually. I mean, we're so spoiled by SpaceX, by their Falcon rockets. Like, I live 8 miles away from NASA's and SpaceX's pad here at Kennedy Space Center. So I'm very, very close to this. That's the reason why we moved away from Germany, because we just wanted to, the entire family decided on it. I moved from Germany to the United States with the family 2.5 years ago. And we moved as close as we could to the pads. And so we witnessed this almost every day. SpaceX is launching a rocket. That spoils you, because all the others, if you would take SpaceX out, there would be almost no launches per year from Kennedy Space Center. There's just a few other rockets, like ULA is launching 5, 6, 7 rockets a year or something like that, and you have the occasional Relativity Space has been launching a little bit. NASA is launching its Artemis rocket every 2 years or so. There isn't that much. And then there's SpaceX filling up the entire calendar with hundreds of launches, like almost hundreds of launches each year. They're aiming for 150 launches this year. They're probably not going to fulfill it because they had a few investigations because stuff went wrong with the Falcon 9 rocket, which was completely legitimate. I'm a huge fan of the FAA, so I'm not an FAA basher. Some of it is absolutely legitimate and needs to be done. It's safety related stuff. So all good there. But it spoils you when you see these rockets fly that much. And considering that Starship is the largest rocket ever built, and considering what it is supposed to do, 3 months between launches or 4 months between launches is nothing. It's nothing. It is literally nothing. So even though there was a delay, and even though SpaceX could have launched this Flight 5 quicker, we are so spoiled. And it would be even crazier if we see another Starship launch after Flight 5 this year. That is demonstrating to everybody else in the world that it can be done this way. And that's why I like SpaceX so much. It's incredible. So we have Dennis Weaver. Give me a second. Thank you so much for the super chat. You doing a great job, Felix. Love the channel. Greetings from Holland. Let's light the candle. Rocket dizzy. Those are the emojis. I can just see them written out, but I know what you wrote. I'm a huge fan of Holland. I've been there many times in my life. Actually, part of my family lived in Holland for decades, so we're very closely attached to our people in the Netherlands. Thank you so much for showing up. Yeah, let's light the candle and catch the candle. Let's catch the candle, you know? What? That's a new one. We have Fire Fusion. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you so much for the super chat. Question: do you think that all the cameras will survive this time? Also, greetings from Erfurt, Germany. I've been to Erfurt before as well. Greetings to Erfurt. Shout out to you guys. It's not ever going to be as bad as it was on Flight 1. What he's referring to, I hope, is not the cameras on the rocket. It's the cameras on the ground. It was carnage on Flight 1. All the photographers put out thousands of dollars of equipment, expensive cameras, super slow-mo cameras for $100,000 a piece. Like very, very expensive equipment. And then the Starship started digging a hole and ejecting huge chunks of concrete into all directions, and it was carnage. All the people lost their equipment. So many were like insurances in the end are insurances, and so they didn't cover even though they said they would, and so on and so forth. It was a disaster, especially for the smaller photographers that aren't funded by a huge team in the background that says, okay, this is not nice, but we're going to buy new equipment. If you are an independent small photographer and you don't have an insurance and nothing is covered, that is a huge loss. So I heard quite a few heartbreaking stories back then after Flight 1. It didn't happen that much after that. And people got smarter too. It's nice to have a close-up shot, but if you lose all your equipment in the process, it's not worth it. And so the closest spot you can set up a camera close to Starship is actually by the photographers referred to. This is some really cool inside knowledge for you guys out there. It's referred to as the danger lot. And there's a reason for it. Sometimes stuff just slams into your cameras and you lose all of it. So the people got smarter and they know now. And yeah, I hope no camera gets destroyed today, because all these people that put the cameras out there, no matter who it is, deserve to get the equipment back because they are taking the pictures for all of us and they're recording the most amazing videos and so on and so forth. I honestly can't wait to see Everyday Astronaut's super cut again of his, because they have so many cameras out there, the slow motion cameras especially. We wanted to do this year as well. There's a funny background story there as well. We were about to rent our super slow-mo camera for the first time. Everybody on the team super excited. Yay, let's do this. Because these things are pretty expensive and hard to handle, and it's a new thing for us here at Y, but we wanted to have some super slow-mo stuff. We're going to have slow-mo, but not super slow-mo, because we clicked on the rent now button and it said all gone. And 2 minutes later, Tim, Everyday Astronaut, tweets on X saying, "We got so many super slow-mo cameras this time. We just rented them, blah, blah, blah." And we knew where those cameras went. So next time we're going to try to beat you to it, Tim. He was quicker than us. He pushed the button like 5 minutes before, and so he got all the super slow-mo cameras again. There's a finite amount of these kinds of cameras for rent out there, of course, because it is a very specialized item. And I'm not blaming Tim. I know why you're doing this. You're really, really good at it. So I'm very much looking forward to your supercut after the launch. Those recordings and everything, all the entire photographer community out there does. You're very close to our hearts, people. You really are. Next to SpaceX's staff, everybody who's out there every day being bitten by mosquitoes and burned by the sun and baked by the salt, thank you guys. It's very much appreciated. And we have our own people out there as well at Raptor Roost right now. Shout out to Raptor Roost. The people out there are probably going to be celebrating right now, waiting for the launch. We have Sean out there. We have John out there. We have Jordan out there. Jordan is actually getting ready to go on a helicopter. He's going to try to film the Starship launch from the air. We have a few lucky people who bought tickets for that as well. I'm very jealous of those people. They're going to have the best view out there. It's incredible. Jordan is going to record this from the air. We are going to record this with, I think, 6 cameras on the ground. So we have plenty of equipment out there. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. That's all you can do. We have Marco Felco. Jellyfish video on my channel, July 3rd, Falcon 9. Okay, so that... okay. I don't know your channel. I think I saw the jellyfish, though, of the July 3rd Falcon 9. What he's referring to is a so-called twilight launch. That's something I found out when I moved here, because before that, I always thought, yeah, well, rocket launch. Probably from the ground, it always looks rather the same. But it doesn't. A twilight launch is something absolutely magical. A normal rocket launch in the daytime, you see this really, really bright dot go into the sky, and then it describes this bow trajectory in the sky. It looks beautiful, but that's basically it. At night, you can, as a spectator, you can see much more. Actually, photographers love the daylight launches because then you can take a picture of the rocket and not just the plume, which is way too bright at night. But for people watching without a camera, the night launches are arguably even more impressive because it looks like a sun lifting up from the ground. Everything around you is dark, and then suddenly everything's bright, and it looks magical. It's really crazy. And then there's the twilight launches. That's in between day and night. Down on the ground, it is already dark, and up in the sky, it is still bright because the Earth is round, at least for everybody who believes in it. It's a globe, and the sun is here, and the rocket is here, and on the ground there's already the shadow of the sun because you're already in that dark corner in between here. But the rocket, when it lifts up and it travels up, it travels into the light. And that creates something absolutely magical because you can all of a sudden see everything. You see the rocket's exhaust. You see RCS puffs from boosters and separations going on. It's incredible. And then it creates something called the jellyfish, which is the exhaust gases expanding further and further. And so it creates this jellyfish shape because down here you still have atmospheric pressure, and then the atmospheric pressure lowers and lowers. And so the exhaust gases can expand even further and further and further. And then you have engine cutoff. So it creates this blob shape that kind of looks like a jellyfish. And that's what he was probably referring to. It's beautiful to watch. If you ever have the chance to watch something, a rocket launch live, do so. It's absolutely magical. My first launch was CRS-20, I think. SpaceX resupplying the ISS with a return to launch site, and I did watch that with Starship Tours. They're all also down in Boca Chica right now. It's a friend of mine, another friend of mine. I'm not earning any money with this. You just get to know a lot of people from the scene, and so you shout out for all of them. So I'm not earning any money with this. It's Starfleet Tours. If you're ever at the Cape and you want to watch a launch from a boat, which is even crazier than from the land, go to Starfleet Tours, and they're out in Boca Chica with boats as well. They even did tours for people pre-launch to see the Starship. So they ferried people from South Padre Island down to Starbase so that you could watch the Starship from a boat offshore, and then they brought them back. And I do think they're out for launch watching as well. So if you're watching this from Starfleet Tours, shout out to you guys as well. There's a lot of different ways you can watch a rocket launch, and it never gets old. At least for me, it never did. So then we have, oh yeah, and there was a reminder again. If you have a question for me, hashtag question in the chat, and after that your question, I swear to answer as many of them as I can. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. I know this is repetitive, but it is very, very important for us because we're funding everything you see here through YouTube. And if you like the stream and if you subscribe to the channel, the algorithm will see that you liked it, and it shares it with even more people, and that widens our audience and increases our funding. And I kid you not, this is not cheap. This is the most expensive hobby I've ever had. So there you go. Thank you very, very much. That was Kerry. Oh no, this is Kerry. Kerry L. Baldwin. Kyron Leander, thank you so much for the super chat. Guten Morgen, Felix. Mein Deutsch ist schlecht, aber ich wollte dir nur schnell respektvoll zunicken für alles, was du tust. Vielen Dank. Translation into English. Good morning, Felix. My German isn't the best, but I wanted to respectfully nod at you for everything that you do. Much appreciated. Much appreciated that you showed up, and for the super chat, very, very much appreciated. Thank you. Enjoy the show. Jonathan Pfister for the hospital bill. Oh, I get what you did there. I hope I'm not going to be hospitalized after the booster catch, but thank you very much in advance. This goes directly into funding the team, so thank you, thank you, thank you. Dr. Kenneth Noisewater. I don't speak German, but Guten Morgen, Felix. Been subbed for a long time and just wanted to say thanks for doing what you do. I wouldn't be doing this if nobody would show up. So thank you, everybody, for showing up, for watching our content, for showing up for the live streams, and so on and so forth. My voice is already going away, but it's still okay. If there wasn't any interest from the community, we wouldn't be doing it. So thank you so much. You're the most vital part of the entire Y team, are the people that are watching this, because otherwise we couldn't do it. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for liking, for subscribing, for cheering with us, and for enjoying an incredible morning with us. I seriously, I cannot wait for SpaceX to start launching this thing. I've been waiting for so long, and they might even be catching a booster, which is absolutely crazy. We have G. Thank you so much for the super chat. Felix and the team rocks. Great success. Thank you so much. By the way, you can also put questions into your super chats. I, of course, prioritize super chats because we have a lot of people on the stream. We're at 7,500 people watching now. So the chat is going extremely fast. And so I'm prioritizing those that actually give a super chat. That doesn't mean I'm not going to answer all the other questions, but I might not be answering a few of those. And I might be answering more super chats. So if you have a question and you want to give a super chat, combine the two. That is definitely worth it. We have Ronan Clancy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hello from Sligo, Ireland. The whole of the country are watching today. Yeah, it's like I said this earlier. For anybody who's just joining in, you're watching Flight 5, SpaceX's Flight 5, leading up to it. 2 hours and 42 minutes to go up to Starship's test Flight 5. They're going to possibly try to catch a booster today, which would be incredible. And what I like seeing the most is that the community is getting wider and wider and wider. People that are normally not hardcore into rockets are starting to understand that this might be something important. And I love that. I'm going to take a break in a minute, by the way, because I need a something to chew on because my voice is actually starting to go away already because I'm talking so much. But we're going to manage. What I love the most is that the community is getting wider, and people that normally aren't interested in rockets are starting to watch, and that is so incredible to see, and that should continue. So if you have that occasional friend who's interested in tech, maybe, or not even, maybe not even that. But you think he should know about this? Spread the word. Show him a few pictures and be like, did you know this was going on? Because the more public support these kinds of things get, the less court cases we'll have and the more funding we'll have. Because when politicians see that 50% of the population of a country are cheering for SpaceX, they're going to fund it more. So spread the word. It's actually it might sound silly, but it's actually pretty important. If everybody knows about this and everybody cheers it along, there will be more funding. So that's the best thing you can do from your standpoint. Or start a YouTube channel and spread the word. That works as well. We have Travis Harper. Please go back to making WWE recap videos. Okay, so I actually, as a kid, I was a fan of WWE and WWF back then, like The Undertaker and Hulk Hogan and Bret Hitman Hart. I was like this 15-year-old boy, and I loved this stuff. But I've never done any WWE recap videos. I might want to look into that, though. Thank you very much for the super chat and for the support. We have Electronic Guy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Extremely excited. Greetings from a fellow German. Winking face. Do you think they are gonna achieve their goals? Well, over the course of a not finite amount of time, they will. I think SpaceX. Oh, my wife is bringing me stuff. Thank you so much. Because I said my voice is going away. So my wife brought me tea. And this thing, I'm supposed to swallow it. I'll do that. Yes. So I do. I don't know if they're going to do that. It's one of those anti-cough thingies. We'll see if that works. So I do think that SpaceX is going to achieve the goal. And that's not because I believe in Starship or in Elon Musk or anything. I'm not a SpaceX fanboy, actually. I'm just a rocket fanboy, and what SpaceX does is just the most. And so it's hard not to be a SpaceX fanboy if you like rockets nowadays. So I do base this. I think they are going to make it on what they've already done. And what they've already done is show the entire world that you can land an orbital rocket booster as a private company, that you can regularly ferry astronauts to the International Space Station. Nothing against you, Boeing, but for a cheaper price, more reliable, quicker, everything better overall than the old space company that was supposed to build another capsule. And you all know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Starliner. It was a pretty disappointment. And SpaceX is constantly showing that they can do this better, faster, cheaper, and more efficient. And if they do the same with Starship, and why shouldn't they? The chances are really, really good, in my opinion. And then if this actually does work out, SpaceX is going to change the entire industry, because a Falcon 9 is cute against what a Starship can do. The only reason why Falcon 9 revolutionized the space industry is because it was the first to be reusable, at least the booster, at least after some time of maintenance. And then the turnaround times on Falcon 9s are ridiculously long compared to what SpaceX wants to do with a super heavy booster. Super heavy boosters are supposed to launch 3 times a day, not every other day or once a week or once a month. What they do on average with the Falcon 9, I think the average turnaround time for a Falcon 9 is 2 weeks or something like that. A super heavy booster is supposed to do it 3 times a day. And at that point, we're talking actual space travel business. We're not talking a special rocket that goes into space occasionally. We're talking daily business. We're talking stuff being moved up there, things being built, research opportunities that are insane. You can't even imagine like SpaceX is pretty professional with constellations, satellite constellations. They've built Starlink. Imagine they do something like this with swarm telescopes. They already do this on the ground. The Event Horizon Telescope, for example, is a good example with which they took these famous pictures of the black hole. This is a conglomerate of all sorts of different telescopes on the entire planet put into an array to make an observation. Imagine you bring out satellites into space that all have a small telescope, but they work together in a swarm. You can create virtual mirror sizes that are off the chart. You can see somebody catch a fly on Jupiter with that. So it's not even just about colonizing the moon or Mars or so. The options we would get with a Starship are incredible, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And I do think SpaceX has a realistic chance of pulling it off, and the reason for that is because they're quick, they're smart, they're doing unconventional things, and maybe most importantly, they're not afraid to do it. They're not using legacy pre-tested hardware. They're building something completely new, and that's what's needed. And that's why we're all sitting here waiting for them to launch it for the 5th time, which is absolutely incredible. We have Danny Naranjo. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's go. God bless you. Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much for watching. And I'd say God bless. God make the rocket. Bless the rocket. Bless the rocket. That's more important right now. I really want this to go flawless so that we can see a catch attempt. That would be incredible. Thank you so much for the support. We have Julia 68YT. Guten Morgen aus Hamburg. You're my top source for everything going broom. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is much appreciated. Guten Morgen aus Hamburg, of course, means good morning from Hamburg, Germany. At least I hope it's Hamburg, Germany, because there are actually quite a few Hamburgs here in the United States. That's something that was pretty cool to see when I moved to the United States. I had been here before, and I've done a few road trips. I'm actually half my family lives in the United States and were born in the United States. But I grew up in Germany, so I'm the German kid in the family. And when I moved here, I found out that there are so many cities here in the United States. There's a Berlin, a Hanover, there is a Hamburg, there is several Munichs, and German towns are apparently all over the United States. And that kind of made me a little bit proud. So yeah, that's a good example for that. The United States is actually built on all sorts of people that came here, and I'm super happy that the United States took us in as a family, and we've got so much support since we moved here. But shout out to Germany and shout out to Hamburg, and let's have fun with this launch. So we have, how am I supposed to pronounce that? Timu Pojoisvirta. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's 12 p.m. here in Finland. Oh, Finland is such a nice place, and I still haven't visited MECO. I really have to do so. If you're watching MECO, I really have to visit you. Looking forward to this launch and catch attempt. Let's catch this big boy. Exactly. I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm already squeezing my stress ball, my Orion capsule stress ball, because yeah. It's going to be incredible. We have Dr. Kenneth Noisewater again. Thank you so much for the super chat. Does their launch license include permission for a full orbit, deorbit burn, re-entry, and ship catch? I assume not, since none of that has yet been tested. Well, it does include the deorbit burn. It does include, they haven't done a deorbit burn yet, technically. So I don't know, but it might. The re-entry, yes, they've done that. And the catch, yes, because otherwise they couldn't launch today. The full orbit, I'm not sure about. I don't think so, because it is supposed to be just a half or a three-quarter orbit that the Starships are doing right now. This is a safety precaution. So anybody who tells you, some more uninformed people, and especially SpaceX haters, might tell you that a Starship isn't even capable of doing an entire orbit. It absolutely is. It's just a safety precaution, so they leave them within the atmosphere so that even if the entire thing stops working, it will re-enter at the same point. It does not need a re-entry burn. That's the reason why they're doing this. They could absolutely perfectly fly orbits as much as they want to. It's just not the goal. That's why they're doing this. So yeah, technically it should at least include everything but the orbit, I think. I'm not 100% sure though. We have Etienne Cowley. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have Sheldon's Shed. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Relix. I think you meant Felix. Thanks for your unbiased information every week. Why not make a mixed altitude engine with a twist down nozzle expander? Easy and light. Yes, I do love expanding nozzles anyway, and I think ULA, so I think Aerojet Rocketdyne has done an expander nozzle before. It's a super interesting topic. I might want to do a video about this. It's just that Starship is mainly supposed to be uncomplicated. And expander nozzles are, while an elegant solution, they have a lot of stuff that can go wrong. Yeah. Every time somebody asks me, why is SpaceX not just doing this or that? I'm normally in my head instantly thinking they've thought about a lot of things I wouldn't have thought about already. So let them do their thing. If they've come up with the idea that an expander nozzle could be the right thing to do, they're probably going to try it out. But so far so good. And the Raptor engine, that's another whole topic you can talk about. I've done an entire episode about how revolutionary the Raptor 3. We have a beautiful shirt, by the way. It's also tagged under this stream. I'm wearing it all day myself, and I know quite a few people who've got one already. The Raptor 3 is a pretty special thing, integrating parts into other parts, making it look slim, having an active cooling system so that it doesn't need a heat shield. It's a very efficient and very simple engine that's mass producible, and that's what it comes down to with Starship. It needs to be very simple and it needs to be mass producible. Then it is good for a Starship. If an expander nozzle can do that, I do not know, honestly. I've never built one. So, but if it's a feasible thing, they'll consider it. They're smart. We have Sergey Nevstrev. Thank you. Greetings from Dubai. Thank you so much. You're probably going to have a sunny launch here. This one doesn't work because I can't click show because it's too long, but I have Mike Kardash. Thank you so much for the super chat. Amazing job, Y team. Question: if the second stage successfully lands in good condition, will Starship float if nothing explodes? Grinning face with sweat. Again, I have to read out the emojis because I don't see them here. There it goes. Do you think SpaceX will attempt a recovery? Greetings from Haiti. Now, Haifa, Israel. So, in theory, it should float, but it's not supposed to float. And I do think they're not going to recover. Well, they do have plans for it, for landing off the coast of Australia, so closer to Australia than in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And there they will drag it onto shore and recover it. At least that's a plan, but I don't think it's planned for Flight 5. And so even if it makes it in pristine condition, is going to come down and then the tanks get flooded and it sinks to the bottom of the ocean. And that is probably largely so that nobody else comes and takes their Starship to shore, because there is a lot of IP in there, and SpaceX does not want anybody else to take a look at their hardware up close, at least the stuff that you can see from the outside. And so that's the main reason why these are being sunk, is because it would be hard to recover it, and so they decide to sink it. But at some point, they're absolutely going to try to recover one that had a soft splashdown in the water. Yes, you have to. We have Stefan Manuel Weissen. Schweizer Franken. There you go. Watching from Switzerland. Go hashtag SpaceX. Go hashtag Starship. Go for a hashtag patch. Absolutely. I'm very, very much looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the super chat. This goes directly into funding everything we do here. If you've just joined us, you're watching us wait for Starship's Flight 5. SpaceX is about to launch a Starship for the 5th time. And they are maybe, if everything works out, even going to try to catch the rocket with the tower that you see there. You're looking at our camera view from Raptor Roost right now. You can see there's all sorts of activity already going on at the launch site. You see some venting, you see some blinking lights and all sorts of stuff. SpaceX is spooling up the systems to be able to launch this rocket. And if everything works out when the booster returns, the super heavy booster, this thing, when it returns, when it separated from the Starship, and it is on the way to returning back to the down to the ground, they're going to have a go no go decision, which is split between the avionics computer on the booster and the ground support, the launch control team, the ground team. And they're going to decide if everything works out and the booster sends down good telemetry data and everything pans out. They're actually going to decide to steer this booster back to that tower you see there and have it caught by the two Mechazilla arms that are attached to the tower. So this is going to be an absolute first. This has never been done in the history of spaceflight. And if SpaceX can pull this off, it is a vital part of their concept of having a not just fully reusable rocket, but rapidly reusable rocket. Because this tower, after it's caught the booster, it can just move it onto the above the orbital launch mount and set it down, and then they can stack another Starship on top of it, fuel the thing, and go for it again. And the concept, the idea behind it is to be able to launch a Starship 3 times a day, which would be an absolutely revolutionary thing in the space industry. This has never been done before. This is absolutely incredible. And that's what we're here to wait for. We have 2 hours and 26 minutes to go. We have a little bit more than an hour to go until SpaceX starts fueling the rocket. At T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, they're going to start doing that. So in an hour and 10 minutes. I've got a stress ball in the form of an Orion capsule and in the form of an RS-25 engine and in the form of the proudest non-reusable rocket in the world currently, the SLS, which I'll be able to squeeze a little bit to get some stress relief on a possible booster catch attempt. I'm going to fall off the chair. Squish Orion, exactly. I'm going to fall off the chair if they actually do this. And that's what we're here to wait for. Please do like the stream, subscribe to the channel, consider becoming a patron, and buy yourself a lovely t-shirt. I have the Mechazilla shirt. I'm wearing it. It is a beautiful design. It is definitely worth buying. Thank you so much for joining us. We have 8,000 people watching at this point. So if you have a question for me, I've been talking straight for the past 2 hours or so. I don't know, when did I start the stream? I don't even know anymore. Yeah, definitely 1.5 hours now. And I've been talking, I've been answering questions. So if you're wondering what I'm answering here, either send a super chat asking a question or just thanking the entire team. Please don't just thank me, thank the entire team, because there's plenty of people working in the background. You always see me on the camera, but I'm just part of the team. I'm hopefully an important part of the team, but it doesn't change the fact. So thank these guys as well. There's lots of people on the Y team. And if you have a question, hashtag question, and the moderator's going to pick it up, and I'm going to keep talking until the rocket launches. So, PKD4. Good morning, Felix from Australia. Have you heard of the rockets soon to be launching from Australia soon, currently testing, called Gilmore Space? Yes, I have, and I'm very much looking forward to see the first results. Australia has its own space agency now, and it's exciting to see this not only happening in Australia. There's also projects in Germany. There's projects from all sorts of countries. In Scotland, there is a launch pad in Scotland. What? You know, it's lovely to see that this is happening all around the globe, and it is a testament to what SpaceX has been doing. I think this is a direct result of SpaceX's successes, that everybody sees this can be done for a lower cost, in a better way, and we should all try. So yes, I've heard of it, and I'm very, very much waiting for more and more countries in the world to do exactly the same thing. This is beautiful. It is just beautiful. We have Andrew King. Thank you so much for the super chat. Good morning, Felix. Been a subscriber since the early days of your channel, so you know the dark ages when I started the channel. It's always worth going back to episode 1 to just take a look at how much we've learned over the course of a few years. So thank you so much for being there for so long and never miss an episode. So pumped for today's launch. Excitement guaranteed. Exactly. That is SpaceX's motto, and it has been since Flight 2, because Flight 1, Starship Flight 1, was so unpredictable. It dug a hole under the OLM and everything went wrong. And after that, they just said, "Yay, excitement guaranteed." And so we have that in today's timeline for the launch as well. And I can't wait. And it's absolutely true. Excitement is guaranteed. Bregissimo, thank you so much for the Super Chat. Grüße aus Deutschland. Hier sind 80 Millionen Menschen mit euch. Ad Astra. Yeah. Translation into English. Greetings from Germany. There is 80 million people here with you at Astra. Thank you so much for watching. Greetings to Germany, to my old home. Cheer up. We're seeing Starship Flight 5 today. Hopefully, not too long anymore. It's crazy. We have Andreas R. Andreas. It's euros, so it might be Andreas, it might be Andreas. What would be your guess on the chances of seeing a catch attempt, and second, having a sort of successful catch without destroying the launch tower or tank farm? My guess, 60% on the attempt. Of course, you're not the first to ask me that question, and it is a hard to answer question because it is a prototyping phase, and it's basically just like this typical, like, in the wind crystal ball. Okay, so thinking at what SpaceX has done already: Flight 1, disaster; Flight 2, already better; Flight 3, authority loss, but everything else was already pretty good; Flight 4, heat shield problem, but less and less and less and less problems. What's most important with the catch attempt is that the booster tells SpaceX, "I'm fine." It's got all sorts of sensors on it. It's got engines running, and all of these systems that are needed for it to safely return to the launch site need to say, "I'm fine." That's a lot of components, and I don't, of course, know SpaceX's threshold on, like, do all the sensors need to say, "Yes, I'm fine," or do only 90% of them need to say, "Yes, I'm fine"? I don't know any of this. But if everything needs to pan out on the booster while it is coming back down, while the decision is being made, I would say 50-50. Because on the last flight, when the booster came down, it did visibly lose parts. So it didn't just have a flame out of an engine, something rapidly unscheduled disassembled there. So that wasn't too good. This cannot happen. If that happens, SpaceX is going to land it in the ocean, because you cannot trust the hardware if it disassembles itself on the way down. So it did happen on Flight 4, though. And SpaceX didn't have that much time to analyze the Flight 4 booster. They dug it up from the ocean, but now they're launching, and they had most of the engines only there for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. That's not enough time to do meaningful changes, maybe software-wise, but not hardware-wise, not that much. So it's likely that there is not that much change between the Flight 4 and the Flight 5 booster. There's details, but not like rudimentary changes. Why is my camera cutting out? It's back again. All right, let's hope it keeps being back. Okay, 50-50. 50-50. 50-50 is the best I can think of. It's really, really hard to predict. I'm hoping for it, and I wish it to happen, but it's 50-50. It's prototyping. So at some point, that 50-50 chance is going to be 99%, because they're routine and they know what they're doing and they've already done it. But right now, they have not done this yet. So I wouldn't dare to go higher than 50-50. That's the best answer I can give you. In my head, I'm thinking 99%, please. But it's really what it is. So fingers crossed. But if it doesn't happen, don't be disappointed. We might even see Flight 6 this year. So excitement guaranteed anyway, and we'll see what happens during the flight. We have Dmitry Miroshin. Hello, Felix, from Russian aerospace engineer living in Germany. Thanks for doing a great job. So I have to tell you, even though I love SpaceX, my secretly favorite and most impressive rocket in the world is Soyuz, because I just love the shape of it. It has nothing to do with the politics or anything. Throw that off board. Just look at the rocket. I love Soyuz, and I was once able to witness a 3-hour talk from Korolyev's nephew, I think. And he talked about the entire life of Korolev, who designed the Soyuz rocket initially. I'm a huge fan of the Soyuz rocket. So thank you so much for building this. I hope you're happy in Germany. Greetings, and we're in for a show here. We're in for a show. We have Etienne Lutzer. Anything in the background? Give me a second. Oh, yes. That is another thing I have completely forgotten to talk about. So we're at 496,000 subscribers right now. I'm sorry, Etienne, I'm going to do your question in a second. We have 496,000 subscribers right now. If you are not subscribed yet and you're watching and you want to really, really give us a huge present, we're hoping that we can reach 500,000, 500,000 subscribers today during the launch stream, which is completely crazy. We have worked so much on this. So if you haven't subscribed yet and you're willing to give us a huge smile, click the subscribe button. Thank you so much. We just hit 496. So we're just 4,000 away from it. And we're like, the entire team has been sitting there being like, oh, wow, we're going strong to 500,000. So if you want to make all of those people in the background smile, hit the subscribe button. Thank you so much. So Etienne Lutzer, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for everything you and your team are doing. Thank you for mentioning the team. You get me into rockets when I was 15 in 2020. Greetings from Cologne. These are the messages that I love hearing the most. I've heard them plenty, so you're not the first to tell me this, but every time it means the same to me. Thank you so much for being interested in all this. That's exactly the reason why we're running What About It. We want new people to get to know about what's happening in the spaceflight industry, because it might change our entire future. So you've done the right thing. Thanks for joining the space enthusiast community, and thanks for joining us today. And thank you for the super chat, and huge shout out to Etienne. Thank you so much. We have Daniel Fonseca. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hello from Kerry, Ireland. If this works, what's next? Yeah. Well, if the catch works, SpaceX is a huge step forward. They have demonstrated that the theory, right now it is a theory, actually works, and it's a feasible way to return a first stage booster. It gets rid of the legs. It makes it way quicker to refuel, check, refuel, launch again. That's the idea behind it. If SpaceX does this, and they get it to a point where it's reliable, because this would just be a first catch. After they've done 10 catches without a problem, I'll be on the side they've nailed it. Because one catch, well, you have to, like everything in science needs a second proof. So we'll at least need two catches to actually say yes, they can repeat this. But once they've done that, it's all about the upper stage. It's all about getting the upper stage reusable. The heat shield is what's most important there. But they are very soon going to be at the point at which they can start deploying payload. And at that point, Starship starts bringing money back in, not just costing money. I just got a new estimate that Starbase and everything around it costs roughly $4 million a day. And it's bringing in zero cash for SpaceX. They are funding this with Starlink, so they are not going to run out of cash, but they're a private company, and so they're interested in making some money with the rocket, not just going to Mars. It needs to fund itself as well. And they're very, very close to that. And that is what I'm most interested in, is a first payload deployment. I am so looking forward to a payload deployment after this catch. That's the next thing I want to see. Absolutely. Have the payload door open and get some pass dispenser action going with Starlink satellites. That's what I'm very much interested in after this. So we have SEJ. Thank you so much for the super chat, for the support from Canada. Much love and respect to the Y team for consistently creating so much outstanding quality content. I don't know how we do it, but we do it twice a week. That benefits us all. Question: what German dishes do you miss and wish they had in Florida? So many. I'm a huge fan of US cuisine. I love myself a good Texan barbecue and all that kind of stuff. But if you've grown up in Germany, there are just a few things that you can't get here. German bread. Oh, I miss German Brötchen for breakfast. We got really good at making schnitzel ourselves in the family, so we're often making schnitzel, so that I don't miss anymore. Probably the most is the bread. I'm a huge fan of German bread, and so there are some bakeries here in the US that have German bread. Excuse me, but it's really not that good. Or it's not as it is in Germany. Excuse me. So I'm missing the bread. I'm really missing the bread. Okay, so we're about an hour away from the go no go fueling decision. I'm going to take a short break. If Jonathan could take over for a minute, that would be amazing. He is one of the valued team members that we have, but he's not responding right now. Yes, it does. Absolutely. And then I'm going to take a short 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I need to go see the bathroom, actually. Mhm.
And perfect, I figured out why there was no audio, so I can repeat myself now. Okay, hey everyone, my name is Jonathan, and I'm the live producer behind the stream right now. So all the mistakes you see on the stream, that's basically me. And if you think like, huh, his voice, what's going on there? Why is it so weird? Basically, I was like bit sick last week, and I also was at the Space Creator Day in Germany. I think Felix talked about it a few minutes ago, or like hours ago already. Um, and basically, I was like a big space event in Germany with lots of creators and lots of people from the space community as well. And I'm fairly sure there might even be some people in the chat here right now who were there yesterday and we talked to. So if you're here, it was super cool yesterday meeting you all, and I hope to see you all next year again. And now we can actually go ahead and talk about the rocket we have on the pad right now, because currently we are like 2 hours and 10 minutes away. So we're getting there. We've been live for like 1 hour and 50 minutes now, I think. And we can also just look again at the pre-launch timeline. So that's basically all the events that are going to come up before we hit T0 and liftoff. And of course, main thing is going to be like the flight director checking, hey, is even everything good for launch? And that's going to happen 1 hour 50 minutes before we are going to have a liftoff. So 75 minutes before T0 basically. And the most biggest thing we're of course looking for, because if that's going to happen, you know, there's going to be a launch, or at least they're going to try for a launch, and that's going to be propellant loading. So that roughly starts at 50, 49, 48 minutes before launch. So we still have some time until then. But the cool part is, if you look at our camera, you can already see some venting going on the left side there of the stack. So that's basically a good indication that they're preparing for something, and something's hopefully going to be a launch. Yeah, so I'll just go and grab a water actually, because I already noticed my throat getting a bit more dry. So hold on 1 second. Okay, and I am again. Sorry for that short break. Yeah, and like another really cool thing actually is that Felix also just talked about it. We are really close to hit 500K subscribers. And if we're lucky, we might actually be able to pull it off in this stream. We're currently at 496K and 81 subscribers. So we already gained like another 100 since we talked about it last time. So if you're in here right now, feel free to hit that like button and that subscribe button as well, because it would be super cool to hit this target. And like the whole team has been just like Felix basically every like time we hit 100 like 1,000 more subscribers, he's just been posting it in our like back channel Discord, and then it's like, yes, let's go, 1K more. So that's super cool all the time. Genau. Okay, so and we could probably also just do some more questions while we are at it. So I'll just log into the tool as well, because I didn't even have it open. Because let me just do that real quick. Okay, so what do we have here? Let's see. So we can probably just do some more super chats, and now you won't have Felix doing funny names. No, it's gonna me who's gonna read out funny names. So let's do some more of those. So here we have Michel Frankfurt. That's funny because it's not Frankfurt, it's Frankfurt. With 11 euros. Super thankful to support the channel. And as Felix always said, all those funds go directly in supporting the team. And for example, all the cameras we have right now, they're capturing the launch. Yeah, so thank you so much for that. And next question is how confident we are in the chopsticks. And I mean, you can kind of see the chopsticks on stream even right now. They're basically, it's hard to see, but it's like the top lighting thingy all the way below the really bright light on the tower. It's hard to see. It's like the upper part. And those are, of course, meant to catch the booster today, if they are going to go for a catch attempt. And what the question is probably referring to is, because are they actually going to hold up when the booster is going to touch down? Is it like too heavy? So they did test the chopsticks a few days ago with, they basically put like weights filled with water attached to the chopsticks, and they just filled them up and then tested how much weight they can hold. And they definitely passed that test because else we wouldn't be here today. So I would say I'm fairly confident with them, performing, if they perform a catch with them actually loading up. Of course, there could be more stuff that goes wrong besides just like normal catching stuff. It's like booster could technically even hit the chopsticks. I hope that doesn't happen. But yeah. So let's do more questions. And actually, that's not a super chat. We got J Jacob saying best rut is no rut. And rut, of course, referring to rapid unscheduled assembly. And we really hope there's not going to be a rut today. Because yes, please, booster, stick it. That would be so super cool. Okay, let's see. Some more. Yeah, we got a German question. Where's Mo Senkrechtstarter? I don't know why it's in here, but it's like Mo Senkrechtstarter is a German creator, and I'm pretty sure he's streaming right now as well. So if you want to go check out his stream, he's German, but yes. So he's gonna do his own stream. So if you want to check him out, there it is. But thank you for your $5 for that. And now someone is saying he loves German humans. Thank you so much for that. And I don't know what currency that is, but yeah. Okay, and then we got from Jason Fuller, that might be pronounced wrong, but trying my best. He says, what time's the launch? How much is the fine for not getting a launch license? So I don't actually know how high the fine would have been if they wouldn't have a launch license. But as we saw yesterday, they do have a launch license, so we don't need to worry about any fines today. And that's super cool. So they got the launch license yesterday, sometime during the afternoon, Starbase time. So we're all set. And the launch is currently set for 7 in the morning. As far as I know, they have a 30-minute launch window. So 7 to 7:30 roughly. And that's in 2 hours and 3 minutes, as you can see in the countdown in the top left corner.
I'm back.
So yeah, and you just heard Felix, he's back. So
I am back. But I tried to get my camera back in and it didn't work.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
There was a second.
I know. I'll work on that. Give us a second.
So I'm just going to
That should
talk
work
without the
now.
camera for a second here. So I'm back. I'm evacuated. So there shouldn't be anything coming up until the launch. And we're, Jonathan, thank you so much for keeping everybody entertained while I was gone for like 5 minutes. Yeah, he just said it all basically again. We're sitting here waiting for SpaceX to launch Starship Flight 5. They're possibly attempting to catch the booster. That's the lower part of the rocket. While like at the launch site with their launch tower, which is absolutely incredible, and I can't wait to witness it. Here I am. Hello, everybody. Enjoy the show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. We have this. We have the goal of reaching 500,000 subscribers today, which is 500,000. I started this channel on May 16th, 2019, I think. So it's been a while. We've been doing this for 5 years, for a little bit more than 5 years, actually. And we're very, very close to reaching 500,000 people, which is absolutely insane. So thank you to everybody who's already subscribed to the channel. We do appreciate this so much. If you would see our conversations in our team internal Discord server, we're absolutely proud of you people. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for enjoying this together with us. Thank you for witnessing me falling off my chair if SpaceX does catch the booster. I don't even know what I'm going to do. As I said before, I've got some stress relief here. I have an SLS that I can squeeze. Thank you so much, Boeing, for gifting this to us on the Artemis 1 launch. And I'm going to use this today to be able to go through the craziest thing that the space industry has ever seen. If it does happen, it is absolutely going to set a new standard for rocketry, for rocket development. Starship already has, but the booster catch is a very important part because it will enable SpaceX to rapidly reuse the Starship. The goal is not to just have the largest rocket in the world, bring up the largest payload in the world. The goal is to do this 3 times a day. And part of that is rapid reusability. So not just reusability, but rapid reusability. And if you catch the booster with the tower, so the rocket launches to space, the booster comes back down like a Falcon 9 booster, but then it doesn't flip out legs. It aims between the chopsticks, that's the 2 giant arms on the tower, and the booster is being caught by those. Then you can just lift it onto the OLM again, the orbital launch mount, refuel it, stack another Starship on top, refuel the entire thing, and launch it again. That is the goal for the future. They're not going to do that today, but this is the first time they are actually going to try to catch the booster. So while the booster is coming back down, that's this thing here, while the booster is coming back down, SpaceX is going to check all the telemetry on the booster. Are the engines working? Are the internals working? Is every sensor working and giving out a correct reading and a reading within parameters? And if that is actually the case, this thing is going to fly back to the launch site and be caught by the boosters. So that will be absolutely incredible. And that's what we're here to see today. So like, subscribe, and cheer together with us. Thank you so much for showing up. Dawson, thank you so much for the super chat. I guess your question was already answered. What time is the launch? You see a countdown up there. That's T-minus 1 hour and 59 minutes. So we're below 2 hours now towards the launch. That is, of course, the not earlier than date time. There might be problems with ground equipment. There might be problems with fueling. But the launch window today is just a little bit more than an hour. So if they do not launch at 7, they can freeze the countdown, hold it for some time, but a full recycle today is kind of off the cards. But if they don't launch it today, they have backup dates already set up tomorrow and the next day after that. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for SpaceX. Fingers crossed for the entire team at SpaceX. If anybody from SpaceX is watching this right now, you guys are all our heroes. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much for baking in the sun in Boca Chica every day and for building this massive rocket. This is much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we have Etienne. Again, thank you so much for yet another super chat. Hello, Felix from Cape Town, South Africa. Are you going to play Rammstein Feuerfrei when the launch starts? I do like Rammstein, but I'm probably just going to scream so much that you wouldn't hear Rammstein anyway. I'm just very, very much looking forward to this. I've seen 2 launches live so far from Boca Chica, and I've seen 2 launches from the studio, and this is the 3rd launch from the studio, and hopefully the next one's going to be in person again. Starship launches are something very special to me because the implications are just too big to ignore. If this works out, it's going to change everything, and that's why we're all cheering. So thanks for cheering together with us. We have Tim Kendall. Thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, by the way, if you have a question for me, write #question. If you want the question to be prioritized, of course, do combine it with a super chat, because I'm going to prioritize the super chats because that's the people that actually give us some coffee money. Not that everybody else isn't appreciated, but these people are higher up in the list. So if you want your question to be answered, a super chat, even if it's just $1 or something, is going to ramp you up way higher in that list. But I'm going to talk as quick as I can. And so if I at some point reach the point where I don't have a super chat to read anymore, I'm going to start reading the other questions and answering them. But until then, your best chance of getting it answered is to combine it with a super chat. So thank you so much for all the super chats. Tim Kendall, I'm near Eden in southeastern NSW, that's Australia. North, what is it? Territories. What does NSW stand for? I knew that at one point. It doesn't matter. SpaceX has revolutionized our community with Starlink. You rock. Yes, they have. I've used Starlink quite a few times myself. It's not meant for inner cities where you have fiber connections, but everybody else is cheering for Starlink right now. It is super important also in disaster zones. SpaceX is always quick and there to provide Starlinks in disaster zones. Right now, for example, in Florida and several other states here in the United States, if you've seen it in the news, we've just got hit by 2 hurricanes here. We had Helene and we had Milton. Helene hit the panhandle, and Milton just went straight over our house, basically, and to the entire central Florida region, and it devastated all sorts of places. Starlink comes from space. So if you have a battery or a solar panel, you can have internet back. And so SpaceX has completely made Starlink for free in all those states until the end of the year. So it's not just a nice thing to have that you can now have internet when camping. It helps so many people as well. So Starlink is very important and a really, really cool thing to have. Absolutely agreed. We have Jesse Hain. Thank you so much for the super chat. If they attempt a catch attempt and it fails and damages the launch tower, what is the likelihood it would damage the new tower? Almost 0, because the new tower isn't fleshed out yet. It is quite a bit away from the other tower, and the booster is coming. Like, if it doesn't completely miss, if it aims at least at the tower that we see here in the picture right now, it's coming down with almost no fuel. So there's going to be a few tons of fuel left, and fuel is what's dangerous. The rest of the booster itself is just kinetic energy. It would impact either the tower or the OLM or both, which wouldn't be good for the infrastructure, of course, but it wouldn't create a huge explosion. It will create some sort of fireball, but there won't be that much explosion going on. The pressure wave is what you're looking at there, and it's just not enough fuel to create a large pressure wave. So there shouldn't be any damage to the second tower, but there is going to be quite a bit of damage on the first tower if it actually crashes into the tower. So let's just not hope it does that. SpaceX is close to having the second tower operational, but that's still at least a few months out. And if we want to see Flight 6 this year, Flight 5 better not kill the first tower. So I'm very much hoping that it's not going to destroy anything on Tower 1. We have a counter up now as well of the current members. It's a live view. We have the goal of reaching 500,000 subscribers today. So if you haven't subscribed yet and you want to put a huge smile on the entire team's face, push us over the 500,000 today. We're very, very close to it, under 4,000 people, and we have 7,700 people watching right now. So if half of you aren't subscribed yet and you push that button, we're going to flip. Thank you so much. We have So that's Jesse. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have Sean McPherson. Thank you so much for the super chat. When we are going to see 3 super booster wrapped together, pushing a super duper starship. So first of all, kudos on the creative name. Super duper starship would be absolutely amazing. I think we're never going to see that because the biggest problem there would be stress on the structure of the rocket itself. A super heavy booster is, as the name intends, it's super heavy. It's very large. It's very strong. It's got almost 3 times the thrust that the Saturn V moon rocket had that brought Neil Armstrong and several other people to the moon in the 1960s and 70s. It is huge. It is a gigantic rocket. My camera just cut out. All right. So it is a very, very large booster. Strapping 3 of those together is not the way to go, in my opinion. If you want to have even more payload, you have to have a bigger Starship and not more boosters. And guess what? SpaceX is already working on that. Right now, we're watching a V1 Starship stack sitting on the pad out there in Boca Chica, Texas, getting ready for a launch. And we're 1 hour and 52 minutes away. I cannot wait. We're going to soon see V2 Starships arrive at the pad with slightly different flap configurations and tons of updates compared to V1 Starships. That is mainly there to make the upper stage actually re-enter in a reusable state, because the V1 upper stage, well, it did re-enter on the last flight, but it lost half a flap and lots of pieces on the heat shield and so on and so forth. And of course, SpaceX wants this to work better. So that's the V2 Starship, updated in all sorts of regards. And then you have V3. V3 is going to be taller. V3 is possibly going to have 9 engines on the Starship, 35 engines on the booster. It's going to be insane. And that's the way to go if you want to have even more payload. You should build a larger single rocket. The whole booster concept isn't really good for reusability. It complicates everything. If you have, even if all the boosters are reusable, you have 3 boosters that are coming back. How do you assemble those quickly and launch them again? It's not really rapidly reusable, and that's why I do think Starships shouldn't go with boosters. So the super duper Starship shouldn't have 3 boosters. It should just be 1 single Starship that is even bigger. That's the way to go there, in my opinion. Even though I would love to see a super duper Starship. I mean, we all would, to be honest. So then we have Ruben Wohlers. Thank you so much for the super chat from New Zealand, it seems. Greetings from New Zealand. There we go. It'll be a 1 a.m. launch here, but definitely worth it to witness this unique moment in spaceflight and human history. Thank you to everyone in the Y team for all that you do. Thank you for including the Y team. Everybody on the team is smiling when you do this. It's not just me. There is an entire team of very talented people working behind the scenes to make me look cool. So thank you so much for including them. 1 a.m. Why? What are you complaining about? I got up at 2 in the morning. So enjoy in New Zealand. Thank you so much for joining us. AX Victor, thank you so much for the super chat. I've been watching Y since when Starships were just bumpy tanks. Amazing where we are today. Greetings to the Schlang family from Hungary. Thank you so much for tuning in from Hungary. And I've been watching this since its inception, basically. I remember vividly seeing a picture of Elon Musk back then with a shovel somewhere in South Texas, starting a new launch pad. Back then it was supposed to be Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy even. It wasn't even supposed to be Starship, but it was already excited. Wow, we're seeing some development in a completely different place. And then they transitioned it over to Starship, and I was like, wait a second, what is happening? That's why I opened up What About It in the first place, because it was hard for me to find all the information I wanted. And so at some point I was like, I've got way more than what YouTube gives me, so why not turn it into a video? And that was the first episode on What About It. It's pretty incredible to see what SpaceX has built there. And yeah, good luck to SpaceX today. Good luck on Flight 5. Starship Flight 5 might be yet another moment in history of spaceflight that defines everything and sets new standards. It's crazy that they do this on every Starship launch at this point. People are asking me if I could do a Flight 4 recap. I can, absolutely. Give me a second. I have to go into here, but this is already sharing the timer. I don't know if I want to change that right now. I want to show the Flight 4 recap video from SpaceX. I'm talking to the people in the background right now, the people that make me look awesome. No, the video. But I don't want to stop your sharing of the counter. I opened up the But how do I get into the first one? All right, give me a second. I'm trying. All right, there. And then select the screen. There we go. And then I need this one. All right, this is working. Okay, so then I press this button here. Is it visible? There it goes. Okay, so we're going to do a quick recap of Flight 4, SpaceX's fourth Starship launch. This is the official video that SpaceX brought out shortly after the launch. Let me turn the volume down just a little bit more. There you go. So the differences between Flight 1 was a disaster, basically. Even though it was a success because it lifted off the pad and everything went fine enough for the ground hardware not to be damaged, many engines didn't work. It dug a hole in the ground. The flight termination system didn't even work when they wanted to blow it up because it went off track and they knew it wouldn't reach space. This is Flight 4. As you just saw, there was just one engine. Let me go back to that shot real quick here of the booster. This is already very, very good. You see one engine is off there in the image. I don't know if you can see my mouse pointer as well, but I think you can. So there's one engine off here. And this was a huge improvement over the first 3 flights. So what SpaceX worked on Flight 4 was basically reliability. And their goal was to have the Starship second stage, the Starship itself with the flaps attached, re-enter. So here you can see it went to space. We had this is this beautiful shot of the engines shutting down. You see this. So you see all the engines are lit in the first frame. In the second frame, you can already see that the outer engines only has 5. The outer ring of engines only has 5 engines lit. Jonathan, could you mute your microphone real quick? Yeah, no worries. Okay, so you can see the outer engines are already turning off, and then watch this sequence of the engines shutting down. That is actually really, really interesting to see, and I'm very curious to see if they changed this on Flight 5 because they had some trouble with the hot staging. So watch this. Did you see that? And then you have them all cutting off except for the 3 center engines, or the 5 center engines actually. And then you see the booster turning around, aiming for a splashdown zone in the ocean. You can see the hot staging ring separating from the booster itself. We're going to see the same thing today. Then you see the booster coming back down into the atmosphere. You see the view from the top of the booster. You see the grid fins shaking violently because there is so much force involved. And this is footage from a buoy. You see the booster breaking the sound barrier, the shockwave emanating, the engines firing, and you see the buoy on the right side. This was out in the ocean in the Gulf of Mexico. You see the booster is flaming a little bit, which isn't optimal because it had a rud of one of the engines while it was coming down, but it made the soft splashdown happen, and everybody at SpaceX was cheering like crazy. And I'm hoping that this is going to happen again. And now we see the Starship itself being in space. This is the coast phase. Everybody, I mean, look at these people at SpaceX. You see the plasma forming around the Starship, and this is where things went kind of south because you see all those sparks flying. That shouldn't happen. It is not an ablative heat shield. So if you see any spark, this is the flap that got half eaten by the flames. As soon as you see sparks, something's off because it's not an ablative heat shield. It's not supposed to ablate. And you can see not just the heat shield was ablating, the entire structure of the Starship was ablating. Now you can see the half-eaten flap that was still operational, which was incredible. The Starship performed the flip and it touched down in the ocean, even though it was half-eaten by the plasma, which was absolutely incredible. There you see Elon with little X and everybody cheering each other, and rightfully so. That's the crazy part. So what we're looking for today is what comes in the end of this video. This is the most important thing today. That. I still can't believe it. So SpaceX is actually going to try and catch a Starship booster. So let me turn off the desktop share again so that this is working brilliantly. We're using a new system today. That's why I'm sometimes looking for buttons and I can't find them, because this is the first time we're actually using this. We've rehearsed this a little bit, but SpaceX didn't give us much time, because we were thinking that this launch would be at the earliest at the end of November, and then SpaceX got the launch license way quicker than we thought, and that's why we didn't have that much time to rehearse. We have a lot of underlying software and systems today that we haven't used yet, but they're working. So everything's working out. So this is what we're looking forward to on Flight 5. As you saw, Flight 4 had some trouble with the booster on the way down. It had a rud of an engine. You saw some debris fly off the booster, and that is not optimal. And if that happens today, there's likely not going to be a catch either. So fingers crossed for booster 12 to keep it together and to show us exactly the values that SpaceX needs to see to be able to greenlight a catch. We had a Starship re-entering the atmosphere, but the heat shield not working properly. The Ship 30, which is on top of booster 12 here right now at the pad, this is a live image you're watching here at 5:18 in the morning at Starbase, has an updated heat shield in many places. So they've added different heat tiles and an ablative layer under those heat tiles to keep it all in check and to keep it perform better, to have it perform better than on Flight 4. That is hopefully going to work out. Those are the large improvements on the ship compared to Flight 4. Everything else is largely the same compared to Flight 4. There's tons of changes under the hood, little things like piping that gets changed, sensors that get set up differently, timing during the launch that is largely different. So the entire hot staging process this time has more time to evolve. Last time the Starship and the booster were attached for 4 seconds after engine ignition. This time it's going to be 8 seconds. So they are expanding the time that the booster has to perform the entire hot staging process, hopefully to mitigate ice that builds up inside the booster's tanks while it gets pressurized on the way up. SpaceX is using an autogenous pressurization system, meaning I explained this all the way in the beginning of the stream, but we probably have a lot of new viewers right now, so I'm going to show you this. This is a super heavy booster. This is a beautiful model by Anzhuang, More Than 3D. I'm not earning a cent. It's just a friend of mine. And you see these lines on the side here going up along the booster all the way to the tanks. One line stops here. The other line stops up there. That is the autogenous pressurization feeder lines. Those feed gases from the turbopumps back into the main tanks because... Excuse me. I made a comparison this morning. Imagine you have a juice box and you're sucking out the juice. If you don't let air in, the juice box is going to shrink together. It's funny if it's a juice box, but it's not really funny if it's a rocket. Under this rocket, you have 33 Raptor engines sucking the juice box empty at a rapid speed. If you wouldn't refill those tanks with something else, it would suck a vacuum inside the tanks, crushing the entire rocket. So SpaceX wants to mitigate that, of course. And so they're using something called autogenous pressurization. What autogenous, give me a second. What autogenous pressurization does is it uses half-burned gas from the turbopumps to refill the tanks up on top of the engines. This has the problem that half-burned gases don't only have methane and oxygen in them. They have byproducts from the burning process in them, which is largely soot, which isn't too bad because it's not that much, and CO2. CO2 is a problem because CO2 starts freezing at, I think, minus 56 degrees Celsius, which in terms of space and in terms of cryogenic fuels is not that, it's pretty warm. 56 minus 56 is basically nothing. So the CO2 starts icing up in the tanks, and that can clutter the fuel filters for the engines. And then if you have the hot staging process going on and you make it very violent, so quick, you have the upper stage igniting its engine, the lower stage separating, everything shaking around, that ice will start shaking around in the tanks, and then it starts clogging the fuel filters. And I do think, my guess is, the reason why SpaceX changed this timing from Flight 4 to Flight 5 is so that they have less ice blocking the filters in the booster itself. That's, I think, the reason for that. So that's a change on Flight 5. So we might see the booster coming down properly, without engines cutting out, without the filters clogging. And that's what we want to see to be able to see a catch today. Okay, so I'm going to continue with a few more questions here. I think I can push this button to get the questions back. Yes, this works really nice. Greetings to the Schlang family from Hungary. We've had that. So we have Florian, who's sending in a super chat. Thank you so much. So hyped for that catch today. Ganz viele liebe Grüße aus Köln, Felix. Okay, so the translation of that is many greetings from Cologne. Cologne is a city that I live very close to. I spent almost 20 years of my life in Bonn in Germany, which is a neighbor city of Cologne. So greetings to the Rhineland. And thanks for tuning in with us today. We have Vercingetorix. Oh, that is a Latin name. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have, and again, now he's also saying something. Call me Texas Chris, but if you were a betting man, would you give it a 30% chance? I feel like it's 95% today. Yeah, this question is related to the catch, I guess. It's hard to say. It really is. It's a prototype, and this is the first time SpaceX is attempting this. On the last booster return, where they didn't want to catch it, but it still is a good indicator for, is the super heavy booster reliable at the current stage of development? It had problems. So you even saw parts flying off the booster while it was re-entering and while it was doing its landing burn, especially. If that happens today, I do think SpaceX is not going to try the catch. If it doesn't happen, we have a good chance of seeing a catch. So fingers crossed, fingers crossed. We have Jens. Jens Victoria. Thank you so much for the super chat. Felix, als Ehrung für meinen Großvater Hans Victoria wollte ich gerne teilen, dass er das treibstoffgekühlte Raketentriebwerk 1954 erfunden hat. Wow. Okay, so translated into English, this is Felix, as an honor to my grandfather Hans Victora. I would like to share with everybody that he created a liquid fuel cooled rocket engine in 1954, and that's what SpaceX is doing with Raptor 3. SpaceX uses the fuel, the super cooled fuel, to cool the engine on re-entry so that it doesn't need a heat shield. So Jens, your grandfather must have been a very smart person doing this in 1954. Thank you for sharing this. This is much appreciated. We have Duo Maxwell. Thank you for the super chat. With Flight 4 landing within half a centimeter of planned location, I'm predicting a successful catch of the booster, and either Flight 8 or 9 will be a double catch of both ship and booster using both towers. That is optimistic. I heard Gerstenmaier as well with half a centimeter precision on the catch, but when I heard that, I was curious as to how they estimated half a centimeter catch precision. They were out in the ocean. They had buoys to pinpoint the booster. They possibly had Starlink and GPS to pinpoint the booster. GPS wouldn't be precise enough. Starlink, I don't even know if you can use it for positioning. You should be able to. So I'm wondering how they came up with the half a centimeter precision. If it actually was half a centimeter precision, It would be absolutely spectacular, and I see no problem with the precision anyway, because even a Falcon 9 booster precision, which isn't half a centimeter, would be enough for a tower to compensate, because Super Heavy can hover. Falcon 9 cannot hover. Super Heavy can actually take its time. So as long as it still has fuel left, it can steer in between the chopsticks, and then the chopsticks get together and catch it. So it should work. The question is if the booster is reliable enough. That's all it comes down today. I don't think it's a precision problem, but yeah, Flight 8, Flight 9 for a double catch would mean that the Starship survives perfectly, which is optimistic. But I love your optimism. I would probably go with a successful catch, maybe today, maybe on the next flight, but it shouldn't take more than, let's say, 3 or 4 flights until they actually nail it and catch a booster. I think that's my prediction. For the ship is hard, because there are a lot of factors involved that need to go perfect until you actually aim for a launch site with the ship. So, yeah, maybe 5 flights, maybe more. Anything Flight 8, Flight 9 would be spectacular, absolutely. We have SJ. Thank you so much for the super chat. What are the odds SpaceX will go for the catch? Because even if it destroys the tower, they would most likely tear it down and rebuild to accommodate Block 2 and a flame trench. Yeah. So SpaceX has already said it. The second tower is soon to be operational within the next few months. It is different in design, largely on the OLM, but also on the tower itself, which is very important for SpaceX as well, because the OLM as it is currently is, there's this joke in the Y community. In the beginning, I thought this couldn't be an OLM, this couldn't be an orbital launch mount. And so I predicted in an episode that this might be a water tower that they were building there. The reason for me not believing that this could be an orbital launch mount was because of this strange stilt stool-like construction that they came up with, which makes it really, really hard to maintain a pad after a launch. Every time a launch is done, you see an army of man lifts, of scissor lifts, of all sorts of lifts going up on the OLM. That is not what you want to see. What you want to see is people using an elevator to get up on deck and start repairing, which isn't possible with the current OLM design. So that's the reason why the OLM on the new tower will be largely different, just for maintenance reasons, because this current OLM it's really hard to maintain. So on the second tower, we're going to have a largely different OLM. We are going to have a redundant tower, which is great. So if the first tower gets destroyed, you still have a second tower. And we're going to have a flame trench instead of a deluge plate. That is basically a hot fix. SpaceX thought they could launch the largest rocket in the world without a flame trench. The reason behind that is not that they were stupid. The reason behind that is that they were testing if it was possible. Because if you don't need a flame trench, building a pad is way cheaper. That obviously didn't work. IFT-1 created a huge crater under the rocket. And they found out that they need the deluge plate, which was a hot fix for that first OLM design. It's not perfect either. And so on the second tower, they actually decided to build a flame trench, which is great. I'm very much looking forward to the flame trench because it's going to make everything way less complicated. So if the booster hits the first tower, they're going to largely redesign the thing from the get-go. After when they rebuild it, they're going to redesign it. But SpaceX has already said that as soon as the second tower is operational, they're going to start updating the first one. So losing this tower wouldn't be optimal, but it wouldn't be terrible, and that's what it comes down to. So yeah. The odds for a catch, we had that a few times. I think it's 50-50. That's the best I can give you because it's this prototyping. There is a lot of stuff involved. On Flight 4, a few things went wrong that would prevent a catch on Flight 5. If this keeps repeating, we are not going to see a catch. If SpaceX was able to make all the necessary upgrades between Flight 4 and Flight 5, we might see a catch today, and that would be amazing. So I'm very, very much looking forward to that. Just give me a second. Okay, so we're 1 hour, 28 minutes away from the launch. According to SpaceX's timeline, at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, SpaceX Flight Director conducts poll and verifies go for propellant load. So we're very close to actually starting to see the sun come up in Boca Chica, which is going to tremendously improve our picture. We're right now in low light mode, which reduces frame rate and so on and so forth. So as soon as the sun goes up, our frame rate is going to quadruple. Then we should see SpaceX we should see the frost lines form on the Starship at T-minus 49 minutes and 50 seconds. So we're about half an hour away from seeing frost lines appear on a Starship, and that is, I still can't believe that we're seeing Flight 5 today. I expected this at the end of November, maybe not even this year anymore, and now we're sitting here with almost 10,000 people watching right now, by the way. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. Like the stream. We have 5,000 likes on the stream, but we have 10,000 people watching. There's a discrepancy there. Click the like button. We are looking to get to 500,000 subscribers right now. We're only 3,800 short of 500,000 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe to the channel, like the stream so that more people can see this. Consider becoming a patron or a member. Thank you very much, SW. You just became a member. You get a lot of benefits through this. We post every day to our supporters. You get renders, you get photo galleries from our photographers, you get insight and background stories on the team and what we're up to and what we're planning for the future. So you're becoming a core member of the team. You're not just giving money every month, you're getting a lot of stuff back for it. So consider doing that. Consider buying yourself a Flight 5 t-shirt. I mean, this is cheesy, of course, because it's my t-shirt and I might be earning money with this, but Alex made this design. He's a part of our team and he has been for a long time. And he did an incredible job with this. Look at this. Take a look. I just freaking love this shirt. So this is tagged under the stream. Grab a shirt, grab a coffee, grab your favorite snacks, and we're really getting close at this point. And I'm really hoping that we're going to see Flight 5 today and maybe even a catch, which is absolutely crazy. So SJ, that was SJ. Thank you so much. We have Matt Fern. Oh. There we go. I push the button and the message appears. Matt Fern, thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Felix, thanks for all you and the team Why Do. Me and family have watched you since you started the channel. Thank you so much. That's been a while. Keep up the good work, Matt, Katie, Tom, and Peggy, the giant schnauzer. I know what a schnauzer is. Thank you so much for tuning in. Shout out to the entire family. Thank you so much for watching this with us. My family is watching as well. And we might actually see a booster catch today, which would be incredible. We have Joris Simons. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hello, Felix and team. Longtime fan from Belgium here. Thank you very much for the amazing videos. Thank you so much for tuning in. I asked the question in the beginning. We can actually repeat this again. Everybody, real quick, write into the chat where you're from. It's always amazing to see, not just for me, I guess for everybody else as well, because a name doesn't tell where you're from, and it's always incredible to see where all the people are from that are watching the spaceflight industry change in real time. So there we go. It's already starting. Thank you so much for putting this out again. And as you can see, there are people from everywhere. Everyone in the world is interested in this, and that is just amazing. Look at this. Zimbabwe. This is just so incredible. It's like there's literally, if I look into my channel statistics in the background, I get what's called YouTube analytics, and I can see where the views come from, what gender the viewers have, what age they have, and so on and so forth. And if I look into the tab of the countries that the views come from that we have at What About It, I think every country in the world is in that, which is absolutely amazing. And it shows what SpaceX is doing here. They're moving the entire space industry. Look at this. I'm smiling so much right now. Thank you all for tuning in. Somebody's from Mars, so he's ahead of SpaceX. Maybe they can pick you up when they come. They might come. There's a good possibility. Success is a possible outcome. That's actually something that I love, that Elon Musk has said a few times. If you might succeed, you should try. And that's what the Starship program is about. And it's still going. Thank you so much, everybody. All right. Arizona, woohoo! Thailand, Portugal, Spain, Austria, New Zealand, Canada, Lithuania, Louisville, Rotterdam. It just keeps going. Troisdorf? No way. We were neighbors. I lived in Troisdorf at some point. So that is really, really cool. It's so cool. It's so amazing. Thank you, everybody. Indiana. My sister lived in Indiana for 20 years. I spent some really, really great time in Indianapolis, watching Indy 500 and getting my first view of what it is like to be an American. That was when I was 15 years old. Okay, so we have Josef Lang. I'm going to keep reading these. Thank you all so much for all these super chats. This is so much appreciated. Josef Lang, hey, go FT5, go. Thank you and team for the excitement you are bringing to us enthusiasts. Next, Franciscana for your team is on me. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. So the next one is, I have to put this into, there we go. Now I can see the buttons. We have to improve a little bit on the interface there. We have Adrian Gallagher. Thank you so much for the super chat. My girlfriend and I have been watching your channel weekly for over the past 3 years and want to thank you, Felix, and the team for your excellent videos. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much for watching this twice a week. It's a pretty humbling feeling. If somebody would have told me this 5 years ago before I uploaded my first video, I would have just probably run away screaming. So it was a good thing that this gradually went to what it was. And so I could get used to it. Before I uploaded that first video, I was just a person, somebody like you, looking around YouTube, finding the latest information on an awesome rocket project. And I'm still the same guy. So thank you so much for tuning in and watching this with a crazy spaceflight fan together. This is very much appreciated. Vercingetorix again. Thank you so much. We got this. Today is going to set the tone for the future. We are so lucky to live right now to see this level of tech. Absolutely agreed. It's incredible what SpaceX is building out there. Absolutely. We have Petr Chotebor, sorry for butchering. Felix, when you're back in Germany, want to stop by Prague? I could organize a small space talk. I would love to. I've never been to Prague. I wanted to go several times, but it never really happened. So yes, I would love to. Absolutely. Maybe you can shoot me an email to whataboutit.contact. No, what's the email address? contact@whataboutit.net. Send me an email. I'll get back to you whenever I'm in Prague. I can't promise you when that's going to be, but I would love to. Absolutely. We have Chavez. Thank you so much for the super chat. Greetings from Germany. Grafschaft Bentheim, Lower Saxony. Nice work, Y team. However, the outcome will be spectacular. Exactly. Excitement is guaranteed. This is going to be something no matter what happens. Thank you so much for showing up. Defiant, thank you so much for the super chat question. Felix. Oh yeah, if you have a question for me, do the same as Defiant. As you can see on the screen right now, #question, put it in the chat. If you combine it with a super chat, the likelihood of me reading it is way higher. I'm reading as quick as I can, but there's so many people. So if you want to bump yourself up in the list of getting your question answered, it's always worth to put $1 onto it so that I can actually answer it before the flight. But I'll be streaming after the flight, at least a little bit as well, and we're going to try to tackle as many questions as there are as we can, even if it doesn't have a super chat attached to it. So Defiant. Yeah, but I want to do a few more questions. So Defiant, thank you so much for the super chat question. Felix, if they catch the booster today, do you think they will reuse it for the next launch or move on to the next booster? No, they won't reuse it. That even if they catch it, I can almost guarantee you that they're not going to reuse the booster. It would be the first one. The super heavies, it's not even clear yet if you can already reuse them. So I would be very, very surprised if they would actually try to refly that first caught booster. Never say never, but I don't think so, at least. I don't think so. I think they would move to the next booster. Jacques, thank you so much for the super chat. Is very much appreciated. Will Moody, why are they launching at 7 a.m. local time, i.e., so early? That's likely because of weather. I'm a pilot myself, and every pilot knows that in the morning and in the evening you have the least wind. And especially for a prototype launch, you don't want to have much wind. And so you launch in the morning or in the evening. In the morning is better because in the evening, the day is almost over. And if you want to recycle something, you're running out of time or going into the night. And so I think the reason why it's morning is just because there's more day left and because of the weather. The wind is just way more forgiving in the morning. And then we have Christian Möller-Pedersen. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have Linus Minders. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Felix, greetings from Sweden. Had to drive half an hour by bike to get reliable internet for your live stream. Why did you move to America? Okay, so first of all, kudos to you for traveling half an hour by bike to be able to get some good internet. Next time, get Starlink. That works. Why I moved to America? First of all, obviously, because the YouTube channel went through the roof way faster than I would have ever expected it. And I wanted to be as close to the industry as I could to be able to report about it better. Secondly, I do like the United States. Half my family is from the United States and was born here. I'm one of the kids in the family that was born in Germany, so I grew up there and I'm a full German. Ich kann einfach so auf Deutsch wechseln, if you know what I mean. But I was always closely, that the United States culture was always close to my heart. I like these people. And so I asked my family if they want to do it too, and they said yes. And now we're here, and I'm enjoying it very much. Florida is a beautiful place. Being right next to the pads is just absolutely amazing. Even if I didn't have a YouTube channel about it, it's just very enjoyable. And the people in the United States have taken us in with open arms, and that I thank them for. So thank you, United States, for being such kind people. And that's why we moved here. We have E. Alves. Thank you so much for the super chat. I am a Brazilian living in Canada. Thanks for your all team. Thanks to the entire team, I guess. Do you know if Elon is at Starbase watching the launch? I'm pretty sure he's at launch control right now, which is at the Stargate building. Yeah. So he should better be at Starbase. I saw he was gaming Diablo yesterday. So he was probably already relaxing for a very stressful day today. And I'm pretty sure he's at Starbase. Yeah, he normally is. At 1:15 right now. Yeah, right now. So I just got from the off the message. SpaceX is now the flight director conducts poll and verifies go for propellant load. SpaceX is going to probably tweet this, so keep me in the loop here in the back end as soon as they give out. Excuse me. Exactly. So as soon as SpaceX tweets out something, we're going to put it. We're going to talk to you, tell you about it. So SpaceX should be doing the go for propellant load poll right now. So let's see how that goes. Elon is at Starbase, likely. So we have the Hatman Cole. Thank you so much for the super chat. How was the FAA license hurried up so much this past week? This is a good question. This past week, just earlier this week, we were expecting a no earlier than late November. What changed? So I do think there are two parties involved in these kinds of processes that can overrule the FAA. So either that happened, those two parties would be the DoD and NASA, or the FAA just accelerated their process. I'm thinking there was somebody in the background saying, "Hey, so late November is very late. We need to do this earlier because it is of it's of very high. It should be and is of very high interest to the United States, and blocking it for so long without a a good reason. And so I guess there was just somebody in the background saying, hey, so this needs to be quicker. And then they did this. And that's a really, really good thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here. So we're 2 minutes past SpaceX's go hole for the propellant load. I am really looking forward to seeing any change on the Starship. You're looking at a live feed from one of our cameras, which is right now at Raptor Roost, which is 3.5 miles away from the pad. We're still in low light mode because it's dark out there still. So as soon as the sun comes up, our frame rate is going to spike up like crazy, but then SpaceX is going to be live as well. So we're just going to use this to assess the situation. And right now it looks unchanged. Still have venting going on from the fuel farm, so everything there is spooling up. But that's been going for some time. So there is nothing visible right now. I'm just going to continue with a few more questions here. Or? No tweet out yet from SpaceX, so they haven't informed us yet if they are go for fueling. Oh. Yes, I can absolutely do that. I forgot about that as well. So give me a second. How do I get out of this? Screen share. Give me a second. I want to show you guys something that is close to our photographers' hearts, and I can totally understand that. So I want to take a moment. No, I can do this. I can do this. I have all the buttons. There you go. Okay, so I'm going to switch away from the live view here just for a second. So our photographers are magicians, and I love them very much. And they've been very, very busy building up an absolutely professional print shop for pictures. So all the pictures you can see in here have been taken by our photographers, and there are some masterpieces in there. They're absolutely high quality. So what you're getting is a museum quality print if you order a print in there. So if you are interested in awesome rocket photography from Starbase, that's your spot to go. We'll make very, very sure to have launch pictures from Flight 5 up as soon as possible after the launch. So keep that in mind. It's shop.whataboutit.space if you want to have an epic looking print of what's happening at Starbase. I mean, look at these images. This is just these photographers are very talented, and I don't even know how they're doing it. So thank you, Sean, John, Jordan, and anybody who's contributed pictures to What About It. The best ones land in this store, shop.whataboutit.space. So I'm going to switch back. This is working flawlessly. I'm loving it. So we have that was the Hatman Cole. Good question. I can't tell you because there isn't any official word, but I do think somebody fast-tracked it. Bernard Magny, thank you so much for the super chat. Question, Bernie here from London. Do you think the SpaceX employees are going to be in the cheering room even on Sunday? Do you use Starlink? So yeah, they are going to be in the cheering room. Everybody at SpaceX, working at SpaceX, is right now staring at their screens, same as we do, or they're on site live. This is historic. This is some crazy stuff. It doesn't happen too often. Nice vent there. This might be... yeah, we're still watching. There's no official news out yet. We can see some venting on the tower. We can see some venting below. We can see the overflow vent on the right side. So everything's venting. But we'll keep a close watch on SpaceX actually starting the fueling process. So yeah, they're all in the cheering room. And do you use Starlink? Yes, we do. I don't here in Florida because we're in a very populated area, so that I don't need Starlink here. I have a fiber connection, or at least I'm dreaming of a fiber connection. But my ground connection is already at least on par with Starlink, but we're using it heavily in Boca Chica. Some of our cameras rely on it, our photographers rely on it. I've used it down there as well. I've had it up here in Florida, but then I decided I think we have 3 Starlink dishes in operation right now. So yes, Starlink is an amazing tool if you need internet where there's no cable. We have Felix. Thank you so much for the super chat. Much appreciated. We have Cleve Weller. Thank you so much for the super chat. Felix, you rock, and you'll be happy to know I'm building a rapidly reusable camera. I'll wrap it with an impact vest and coat the vest with a heat shield. So I'm going to need all the tiles people have sent you. Yeah, no. I have quite a few Starship heat tiles here. That's what he's referring to. Give me a second. I can maybe show you one. I think I can. Look at this. This is a Starship heat tile. That's about the size of a Starship heat tile as well. This is not one of the standard tiles. I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. This is not one of the standard tiles. Ron Hard Rock is the guy who gave me these. If you type Ron Hard Rock into YouTube, you'll find his channel. He's an amazing adventurer. And thank you, Ron. If you're watching this, thank you so much for all of these. These, of course, give you a really good insight into what SpaceX is actually doing on the Starship. If you see it from the outside, you only see the black front. But if you can hold a Starship heat tile in your hand, it helps amazingly to be able to explain these. Very lightweight silica foam tiles. These weigh almost nothing. It's really surprising when you hold one in your hand. Various densities, various thicknesses, various shapes on the Starship, of course. They're not all the same. Many are the standard tile, but in all sorts of regions, you can't use the standard tile, and then they have all sorts of different shapes and thicknesses. The thickest tile I have is about this thick. Not wide, thick. So that's from a leading edge from a flap where the heat shield just needs to be thicker to ensure that the tile can store that much heat. And so in these places, it's even thicker. So reusable camera, very nice, but you'll have to look for heat tiles somewhere else. Then we have Demonicus. Thank you so much for the super chat. Coffee time for Felix, and thank you to the Y team. Thank you very much, appreciated. We're going strong for the 500,000 subscribers as well. We're at 496,400 subscribers now. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please, if you want to make us smile, we're looking forward to hitting 500,000 subscribers. Subscribe to the channel, like the stream, consider getting one of those epic Starship Flight 5 shirts that we have on the store. Consider buying a print of one of our photographer's masterpieces, and so on and so forth. This is how we operate the channel. So if you want to help, please do so. Even a like is a help. And the super chats are very, very much appreciated. And there are so many that I'm having a hard time reading all of them, but I'll try. So we have, give me a second, Mark, or is there a question? No, there isn't, so I'm just going to quickly read it. Germany is ready. Viele Grüße aus Gießen in Hessen. Das wird heute der Hammer. So Germany is ready. Many greetings from Gießen, Germany. This is going to be crazy today. I totally agree. Give me a second. I'm going to get rid of the chat message here for a second with my awesome buttons and explain what we're looking at for all those who have just joined, because we're at 11,000 people watching right now, and many of you are joining in and might not know what this is. So we're looking at Starship Flight 5. SpaceX is getting ready to fuel the rocket. We're at T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes currently. SpaceX is supposed to start fueling at 49 minutes and 50 seconds before the flight. So we're getting very close to that now, 15 minutes away from that. SpaceX should already be through their go, no-go decision polling for the propellant load. Vents are visible on site. And we'll keep you in the loop as soon as SpaceX actually tweets out that they're fueling, or as soon as we can see any visible frost lines on the pad itself. But venting is getting more on the pad, and that's always a good sign. So I am pretty confident that SpaceX is going to start fueling the Starship soon. What we're going to witness today is Starship's test flight number 5, meaning SpaceX has already launched 4 of them. Flight number 1 was the first test flight. It had a lot of problems, and it exploded in the atmosphere. Flight number 2 went a little further, but it still wasn't very, 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 like, it didn't go far into the mission timeline. Flight number 3 went to space, but it lost its authority in space. So the upper stage wasn't able to control its roll, pitch, yaw, meaning they weren't able to aim the heat shield forward when the Starship re-entered, meaning it just disintegrated on re-entry. Starship Flight number 4, the last one in June, was very spectacular. They went way further than anybody expected. The booster made a soft splashdown and the Starship made a soft splashdown. So both came back, the booster to the Gulf of Mexico, the Starship into the Indian Ocean, and both landed. The Starship still had heat shield problems, and the booster had some problems as well, but they went even further. And that's what we're expecting for Flight 5 for today, for SpaceX to go even further. We're not expecting them to do a perfect launch. That would be amazing. But we're expecting them to go further than Flight 4. So the heat shield holding up a little bit better because it is an updated version compared to Flight 4. And possibly, and that would be the absolute sensation, SpaceX trying to catch the first stage booster, which is this thing called Super Heavy. It's supposed to, if everything turns out well, during the re-entry burn, SpaceX is going to assess the situation, and then they're going to have a go, no-go decision for a booster catch. If they go for the booster catch, you will see this booster come back. I can share the infographic as well here real quick. Give me a second. I can bring that up on the screen. No, There we go. All right, I'm sharing this real quick. Give me a second. So we're switching away from the live view here for a second. This is the countdown timeline. This is what I've been talking about, and this is the infographic that I'm trying to explain to you here right now. So this is the entire mission curve of the Starship launch. You have the launch site down here, and you have the booster and the ship going up along this line. You have the ascent. You have the hot staging, where first and second stage split up. You have the Starship continuing, and you have the booster doing a flip maneuver and aiming again for roughly the launch site. During this process, while it is re-entering and is coming back down, SpaceX is going to assess all the telemetry data they get from the booster. And if everything pans out, there's two ways down here. There's one way that would lead into the ocean. If the booster says, no, I'm not fine, and 2 engines aren't firing, and my tanks have a leak, just hypothetically speaking, the booster would go for the same it did on Flight 4, so a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. But, and this is the way more exciting option, if the telemetry on the booster turns out to be good, everything, all the sensors are saying I'm fine, and the engines are saying, yeah, I'm working well, I'm having a blast, SpaceX is going to go for the tower. So they're going to try the Mechazilla, that's what the tower is called, that's its nickname basically, has these 2 giant arms that are also used to stack the rocket, but their actual purpose is double. It's one is handling the rockets when they're on the ground and stacking them onto the launch mount, and the other one is catching the rockets, catching the first and the second stage. And so SpaceX might today try for the first time to catch a 70-meter tall, 200-ton, when empty, super heavy booster on its ascent back to the tower. It's going to come down, position itself between the chopsticks, be caught up here. There's these little notches. There's some very, very tiny notches up here that are supposed to be the landing surface for the booster, and then it's going to hang by these 2 notches, like so, on the chopsticks. And if we see that, that would be absolutely amazing. It all depends on the performance of the booster, of course, but there is a possibility that we're going to see this. This is the live image. We're at 90, we're below an hour. We're at 95 minutes to liftoff time of Flight 5. This is, of course, is a placeholder. It's a 7 a.m. in the morning local time, NET, not earlier than, because if something goes wrong during fueling or something, they might be extending this and it might not launch at 7. But this is the official, currently set launch time, 7 a.m. in the morning. We're at 6 a.m. local time. And I still can't believe that we actually might see a booster catch attempt today. This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. All right, give me a second. I need to go back to a few things here. Need to see the chat. There we go. There's the chat. Okay, so I'm back. Thank you all for joining us today. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. We are trying to hit 500,000 subscribers today. We're 3,500 away from that. We have 12,000 people watching. So if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to push that button to make a huge smile in our faces. Consider buying a Flight 5 launch t-shirt. I'm wearing one myself. It is a beautiful design. It's tagged under the stream. Chat with everybody here. We're all here to enjoy this. Maybe tell us where you're from. We've done this twice already, and it's always amazing to see where everybody is from. And if you want me to answer a question, write #question into the chat. And I swear to you, I'll answer as many as I can. If you want to bump it up in the list, combine it with a super chat, because those are prioritized, because these are the people that are willing to give us some coffee money. So I'm going to prioritize their questions. But as soon as we run out of super chats, if that ever happens, I'm going to start answering the other questions as well. So thank you for all the support, for showing up today. We're at T minus 57 minutes to a possible Starship Flight 5. Okay. We have Peter Krauspe. Thanks for all your great stuff. Thank you so much for the super chat, for the support. Thank you. We have Lee Van der Ven. Thank you so much for the super chat. Greetings from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Huge thanks to the entire Y team for all your amazing work. Your enthusiasm is infectious. Cheers. Yeah, and it's good that you're mentioning the team. It's not just me. There is an entire team working behind the scenes to make me look cool. So thank you to the entire Y team. Thank you so much for the super chat. I have to make the window a little bit bigger again to be able to see the button. Ian Paez. Romania is here. And lots of smileys. Thank you so much for the super chat. Greetings to Romania. Roger Talk. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. Love your work. When do you think the first flight with an Optimus robot will occur? So we've just had the We Are Robot announcement from SpaceX, from Tesla. I'm following that as well because I do own a Tesla. We do own a Tesla in the family, and I do like the cars. I don't like everything about it, but I do like EVs in general, because it's just such uncomplicated technology. It's just, you don't have the spark plugs and belts and everything. You might not have the noise when you push the pedal, which is, I do enjoy that. I'm a gearhead, actually. I was always interested in racing and so on and so forth. So I do love my combustion engines, even though they're not good for the planet. But the EVs are clearly the future, in my opinion. So we do own a Tesla. Optimus is Tesla's robot that they're building right now, or that they're creating right now, researching right now. And it's made some progress. But dude, until that thing steers a rocket, or until that thing is not even steers a rocket, because it wouldn't need to, you can just have a computer steer the rocket, which already happens. But until that thing is so autonomous that it can actually do something useful out in space, I do think at least another 10 years until that's possible. It'll happen. I'm pretty sure it will. But we're pretty far away from that still. But Tesla, not SpaceX, Tesla is working on it, and many others are as well. So I'm very interested in that as well. I'm even though my content on What About It is 100% space flight, that doesn't mean I'm just interested in space flight. Of course, that's my main interest, but I'm interested in anything crazy tech, and AI and robots are very much in that as well. So that's very interesting. Dr. Babak. Thank you so much for your super chat. Boop. There we go. Thank you so much for your super chat. We have Lee Smith. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hi, Felix. Doncaster, UK here. Doncaster? Is this launch a change from FAA development control to NASA-led development? No, I don't think so. But it might be that NASA interfered with the licensing process, and that might be the reason why it got accelerated. I don't have any internal information, because they are very strict about not talking about this kind of stuff, the internal stuff. So it's really hard for me to find a source that actually would tell me this. I sometimes do, but it's not often. But I do think that somebody fast-tracked it. So what I'm the happiest about is that the license now includes Flight 6 and 5 flights per year. That is a great thing. Waiting for a license every time it happens is not a great thing. Like every time you've launched a Starship, you have to wait another, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 months for a license is not really helping the development process. I do understand that there's people that want to have the environment saved and everything, but trust me, I've been down there. SpaceX is not polluting this place much. They're cleaning up everything. They're running around on the beaches picking up trash that isn't even from them. They're saving the turtles. There isn't much pollution going on at Starbase. Right next to it, you have the RGV LNG terminal with oil tankers leaving and coming in and going all day long, with old oil rigs being disassembled. That is pollutant, and nobody cares about it. So relations, you have to put it into relation. I think for SpaceX being so large down there, they have an incredibly small footprint, and that should be reflected in licensing. So, but we'll see how that goes in the future. Right now, we have the Flight 5 license. We also have the Flight 6 license, and we possibly even have 5 flight licenses per year now, which is a huge step up from before. And I'm really, really hoping that this is going to work out. Okay, so we have Weird and Whacked. Thank you so much for the super chat. Eagerly awaiting from India, go Mechazilla. Yes, let's do this. We have Alexander Piatkovsky. He has a question. Thank you so much for the super chat. Question. Hi, Felix. Greetings from Norway. How long do you think we will have to wait for a next launch? What will be the main factor? Hardware and launch pad, repair, preparation, or waiting for a license? So yeah, we just had it. Waiting for a license shouldn't be the problem this time. That's great. The prototypes are basically ready for Flight 6. There isn't much left there. Depending on if SpaceX wants to launch a Block 2 Starship, but even that would almost be ready, so I don't think that's a problem either. So it's mainly refurbishment of the pad. The old OLM design isn't perfect for refurbishing. It takes a while because they need to use all sorts of man lifts and stuff, and it's just it's not the most serviceable structure, so it takes up at least a month until that's launch ready again. So if Flight 5 does the same amount of damage as Flight 4 did, that's roughly what you look at the minimum right now. Before they have the second tower operational, which is several months out still, that's going to be at the beginning of next year. So maybe February, March at the earliest. So right now that would be it. It's pad refurbishment time, I think, is the biggest limiting factor there if you have the license, because the prototypes are there. SpaceX is pretty quick at building these Starship and booster prototypes at this point. Ridiculously quick. If you look at other projects like SLS or Vulcan or any other rocket that is not SpaceX, it takes a long time to build them. And SpaceX is building the largest rockets ever. I'm sorry, I hit the microphone again. And they're doing this in such a quick manner at this point, and it's supposed to get even quicker. So, pad refurbishment time. We have Peter Langkamp. Peter Langkamp. That sounds like a German name, but he's giving dollars, so I'm pretty sure that's from the United States. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have JK Video. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have J Mamsi Kayado. Thank you so much for the super chat. Go Elon, go Leonard da Vinci's modern reincarnation. It's not just Elon though. Even though I'm one of those people that say that Elon Musk is very important in all those. Otherwise, the companies wouldn't be there. Simple thing. He founded them. He brought them up. He motivated the people. And he is the lead engineer on most of these projects still, so he's important. But it's not just him. There's plenty of people at SpaceX that it's kind of the same as when I say I might be the guy you see in front of the camera all the time. And so thank you for tuning in and all that stuff. But there is so much more in the background at why making all this possible. So that's the team. Thank you everybody for cheering for the team in the chat. Say I love you team or something. They're going to smile. They're watching. All of them are watching right now. So, and that's the same at SpaceX. So it's not just Elon Musk. Cheer for the entire team. I do this regularly on episodes. I say something like, if somebody from SpaceX is watching this right now, you are our heroes. And I'm doing it again here right now. There are so many people working on this project. Don't forget about that. Dr. Babak, thank you again for your next super chat. Hi, I follow you for 3 years, and I am originally from Iran, but I am German citizen and live in Aschaffenburg. When will you be here? No, when you will hear Hope meet you. He's hoping that he's meeting me when I'm in Aschaffenburg. I've never been to Aschaffenburg in my life, but I did plan to go to the Space Creator Day. Do you have Deutsche Angst in this flight? No, I don't. There's a reason why I moved out of Germany. I do really, really like the US mentality of, yeehaw, let's do this. That's what gets you forward. You know, that German angst, I'm always telling my friends in Germany, you should have less of that. Because if you don't experiment, you can't progress. So I love what SpaceX is doing here. The hardware-rich development, the iterative design process. This is what created the Starship that's sitting on that pad. So no German angst. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm just going to have a heart attack if they actually start catching that booster. That would be amazing. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to do another recap of what happened during IFT4 here. Give me just a second to organize this. One moment. And SpaceX, yep, and I'm hearing right now there still isn't any tweet from SpaceX regarding the fueling process. So we're still in the dark a little bit, literally, because the cameras are in the dark as well, and so the frame rate is a little low, but that should change very, very soon. And in like 17 minutes, SpaceX should go online. I'm very much looking forward to that. Okay, so we have. There it is. All right, let me press this magic button here and then press this magic button here to get rid of the chat message. There we go. Okay, so this is the beauty video that SpaceX released after Flight 4, but it is a perfect instrument to give you a recap of what happened during Flight 4. I'm going to speed talk now because this is a short video. Go, no-go poll, engine testing, fueling is done. We have the deluge system kicking up in T minus 10 seconds. The deluge system kicks in. Then we have engine ignition. The engines burn for quite some time until the rocket actually lifts off at T+2 seconds for Flight 5. And then you see this behemoth of a rocket going up into the sky. You see the shock waves emanating. The Starship itself is 3 times as powerful as the Saturn V moon rocket. So it is a huge monster of a rocket. Piercing through max Q here, no problem. 1 engine failure on Flight 4 on the ascent, which is still okay. The Starship made it up, and the booster too. Then you have stage separation. Boom. Engines shutting off in a sequence to minimize stress to the booster and the ship. The booster separating from the ship. The ship having its engines ignited, continuing to space. The booster jettisoning its hot staging ring. We're going to see the same thing again today, hopefully, because it's not needed at that point anymore, and it does change aerodynamics and weight, center of weight. Then you see the grid fins struggling with the immense forces of the booster coming down. You see it going through, creating a shockwave vapor cone as it goes down. This video was filmed from a buoy that was out in the Gulf of Mexico. You can see a lot of flames going on around the booster. That is because one engine had a RUD, a rapid unscheduled disassembly, so it wasn't too good. That's not what should happen. But the booster did make it down to a soft landing. And then you were left with the Starship in space. And this was incredible. And we're going to see the same. See, this is plasma forming around the Starship, and SpaceX managed to stream this in HD real time. So we're possibly going to see the same thing again if everything works out. You see one of the flaps melting away here. That was the heat shield not working properly. SpaceX does have an updated heat shield on this Starship that is sitting on the pad right now for Flight 5. So fingers crossed that this is going to be better this time than it was last time. You see that there's a huge chunk missing, but you see the Starship flipping right now and touching down in the water, even with a half-melted flap, which was incredible. So both the first and the second stage made it back down. And not everything worked perfectly, but it went way better than I would have thought. And this is the crazy part. That's what we're looking forward to today. Look at that. That's the booster returning back from space, aiming between the chopsticks and going for a catch attempt. And we might be able to see this today, which it would be ridiculous. I'm going to, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got several stress balls here that I've prepared for. I'm going to squeeze an SLS. No joke. This is an SLS stress ball, and I got it from Boeing on Artemis 1, and I'm going to utilize it. I've got an Orion capsule as well that I can squeeze. Because we're going, and then I can squeeze that. And I've got one of my favorite rocket engines, the RS-25, the shuttle main engine, and it's being used on SLS nowadays, but sadly not being reused anymore, which is a shame in my opinion. And I can squeeze that as well. So we've got a lot of squeezing tools here, and we're right now waiting for SpaceX to start fueling the rocket, which should theoretically already be underway. I cannot see a frost line yet. 49 and T-minus 49 minutes and 50 seconds into the count, we should see SpaceX's ship starting its liquid methane fueling. I don't see that yet, though. But we're in night mode here because it's dark out at Starbase. We might want to try and switch to day mode. Is that already possible? A little question here to everybody in the background. Oh. This is another one of our feeds, isn't it? This is from the danger lot. This is what the photographers call one of the press sites. Can we zoom this in a little bit on the ship to see if there's any frost line buildup? Because there should be a methane fueling underway right now. And even if it's just a digital zoom in OBS, just zoom it in a little bit more. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see if we can find a frost line, because that's the first indicator that we want to have. Give us a second. We're just adjusting the picture here. This is a 4K feed, so we can zoom this in a little bit and see if we can find a frost line on this thing. But it doesn't look like it yet. Nope. So it might be that SpaceX hasn't started fueling yet. If there is anybody in the chat who knows differently, please do tell. I am very nervous as well, Nuno. I'm reading the chat right now. So we're gathering information right now. We're trying to get as much information to you guys as possible, but SpaceX hasn't announced anything yet. T-minus 40 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and at T-minus 49 and 50, if it was nominal, SpaceX should have started fueling. Yeah. Nothing showing on Everyday Astronaut's thermal camera, somebody said. Thank you very much, Sputuk. So there is no fueling underway yet. Yeah, well, they are venting. I know they've been venting for some time now. But it doesn't look like they are fueling. Not just. So we might already be looking at a possible delay of 10 minutes. But I don't want to say too much. All right, I'm going to continue doing a few questions here. Let me push the magic button. Nice, I love it. So we have Maximilian. Maximilian, thank you so much for the super chat. Following you since episode 80-ish. You rock, Felix. Cheers from Austria. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for tuning in so often. This is very, very much appreciated. We have Jacob. Jacob J. Thank you so much for the super chat. I've been learning German for a while now. Ich habe Durst. Ich möchte Wurst. How did I do? You did perfect. Thank you so much for stereotyping Germany. Have a lot of fun watching the launch. Thank you. We have Jamie Wright. Thank you so much for the super chat. Good morning from the UK. Would you consider a super documentary with other YouTubers? Yes, I would. I'd love to see you boots on the ground at Starbase. So I've been at Starbase many times before. I think I've done 5 trips so far, 2 launches. We have plenty of people down there working on the team permanently at Starbase as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't see this kind of stuff. But yes, I would. I would love to do a documentary with all the space YouTubers together. It's difficult because we're all from all over the planet. You have Marcus House from Tasmania, you have the NASA spaceflight crew, you have people from Poland, Hungary, Brazil that I know, Pedro, hey Pedro, how are you doing? And so on and so forth. So it's pretty hard to get all of those under one hat. Especially because we all have a lot of work to do as well, because SpaceX is so extremely quick. But I would love to see it, that's for sure. Absolutely. Morph Olaf, thank you so much for the super chat. Have we heard from the FAA yet? About what? We have a license. If you're talking about that, and we should have a license for Flight 6 and 5 flights per year. So I don't want to hear anything from the FAA right now. To be honest, we have our license. That's all good. We don't need more from the FAA. Paul Evans, thank you so much for the super chat. Fuel loading is underway, I just heard. What is 725? What did I hear there? Is a predicted a new launch time 725, and we have fuel load underway. So it is as I predicted. It's a slight delay because fuel load has started a little later, but we're filling. So the likelihood of seeing a Starship launch today just went up by a lot. So if they've just started fueling, ship methane and oxygen load are starting almost at the same time, 4950 and 4840 T minus. Booster load starts at 4040. So if they just started fueling the ship, we're probably another 5 or 6 minutes away from booster fuel load. LOX load underway at 34. 34 and 3 seconds. 19 minutes and 40 seconds. We have Raptor begin engine chill. That's the next thing we can look forward to. Starship team is go for prop load, and weather is looking ideal for today's flight test. So 725. Can we reset? Do we have the timer at 725 already? It looks like it. Yep, it looks like it. Yeah. So we're going to update the timer clock. We have a slight delay from 7 to 725, but we are go on fuel load and it's underway. So that is good news. Oh, this is going to be good, everybody. Stay tuned. Today we might see SpaceX yet again, as crazy as it might seem, do a world first, a humanity first, flight first, a history first in catching a booster, which would be absolutely ridiculously cool. It all depends on tons of factors, of course. On the way up, everything needs to work. During hot staging, everything needs to work. On the way down, everything needs to work. And while the booster is coming back down, SpaceX is going to do a no-go decision, whether they are actually going to aim for the pad or for the ocean. Excuse me, I got up very early. And as soon as that go-no-go decision says we're going to go for the tower, we're going to see that booster perform a dog-leg maneuver, aim for the pad, go down between these arms, hover for a moment to correct itself likely, and then these arms closing in, catching the booster, and me falling off the chair. I don't even know what I'm going to do. This is absolutely incredible, and I'm so looking forward to this. And I'm pretty sure you do too. While you're at it, give us a like. I know I'm repeating myself, but this is very important for the entire team. So if you haven't done so yet, we've got 16,000 people watching, and we've got 7,300 likes. Get that up over 10,000, everybody. Just click the like button. If you haven't done so, subscribe to the channel, because you see that little counter going up down there. It's at 496,617 right now. We are so close to 500,000 subscribers, and it would make our day. We've put a lot of work into this, and if we can make it to 500,000 today, we're going to be jumping. I'm going to perform a special 500,000 dance or something. So thank you so much for all your support, for showing up, for watching this together with us. We are as excited as you are. That is for sure. We also have a store up where you can buy the absolutely amazing launch T-shirt, which has a beautiful design of a Mechazilla performing the unthinkable. It's tagged under the stream. Go check that out. You can buy launch prints at shop.whataboutit.space. And pictures of Flight 5 are going to be up there very, very soon as well, soon after the launch. They are museum quality prints, so they're really, really high quality prints. You're going to get something that you really want to put on the wall there. Thank you so much for readjusting the image. Yeah, this is so epic. This is like a mixture of Blade Runner and Star Trek right there. And that's why we're watching this. So this is amazing. Thank you, everybody. So see this? I'm saying it, and everybody starts clicking the subscribe button. We're almost at 496, 700. Please keep clicking that button. If we do actually hit the 500,000 today, that would be Flight 5, and 500,000 subscribers would be a pleasure and an honor. So thank you, everybody who's clicking that button right now. It's rapidly going up. And I want to see that broken today. If possible at all, that would be the best present for the entire team. Prop load is underway. We know, absolutely. And Felix, remember to breathe. I am trying. I am extremely excited right now. So I'm going to bring up the messages again. This is actually perfect here because there is an empty space down there, and we can clutter that with a few of your super chats. Thank you so much for bringing these in. This is what funds everything you're seeing here. So Donnie Saunders, thank you so much for the super chat. You do such a great job, Felix, and thank you for watching with us. We have I'm trying Zayayor. I don't know. I'm sorry for butchering your name. Thank you, Felix and Y, for your work, which keeps me passionate and interested and allows me to conveniently access information. That's the reason why we started the channel. If that's what the channel does, it's exactly what I opened it for. So thank you for that feedback, and enjoy. We're not intending on quitting this anytime soon. We're having a blast giving you these informations, and it is a very humble feeling to be in this kind of a situation and position. So thank you everybody for watching. We have Bloody Shy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for everything you do. I'm Russian, but I live in South Korea. Go SpaceX, go Felix. Thank you so much for tuning in from South Korea. This is amazing. We have MW Photography, and I know the guy. Let's go. Good. Godspeed B12. Thank you so much for watching with us today. And for the super chat. We have Mark Wagner. Flight 5 t-shirt not available in German store. It should be. If it's not, we're going to correct that tomorrow morning. I can't, or this afternoon. I can't do that right now. We're at 496, 800 right now, and it's rising and rising and rising. Keep pushing that subscribe button. I would love to see 500,000. This is amazing. Thank you so much. It should be in the German store. If it isn't, maybe somebody from the team can check. Maybe Alex can check if he's watching right now. I've not seen him, and he's working in the background right now. He's always working. So if the Flight 5 shirt is not in the German store, please check it. But it should be. It definitely is in the US store, which ships worldwide. But the European store is better for Europe because you have lower shipping costs and quicker shipping. So we're going to double check that. Thank you for bringing it up. Brian Neuendorf. One second. Yes? Who was it? Tommy Monroe, thank you so much. He's watching from the 24/7 live stream. Somebody from the team, Jonathan, just told me that he's donated $100. Thank you. You're even getting your shout out here. Thank you so much for the funding. Brian Neundorf, thank you so much for the super chat. My handle was Wilbur on the CB radio. Do you think the booster will go into a museum if they catch it? I hope so. Like there are so many prototype articles, test articles at SpaceX, at Starbase, that I wish would be preserved. But I do understand if SpaceX doesn't preserve all of them because they intend to build a lot of them. So, but yeah, I the first one that got caught, I think should deserve a spot in a museum. Absolutely, SpaceX should build its own museum down there or something in Brownsville. It would be great for Brownsville, and it would be a huge appreciation to the RGV. to the Rio Grande Valley. And so SpaceX, if somebody who has the authority to greenlight this kind of stuff watches this channel right now, a museum in Brownsville would be the right way to go. Just display some of what you're doing there and preserve it for the future. That would be the right way to go. My camera is gone again. Is that because of me? Nope, I'm still here. Yep, we're fixing it. Give us a second. So SpaceX is underway on fueling the Starship. We are T-minus 53 minutes away from a possible T-minus 0 right now. We're tracking that. There I am again. 7:25 is what SpaceX announced. It's 6:31 local time right now, so we're under an hour. You're watching several cameras that we've set up on site. We have plenty more cameras pointed at it that aren't doing a live stream. They're for pictures, they're for video that you're going to see us release after that. Dude, but that can't be. Let me just look at something real quick. Nah, that can't be. There is venting under the OLM. There's venting on the tower. There is venting on the side. So everything's spooled up already. As you can see, all these vapor cones coming out of everything. Those mean that the tank farm is working, that all the fuel lines are chilled, and SpaceX is beginning to slowly fill up the tanks of the Starship and the booster. So that's what we're looking at right now. Mm-hmm. Yep, we can show the I think it's this. Oh, now you push the button. I wanted to push the button. I have so many nice buttons here. Like this. I can maybe show this into the camera real quick. This is what the team does. This is the kind of stuff that the team does. And that is it's just so amazing. I'm going to cover something here so that you don't see that, because there is an IP address up there. But this is what that looks like from my end, and this is the stuff that that the team does. That's why I'm always saying it's not just me. I could not possibly do this alone. When I started these streams as well, it was so rudimentary, and now I can just push a button and a super chat pops up, or the Starship Flight 5 pre-launch timeline, as you can see here. And what we were looking for earlier is that at T-minus 49 and 30 seconds is beginning of the fueling. So right now we're theoretically T-minus 51, but SpaceX is already fueling, or they said they're go for fueling, right? So they're not currently fueling, but they're go for fueling. Is that correct? Because they shouldn't be fueling. They should start fueling in a few seconds. Exactly. So they should start fueling in about a minute from now on, but they are go for fueling, meaning all the systems are checking out, all their valves are functioning, all the sensors have reported values within parameter, within the envelope, and now SpaceX is ready to start the fueling, and we should see that very, very soon. In under a minute, actually. If our timer is correct, and it should be, because it is reflecting SpaceX's posted time. So what's going to happen? I'm going to start reading a few more of those chats because they're coming in. I'm very seriously so thankful for all the support you guys are giving us. Thank you. 496, 891, 100, a little bit, 109 subscribers away from 497, which is 3,000 left to 500,000, which is absolutely incredible. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, consider buying a shirt, consider buying a print at shop.whataboutit.space, and so on and so forth. This helps the entire team and puts a huge smile on our face. I'm just going to continue doing some super chat messages here. So if Brian Neumann, Neundorf, thank you so much for your super chat. We have the names. Mosha Azam, thank you so much for letting me butcher your name. They were remotely controlled. What was remotely controlled? Please. Yep, my camera is out again. I don't know why this keeps happening, because it's perfect on my back end. Here's like, yoo-hoo, I can see myself, but we're working on it. I don't know what you're referring to there with the remotely controlled, but thank you so much for the super chat. Mosha Azam, how will FAA work on rapid reusability phase? Yeah, they'll have to change their licenses. If SpaceX does, if it works out what SpaceX wants to do, this is going to be more like an airliner. So each Starship booster is going to be able to send Starships up to space 3 times a day, which is a lot more than any other normal rocket does. And the licensing process right now would have to be changed into something quicker and something less involved because, well, if the rocket is streamlined and optimized and launches quicker, the all the bureaucracy behind it has to do the same thing. Can we see any frost lines at this point? Anything? Nothing yet, right? So yeah, the FAA will have to work quicker than they are right now. But I'm not against the FAA. So all that FAA bashing recently, the problem is that we don't know exactly what was happening behind scenes. This could be political, but it could also not be. And I'm not a big fan of guessing when you're. Okay. So a little feedback for the European store. Um, Europe's full of law, and we've had this problem quite a few times that sometimes we put a design up on the store and it gets pulled because of European law. And that's what happened with our Flight 5 design. So we're going to try to bring it back into the store if that is possible. If not, shout out to Spreadshirt for removing the design from our store with us not inflicting, like infringing any patents or rights or laws. So right now, the Flight 5 design is just available in the US store. I'm very sorry about that. But that's not on us, that's on European law. Then we have Stephen Meek. Thank you so much for the super chat. How do SpaceX build Starship so rapidly? So they build it with stainless steel. You might have noticed this SpaceX sign that I have sitting here behind my back in the studio. You see it on every episode. Right now, you can't see it that good, but look out for it on the next episode that you watch. That is Starship steel. That is 3.97 millimeter stainless steel. 304L or 304X, as SpaceX calls it, because they've slightly changed the metal composition, I think. Um, the entire process of building a Starship is different than building a normal rocket. It's way less complicated. It is way more optimized on rapid production, on production in a less optimal environment. So they're not doing all of this in clean rooms. They're not doing all of this with scientists either, or extremely well trained $10,000 an hour personnel as NASA does it. These are normal people. These are normal welders, normal heavy construction workers, and so on and so forth that are working at Starbase building these things. At least many of them are, and that is all in the effort of reducing cost of production, speeding up production time, and at some point making it mass producible. So the Star Factory that they're building right now is basically a mass production assembly line. It's not fully working yet, so they haven't ramped up production yet, but trust me, as soon as they do, you're going to see a lot of Starships come out of that Star Factory. That's the goal. So that's what they're doing. Okay, Jonathan, if you could take over another like 5 minutes or so, I want to go to the bathroom again before the launch starts. We're at 20,000 people watching right now. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'll be right back, I promise. That's all good. That's all good. Don't worry. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay tuned and enjoy the show. SpaceX should be underway fueling the Starship right now. They should be 5 minutes into fueling. The next thing we are expecting is booster fuel load underway at 40, at T minus 40. So that's 4 minutes away. And then we're already in the hot phase leading up towards launch. Another 15 minutes until SpaceX comes online, and we'll get a drastically better view, of course, because SpaceX has the cameras on the rocket and not just a little bit further away. So stay tuned for that, and I'll be right back.
Hey, it's me again, Jonathan. So I think you should be able to hear me now. And we can just go over the launch timeline. So basically all the events we can expect until we'll have liftoff today now. So I'll just get that thing on screen again. And there you have the pre-launch timeline. That's basically just all the events that are going to happen until the T0 from today. And I'll just open it on my side as well so I can actually see it as well because it's quite small on my side. Okay, so right now our countdown is at like 43 minutes left, so we're in there. We're definitely going. And that means basically that the ship fuel load, so that's the methane, is already underway, and the lock slow for the ship is also underway. And loading of the booster will start in the next 2 minutes, and that's going to be at 40 minutes and 40 seconds before T0 for the methane, so the fuel, and for the oxidizer, the liquid oxygen, that's going to be at 34 minutes and 3 seconds before liftoff. I think it's actually kind of cool that although the booster takes like way more fuel because it's bigger, of course, it fuels faster, right? And that's just, I mean, if you look at the OLM, I don't think I have a picture ready of it right now, but the like quick disconnect for the booster is so much more beefy than for the ship. And of course, that makes sense, right? Because it does need to fuel way more. Yeah, and I just heard from the back end that propellant load for the upper stage is confirmed to be underway. So we are going. And if I switch over to the other perspective real quick, we might be lucky and be able to already spot a frost line there. I'm not sure. I mean, if you can spot one, let me know in the chat. But I think it's still a bit early for that because the whole thing, of course, first needs to cool down so you can see the frost line. Yeah, but we can also do a few more super chats and questions. So let me just get into those again. So, and we have just text question. We used hashtag question in the chat, and that basically just enables us to pull your question into our system, and then we can try to answer it. And he did that, so we'll try to answer his question now. And basically, he's asking what's the second stage plan today, because everyone, is talking about, oh, we're gonna have a booster catch attempt, and whoa, so cool. And no one really talks about the second stage, so the actual ship part of the Starship. And it's likely going to be really similar. And we can also technically even look at the plan on their website. And wait, maybe I can even. That's probably too much work to pull it in now. But SpaceX has a really cool infographic on their website that you can check out, where it just like shows the whole flight plan. And for the ship, it's just going to be exactly the same as last time. It's going to do the hot staging, get into space, not into orbit, because there's a tiny bit of speed missing to get into orbit. But that's all planned, of course, because they just want to make sure in case something happens, it always comes down in a planned area. And by not being in orbit, they just make sure it always comes down. Yeah, and after that, I think it's going to be like 35, 40 minutes in space. It's going to do the entry as last time, and we might be able to see that nice re-entry live again, which is super cool. And after that, it's going to, of course, do the splashdown and the landing burn and belly flop maneuver. Let's go. And maybe we're not going to lose the camera this time, and we'll actually see the whole thing in live. And that would be super cool. Okay, and we can take another peek at our camera there and see if we can spot a frost line now. But I do still think there's nothing, right? Or is anyone else you think something? Okay, so I just heard that there is one. And so we'll probably just zoom the whole thing in again a bit. Let's see. I'll just zoom it in so we can examine it a bit closer. Let me just grab that feed. Oh yeah, I think you can see it there, like basically right above the ship quick disconnect. So that's just the arm in the middle of the tower that basically goes right to the end of the ship and the upper part of the booster. And if you look really closely, there's like a faint line of ice building like half a flap upwards, so basically the middle of the lower flap of the ship. So yeah, we're getting the frost line. So let's go. We're getting there. So I'll zoom this out real quick again. So yeah, to be fair, I kind of didn't expect them to actually go now that they moved it like to 25 minutes in the end of the window, but we are going. So this is amazing. So yes, we are at 38 minutes before liftoff, and if you just joined us, we're right now watching Starship fifth flight test, and we are hoping for a catch attempt today. And if you're wondering where Felix went, he's just doing a small break because he's been already streaming for like 3.5 hours, or like nearly 3.5 hours by now. So he's taking a short break before he's gonna come back for the flight, of course. And he actually just came back, so we can pull him back in as well. But yes, it was super cool to be the replacement for a second again, and I'll make sure to pull Felix back in if you're ready. Ready?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Then I'll get your camera in as well.
So I got myself a new coffee, and SpaceX is fueling the Starship, everybody. So I can't. This is crazy. We've got 20,000 people watching right now. Thank you so much for showing up. We're watching SpaceX's Starship Flight 5. Jonathan just gave you another rundown of what's happening here. The last thing SpaceX tweeted was like 8 or now I think 10 minutes ago. They tweeted that the propellant load on the ship is on the way. At this point, give me just a second. I want to check something. The booster fueling should either start now or be very close to starting. And then we have both stages under fueling up for Flight 5. You see the venting going on there? We have a nice camera picture now as well. For a moment, it was very slow on frames, but the connection is better now, which is great. And you can already see a frost line forming up on the Starship there as well. We're on the way to see Flight 5 launch. Flight 5 means possibly a booster catch attempt. I've said it a few times. You see those chopsticks up there on the tower at the top of the Starship. Those are called the chopsticks. And SpaceX is going to try to launch the rocket. The Starship's going to go to space and splash and soft land in the Indian Ocean after re-entry. The booster, though, if it comes down and it's good, if everything turns out to be good, telemetry-wise, that they get back from the booster, they're going to make a go-no-go for a catch attempt, meaning the booster is going to go back down to the launch site, aim between those two chopsticks, and be caught out of mid-air. This is something that has never happened before with any rocket in the world. Smaller, larger, there isn't any larger rocket than Starship. So this is going to be insane, and that's what we're here to look out for. Do I see a frost line on the booster as well there? Oh. Oh, okay. So that's why we're here. That's what we're looking for. And that's what we're waiting for. Thank you everybody for showing up today to watch this with us. We have 20,000 people watching right now. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. We have this crazy goal of maybe reaching 500,000 subscribers today, which would put a huge smile on the entire team. We've worked on this for 5.5 years, and 500,000 means something to us. So if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe. Go get yourself a Flight 5 t-shirt, which is sadly not available in the European store because they took it offline again, the design, because they said it was infringing something. It isn't infringing anything, and it's being sold in the United States just fine, but you can ship it to Europe from the US store as well. It'll just take a little longer. SpaceX has just tweeted it or posted it on X. You can't say tweet anymore because it's called X at this point. Booster prop load is underway. So we are getting there. If you have any questions that I haven't answered yet, I've been talking without stopping for the past, I don't know, 3 hours at this point, I think, almost 4. We just broke the 497,000 subscribers, by the way. So thank you so much for getting this counter in the lower right is what the team is staring at right now, because we like Trust me, we've worked hard. So thank you so much for subscribing. If you have any questions that I haven't answered yet, or you've just entered the stream and you're like, what is happening here? Send in a question by writing #question into the chat and then your question after it, and our moderators are going to pick it up. If you want to fast track your question answer, of course, it helps to put a super chat next to it. Do a super chat and ask your question in there. I'm prioritizing those because we're getting so many questions, and I'm the people that actively support us are very close to our hearts, so I'm fast tracking those. But as soon as I'm running out of super chats, if that ever happens, I'm going to start answering the other questions as well. My camera just disappeared again. I'm wondering why that's happening. There it is again. So yeah. So this is what's happening. I'm going to read a few more while we're expecting SpaceX to go online very, very soon, because we're tracking 33 minutes T-0, and we're getting very close. As soon as SpaceX goes online, you can see the frost lines build up nicely there on the prototype, by the way, at this point. So all tanks are filling up and we're going for Flight 5. As soon as SpaceX goes live, we're going to, of course, switch to their camera, because that is the best camera perspective that you can get. They're right at the pad and on the rocket and so on and so forth. So that's what we're looking forward to right now. That should happen very, very shortly, and we're going to put that full screen as soon as it happens. So I gotta push this button, and then we have Mao Moon Doggy. Thanks. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks, Y Team. Oh, and Felix too. Love from London. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We have Alan. Thank you so much for the super chat. Good morning, Felix. You're the best. Thank you so much for watching. You're the best as well. We have Chris Carter. Thank you so much for the super chat from London, UK. Do you think September 2026 is a realistic objective for the Artemis moon landing? I've got my SLS squeezing stress relief ball here that I got during the Artemis 1 launch, and it was one of the most epic launches I've ever seen in my life, rivaling a Starship launch because of these huge SRBs on the side, and they create a lot of noise, and it's just super fun to watch. But I do think, and that I say without being a SpaceX fanboy or anything, that reusability is the future. So I'm not the biggest fan of SLS, even though the engineers and the teams putting it together are doing an epic job and so on and so forth. I do think we should do this reusable, because the entire Artemis program has as its main motto, we are going and we're going to stay on the moon. If you want to do this sustainable, you'll have to go reusable. We're seeing some beautiful footage here of the high altitude flight tests right now. That's all the action that's happened leading up to Flight 5, the gateway to Mars. It's fantastic what these people are doing there. It's fantastic what the people with SLS are doing as well, but it's just an old tech. Reusability is the future. The Falcon 9 has proven it, and I do not think that we're going to land on the moon in 2026 because of SLS. Boeing is involved, and there is already investigations going on into Artemis 3, into the upper stage construction of Artemis 3, and it's delayed and over budget. What can I say? I wish they would take SLS out of the Artemis program. I do think that everything else would be able to manage Artemis, because right now the only thing we're using this for is to get the astronauts to the moon. But that is kind of like getting into your Honda Jazz, which is the okay. So SpaceX is going live. This is the intro video. Let's just watch this real quick. Put the audio on and yes.
Ship is targeting liftoff in just 30 minutes and 18 seconds from now at 7:25 a.m. Central Time. As you can see, it is a beautiful day in South Texas for the 5th flight test of Starship.
And Jesse and Kate are there.
Good morning, Star people. I'm Kate Tice.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, and we are joining you live from SpaceX Hawthorne with a big crowd here this morning. It's been roughly 4 months since our last Starship flight, and we've got a big morning ahead of us.
Flight 5 has a few primary objectives and one big first. We may be attempting to catch the Super Heavy booster. The teams at Starbase have been hard at work around the clock upgrading hardware across the entire tower with focus on the chopsticks, the two mechanical arms that will reach out and catch the returning booster. We're only going to attempt the catch if everything on the booster and tower checks out after launch, but either way, excitement is definitely guaranteed.
Definitely. Woohoo! Today's Starship features a completely reworked heat shield with stronger tiles and a secondary layer, which is an extra layer of protection for the ship that will protect from any of the missing, that will help protect if there's any missing or damaged tiles. Now, not only did we replace the entire heat shield with our newest generation of stronger tiles for today's flight, we'll also be flying a handful of aluminum tiles that are there to help the team understand the thermodynamic environment during re-entry. If you were with us for Flight 4, you'll know how hard those heat shield tiles worked during the ship's re-entry.
Did they ever? As you can see there, they worked incredibly hard. This big heat shield rework that we're talking about promises to increase the likelihood of Starship being better protected during controlled re-entry as it heads towards its flip maneuver and landing burn for a soft splashdown on target in the Indian Ocean, just like we did in Flight 4. And we'll have to wait and see, keep your fingers crossed, but we may have some new views in store for you today as well.
Right,
Nice.
like all test flights, we want to learn as much as possible, and views of Starship during all phases of flight help us to keep improving the vehicle for recovery and reuse.
Now, thinking forward to when Starship is flying regularly, it will take the heaviest payloads to space, land humans on the moon again after more than half a century, and ultimately fly people further into space than ever before. And getting there will require us to rapidly iterate and fly often, which is why we're working so hard to scale operations at Starbase.
Yeah, the faster that we learn now, the faster we can improve and evolve Starship to achieve reliable flights and rapid reusability. We've been designing this vehicle from day one to realize a vision of having an entire city of people on Mars, something we know will take launching millions of pounds of cargo and equipment into space spread across thousands of flights. This future will require many Starships that can fly again and again, and today's flight is a critical step on that path.
So buckle up your seatbelts because here we go. The moon and Mars are not nearly as far in the future as you may think. In fact, we're planning to send Starships to Mars as soon as 2026.
You might be familiar with the Starlink logo, and there you can see it on your screen. It's an iconic representation of the Mars transfer orbit, also called the Hohmann transfer orbit. This is how fundamental Mars is to SpaceX. This transfer window, or a time when the Earth and Mars are the closest to each other, opens every 26 months and is only open for about 2 to 3 months at a time for a vehicle with Starship's power. And it just so happens that the next Mars transfer window opens in 2 years towards the end of 2026.
Yeah, lining up a launch to Mars is similar to how we launched to the International Space Station, where we time launches to match the station's orbit. If we didn't do this, we'd need more propellant and more time to get there.
Exactly. So the first opportunity that we have to fly Starships to Mars, we plan on doing it. These first flights to Mars will be uncrewed and will test the reliability of landing intact. If those landings go well, the first crewed flights will follow soon after.
So it's safe to say it's all happening, and flights like today's are what's going to get us there. Not only have we made several improvements to the Starship flying today based on what we've learned from our last flight, including extensive upgrades to Starship's hardware and software, we've also made improvements to the launch tower and catch mechanisms.
And if you've noticed in some of the live views this morning, our teams have completed stacking the second launch tower, which will be coming online next year. Having 2 operational launch towers paired with ships and boosters rolling off the line in our new Star Factory will allow us to increase our flight cadence and test even more rapidly. And just a few miles away from the 2 towers, things are moving really fast at the heart of Starbase. Star Factory is rapidly coming online, with production teams already using the space as construction continues. The 1 million square foot Star Factory brings many parts of the manufacturing process under one roof for the first time, enabling moving as much system integration work as possible earlier in the build process, with the goal of eventually producing hundreds of Starships a year.
That's crazy. It's such an impressive building. So, for example, teams can assemble an entire nose cone structure of a ship into a single piece and work on its internal systems all in one place. So if you're working on Starship and you have a question about the steps that you're working that happen before or after yours, instead of having to leave the building and go and find the person or the team with the answer or waste time sending an email and waiting for their response, odds are you're right next to that person or team, and now you're working right alongside them, so you don't have to wait for a response.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it a lot more efficient and faster to communicate. So not only are we rapidly iterating on these spacecraft themselves, but we're also innovating the way that they're made.
It's almost too much to keep up with.
We're also posting updates on our account on X. If you can't keep up, that'll help you. So if you don't already, make sure that you follow us at SpaceX.
Just real quick, they've already posted that their main objective for this flight is to catch the booster.
And it's definitely going to be very exciting today. So with that, let's meet today's Starship on the pad. Starship features two major parts, the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. The current iteration of Starship is essentially an experimental vehicle flying for development. With a few planned upgrades, Starship will have 3 times the thrust of Saturn V, plus the added benefit of full reusability. Starship 2 will be capable of carrying more than 100 tons to orbit, and Starship 3 will be able to lift more than 200 tons to orbit. The amount of mass we're able to launch per rocket is crucial to creating a self-sustaining city on Mars.
Now, to get a sense of how big Starship is, let's start with the average size human, which is about 2 meters high. Towering over our average human is the length of the Millennium Falcon, which comes in at 35 meters. Our Falcon 9 rocket, with the payload fairing attached, is double the size of the Millennium Falcon, standing at 70 meters. And nearly twice the size of that is the fully integrated Starship at 121 meters tall. The ship itself is about 50 meters tall, and the Super Heavy booster alone stands about 71 meters. And even crazier, eventually the ship and booster will get even taller with future design iterations.
Can't imagine it being taller than that. Starship's first stage has a diameter of roughly 2.5 times that of Falcon 9, and with 33 much larger Raptor engines, which you can see there on your screen. Moving up the vehicle, the ship features 6 Raptors, 3 sea-level engines, and 3 vacuum engines, which are optimized to operate in the vacuum of space. The ship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface, like the surface of the moon. The ship is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmosphere.
I'm just going to mute them here real quick again. If you look at the vapor on the ground, you can see that this is creeping up all the way to the beach.
But over and over again. It took the teams at SpaceX about 3 years to develop the heat shield on Starship, and development for improvements is still ongoing. The ship's heat shield is composed of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. And naturally, the tiles are designed for rapid reuse with no refurbishment between flights. As we mentioned earlier, today's Starship features a completely reworked heat shield with stronger tiles and a secondary protective layer. This promises to increase our chances of Starship making it through a controlled re-entry and hopefully a little more intact this time around. And in between our first and second stages is our hot stage, which we last saw in action on flights 2, 3, and 4. Speaking of, let's take a trip back in time and talk about that last flight. On June 6th, Starship successfully lifted off at 7:50 a.m. Central Time from Starbase, Texas, cleared the launch tower, and went on to accomplish several major milestones and firsts. As you can see there, Super Heavy booster lifted off successfully and completed a full duration ascent burn. I love the view of the sound waves there. Following separation, Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver, boostback burn as well to send it toward the splashdown zone, and it also jettisoned the hot stage adapter, as you can see there. We don't have to jettison that adapter in future iterations because it'll be a different design. Now, as you can see here, the booster is returning back to Earth using those hypersonic grid fins to steer it towards a precise landing in the Gulf of Mexico. The footage that we have coming up here, there it is from the buoy. I still remember seeing this on X for the first time, and it was so incredible to see that booster coming down, ending its flight with a soft splashdown 7 minutes and 24 seconds into the flight, and the crowd went wild.
And so did we. Starship's 6th second-stage Raptor engine successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on a trajectory that would re-enter less than 1 orbit later over the Indian Ocean. And following a coast phase in space, Starship re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and max aerodynamic pressure, and demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds. And of course, Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion.
Flight 4 ended with Starship, with, again, the crowd going bonkers, with Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn that we had seen since our high-altitude campaign. And that was followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean 1 hour and 6 minutes later.
And we were all glued to the monitors watching the little flap that could the whole way down. Seeing the landing burn and splashdown was an incredible moment for the entire SpaceX team, and we'll be looking out for many more of these incredible moments today.
All right, so while today's mission profile is similar to Flight 4, we got a couple new test objectives, including catching the booster back at the launch tower.
In about 18 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase. A little more than 2.5 minutes into flight, the Super Heavy booster will separate from the ship in a hot stage separation. After that separation, the booster will perform a flip maneuver followed by a boostback burn. And about 2 seconds after that burn ends, we'll jettison the booster's hot stage. As it heads back towards the ground, the booster will either attempt a landing, will have a landing burn, but then will either return to the tower or splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico.
Meanwhile, the ship's engines will remain lit for just under 6 minutes during its ascent phase before shutting down for the coast. The ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so, reaching a peak altitude of about 213 kilometers. After that coast phase, the ship will be attempting a controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and landing burn, like we saw on.
That's basically the same we saw on Flight 4. I'm going to interrupt this real quick. SpaceX has announced engine chill is underway, so we are going.
Except excitement.
Well, of course there is that. Now, both the booster and ship have to contend with some extreme conditions on re-entry, which is where those heat shield tiles will be put to the test.
For this flight test, we do not expect to recover any hardware from the ship. With the exception of Falcon, this is no different than what happens to most rockets flying today that are expended, meaning that they fall into the ocean after completing their mission. Eventually, we will return and reuse Super Heavy boosters and Starships as we do today with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters. And in fact, we've landed Falcon boosters 352 times to date.
Oh, man. I hear you say that number, and that is just wild. I still remember the night, or at least most of the night, that that Falcon landed for the first time, and it still feels like yesterday.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite moments at SpaceX. And returning Super Heavy promises to be an even more impressive sight and a huge moment on the road.
All right, guys, real quick announcement. All the streams from SpaceX that you might find on YouTube are fake. SpaceX only streams on X, and we are restreaming it here, just as a quick reminder.
The need to jettison the hot stage like we'll do today. Similarly, even though ship recovery is not expected, the telemetry and data we receive all the way to the end is what we're what we're looking for, and is what will get us to a rapidly reusable Starship of the future.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. In other words, just like previous Starship flights, the payload for this mission is the data. All right.
Science.
Now that we have a handle on today's flight test, let's check in with Dan, who is right in the middle of the action. He's just a few kilometers from Starship on the pad. How's it going, Dan?
It's going great, Jesse. Welcome back to Starbase, everybody. It's been far too long. Little change of scenery this time. Right behind me is the Launch Control Center, where our flight controllers are counting down to our liftoff at 7:25 a.m. Central. We are a little bit later in our window. The main reason is we're working to clear out the range. Have not been tracking any technical issues so far to preclude that launch. So 7:25 a.m. Central, 12:25 UTC is where we're marching down to. As you can see, we're actively loading propellants on board Super Heavy and Starship. Liquid methane for your fuel, liquid oxygen for the oxidizer.
Yes.
Prop load on the ship started at about T-minus 49 minutes, booster at T-minus 40 minutes. We're going to keep loading propellants on those vehicles right down to the wire. Ship will close out at about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before T0, and then booster just about 30 seconds later. Now, with our startup sequence, it's going to look very similar to what you saw on Flight 4.
Beautiful graphic.
We already tested it with this booster and its static fire. We're going to see the Raptors start to make fire at about T-minus 3 seconds, and then we'll start them up in 3 different banks. The first inner 13 will fire, and then about a second later, 15 of the outer ring engines, and then about 0.8 of a second after that, those final 5. Another reminder, if we need to hold, we have a built-in spot at T-minus 40 seconds. We can hold for stuff like if we need to finish clearing the range or if any other technical issues pop up, just kind of in the last second. But if there's nothing holding us back, we're going to go right past that and go down to 0. So, I mean, as of right now, we're just under 14 minutes away from liftoff, not working any technical issues. Range is expected to clear. We're just clearing out a few more boats. And as you can see, the weather is perfect. We had 100% go for launch from the weather officer, so that was pretty unprecedented and something we really like to hear. If we're not able to go today, since we are loading prop, it would likely be about 48 hours before our next attempt. But good thing we're going to launch
so
today.
Not tomorrow, but Tuesday.
Really looking forward to being able to turn around and see it this time, counting down to 7:25 a.m. Central. And I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. I'll send it back to you in Hawthorne.
Thanks,
so
Dan.
Everything looks good.
Now, one of the most exciting objectives for Flight 5 today is attempting to return the booster to the launch site that you see right there, and it will be caught by the tower. We refer to this simply as booster catch.
As you've heard us say, Starship and Super Heavy are designed to be rapidly reused, which is why we've developed a novel way of returning the vehicles that leverages the same hardware we use for stacking ahead of flight.
Right now, when we recover our Falcon boosters, they either return to a separate landing zone on land or to a drone ship in the ocean, both of which require time to transport the vehicle back to the launch site. In order for us to achieve truly rapid reusability, we need a quicker turnaround. And you can't get much faster than returning the launch vehicle right back to the launch site where it needs to be in order to launch again.
For today's booster catch attempt, while there are thousands of criteria that need to be met, there are 3 primary gates that will be in play. In order to proceed, automated checks have to indicate we have a healthy booster and a healthy tower, and the flight director must issue a manual command, which is informed by manual checks from the flight control team. If this command is not sent prior to the completion of the boostback burn, or if automated health checks show unacceptable conditions with Super Heavy or the tower, the booster will default to a trajectory that takes it to a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Now, thinking to the future when we're operational, after a booster returns to the launch tower, it will be inspected and reloaded with propellants and then ready to launch another ship to orbit. For today's test, however, we're only going to attempt the catch, like Jesse said, if everything on the booster and tower checks out after launch. And of course, we will let you know as soon as we know if it's a go. And we're going to be listening very keenly for that call out. Now, as always, we accept no comments.
Just real quick, I'm interrupting them real quick again. As you heard, they just confirmed this is an automatic process of a go, no-go decision for the catch, plus the manual one from launch control.
To line up the booster catch. So don't be surprised if we don't attempt the catch today. Either way, today's flight will generate data that will continue to inform our future flights and help us get to that operational cadence.
Oh, you can't forget what else it will generate.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I mean, I was going to say a sonic boom.
Oh, I was going to say excitement, but that's a really good reminder.
Now, if we do make it to a catch attempt today, Super Heavy may generate a sonic boom upon its return. And that's basically a brief thunder-like noise that we hear when an aircraft or other object travels faster than the speed of sound. Anyone that has been in the area for a Falcon 9 land landing in Florida or California, or even some space shuttle landings, may have heard one of these.
Generally, the only impact in those surrounding areas of a sonic boom is the brief noise, with variables like weather and distance impacting if or how the sonic boom is heard. Here's a brief look at how these sonic booms look and sound on Falcon.
Oh yeah, beautiful. That's something, that is actually something really interesting for you guys.
And these are going to provide quite a show, because you're going to hear those sonic booms.
Because you normally don't even hear those on the live streams. That's it. And I've heard those many times live. Those sonic booms, I'm just going to lower the sound here real quick. Those sonic booms are loud, and you normally don't even notice those on the live streams. They are as loud as you can possibly imagine it. And Super Heavy is going to be louder than that. So this is a valid warning for everybody around. Don't get scared. Everything's fine.
Just heard the 2 sonic booms here in the room.
Hear that?
Booster landing confirmed.
This is going to be fun.
As our test flights continue,
this is going
we plan
to be
to
fun.
demonstrate ship-to-ship propellant transfer, which will be important in preparation for Starship taking astronauts to the moon as part of NASA's Artemis program. SpaceX will perform 1 uncrewed demonstration flight before NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. Also, in preparation for missions to the moon and Mars, we're gaining tons of knowledge from our human spaceflight missions, including free flyer flights like our recent commercial astronaut mission, Polaris Dawn.
Yep.
Polaris Dawn was the first of up to 3 missions in the Polaris.
Okay, while they're quickly talking about Polaris Dawn, SpaceX has dropped the new catch animation that we just saw in their presentation on X as well. If you want to rewatch it, we're of course going to use that on our next episodes as well. We are in for a ride here, everybody, and I cannot wait for this thing to launch. This is incredible. It's just, I'm so incredibly pumped and hyped right now. I hope you feel the same. If you do so, just type hype into the chat. That is a tradition here. We're going to start a little hype train here. Holy cow.
Planet since the Apollo program.
The crew also performed the first ever commercial EVA, or extravehicular activity. And as you can see there, they were wearing the new EVA suits that we developed here in-house. This was an incredible moment to see Jared and then later Sarah emerge and perform this EVA with Earth behind.
Oh, I cannot wait.
Now, in addition to this incredible spacewalk, they also conducted about 36 research studies and experiments from 31 partner institutions, including NASA. And in addition to all of that, they also tested Starlink laser-based communications in space. The data gathered from Polaris Dawn missions is invaluable, much like the data that we're going to see after today's flight test of Starship. So we're coming down to T-minus about 7 minutes. Let's check in with Dan.
Woohoo!
Hey, thanks.
7 minutes.
So yeah, we're right at about 7 minutes away from launch. The main thing we are still working is that range clear. Again, we have to make sure boats, airspace, everything is cleared out of the way for our ascent corridor, basically the Gulf of Mexico, where we're launching through before we can actually launch. And so we're working on clearing out just a few more boats. We do have a window, remember. So if we end up holding at like a T-minus 40 seconds, we can hold for several minutes, allow those boats to get out of the way, and then we can launch. Our window is from 7 to 7:30 Central, so we don't have a huge amount of time today, but we do have some margin if we need to work with it to still get off the ground today. For now, though, we're coming up on finishing prop load on both vehicles. Header tanks are pretty much topped out on the ship. Those are going to be used for its landing burn. And again, we're going to be closing out all of the prop load at about T-minus 3 minutes, 20 seconds for the ship, and then just 30 seconds later for booster. One kind of cool thing to talk about, so the folks in launch control behind me, after liftoff, they're going to have some pretty special tasks today if we're going to go through with the catch. They're going to be doing some really detailed inspections just visually of all of the different tower systems, a lot of those things that we upgraded, just to make sure that we are in the right posture to actually proceed with the catch. So they'll be working kind of fast and furious behind the scenes to inform the flight director's manual command to send the booster back. So if we hear that command being sent, that's going to be just the roof's going to come off. That's going to be a really exciting moment. So otherwise, if we don't go today, as you guys talked about, there is a chance. And if we don't send the booster back, we'll do a landing burn and a splashdown in the Gulf. And then that's just another landing burn to gather more data, learn more lessons from. We'll come back and try the catch again on the next one. But as of right now, we're coming up on 5 minutes. There is a chance that we'll hold or extend into the end of our window. So don't be surprised if that ends up happening. But if those boats do get out of the way, we are just about 5 minutes away from launch. So
no worries.
We'll check back.
Okay, real quick, as an explanation for everybody who might not have understood this, there is an exclusion zone surrounding the rocket. Nobody is allowed to be in that exclusion zone while the rocket is launching. If there is somebody in there, they cannot launch, and that's what they're having right now. It's called a range violation, and I really do hope that those boats, if they're listening into the Y stream right now, get the heck out of there. Thank you.
Know how they perform under the most extreme conditions. We'd much rather find the bugs now during testing than later on when there's more on the line. And to reiterate, while we do determine an acceptable level of technical risk on our vehicle and pad in order to learn as fast as possible, we accept no compromises when it comes to the safety of the public or our team. So that is to say, this is only the 5th of many future flight tests of Starship before it becomes fully operational.
You might remember the Starlink panels that are incorporated into Starship, and you can see them there on your screen, those rectangular panels on Starship's nose cone. Starlink brings us the epic views in space and on re-entry, and also helps deliver us the critical flight data engineers need to continue development. In addition to enabling our rapid iteration on Starship, Starlink is also enabling life-saving communication here on Earth. SpaceX is sending tens of thousands of Starlink kits in response to Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and providing free service through the end of the year to support.
All right, while they're doing the Starlink plug, which I do very much appreciate, thank you everybody for joining us. We're at 35,000 people watching the Y stream right now. We're at T-minus 3 minutes and 17 seconds counting down. We might have a hold because of a few range violations. If you've just joined in, you're watching Starship Flight 5, SpaceX doing the incredible. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet, and thank you so much for watching us. Thank you.
Here on Earth, and continues to help us push the limits in space. In the short term, by providing great views and real-time data on our next few flights, particularly through re-entry, which historically is a blackout period for all communications.
Not for Starship. Thanks to Starlink. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But we might expect a hold at T-minus 40.
So we're coming up on 2 minutes, 30 seconds away from launch. We were hearing like there was a pretty good chance we were going to hold at T-minus 40 seconds, but surprise, now it sounds like we might not be. So we are just a little over 2 minutes away, so a couple more things going to be happening. We did just close out our propellant load on the ship and the booster, so 10 million pounds of propellant on that vehicle on the pad here at Starbase, getting ready to go. We're going to start clearing out all of the lines that are basically pushing all of that propellant to the vehicles. Those get cleaned out or cleared out on the ground before we lift off. We're doing some final checks on the vehicle, the thrust vector control that we're going to use to steer it, as well as the guidance system doing its final alignment, just a lot of our final checkouts. But we are starting to hear that it looks like the range is going to be clear at our liftoff time of 7:25 a.m. Central.
Come on!
12:25
we got a clear
UTC.
range, everybody.
So that puts us 1 minute, 20 seconds away from launch. Still not tracking any technical issues. That range clear is the only thing that's been potentially poking at our launch.
Yes.
So I'm going to start to quiet down. We'll hear our flight director for today, Tristan Pierce, give some of the final call-outs.
A minute!
Right now, we are 1 minute away from liftoff.
Let's do it! Let's see if we get a halt at T-minus 40. You can hear the SpaceX crew cheering in the background as well. Come on, 45. Is it passing through? Yes! All right, we're game, everybody. Come on, let's do this. All right, everybody get ready for this. This
Flight
is going to be
directors
something.
go for launch.
Go for launch! Woohoo! Send that thing. Holy cow, Flight 5, 20 seconds.
Best words you could possibly hear, 20 seconds away from liftoff.
What is that?
T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Woo! We've got ignition. Good deluge system. And we have movement of the rocket. Woo! Let's go, Starship.
Vehicle
Come
pitching
on.
downrange.
Pitching downrange. Ah, beautiful. All right, let's watch out for those engines. Oh,
Booster Raptor chamber pressure nominal.
looking good.
30 seconds into the flight, the rumble's just starting to reach us here at launch control.
Oh,
Booster
you
ship,
hear every
avionics
time
power,
The
telemetry
sound of
nominal.
33 Raptor engines.
Nice. Everything's lit. Everything's lit. Every time you hear these bangs, that is a shockwave coming in. When you see a launch in real time, in real life, this is beautiful.
Now pass through the maximum aerodynamic pressure, the most stress the vehicle's going to see on the way uphill.
Nice. All engines working. All engines working. Oh, booster, please, booster, do this. Be a good booster.
All right, our next major milestone coming up, it's going to be hot staging. We're going to see the engines ignite on ship to push it away from the booster.
2 minutes and 41 seconds into the flight, we're going to have hot staging. So a minute from now, the booster looks nominal. Everything looks good, which is the most important part for our catch attempt because that booster needs to be working, and it does.
So hot staging is going to be the next thing coming up. First, we're going to see the booster's engines start to shut down. All but 3. We're going to do what's called most engines cut off instead of main engine cut off, because 3 are going to keep going. And then we're going to see the engines on ship ignite.
241, that's what we're looking for, 241.
Right now, the tower team is doing their go, no, go.
The tower team, he just said the tower team is right now frantically checking the tower to see if everything works as well.
We might hear some really good words soon, too. All right.
Come on.
Can still see it up behind me. That is one of the most gorgeous things I've ever seen in my entire life. Coming up on hot staging next.
Come on.
And those engines cut off.
There you go.
Stage separation. Booster
stage separation. Hot stage separation confirmed.
Come back down. Come back down. Come back down.
Ship under its own power. I'm seeing 6 out of 6 Raptors lit. Hopefully I got a booster on the way back to me. I'm going to send it to you guys in Hawthorne.
Oh, man. That was absolutely incredible. I loved how the crowd...
Chamber pressure is nominal.
The crowd here in Hawthorne all went, ooh, at that first view of the blue flames from the booster. As you can see there...
Come on.
First stage currently performing, or excuse me, is now making its way back to the launch site. Again, we are...
Ship avionics power and telemetry nominal.
The booster and the tower are both performing automated checks to make sure we are go for the booster to return to the launch pad for that catch.
Come on.
And once those are complete, the flight director...
Boostback burn shutdown.
Boostback burn shutdown. It is coming!
And we did hear that the tower is going.
That's the ship in space.
So that was one of the big criteria we were looking for.
The towers go for catch.
This view
We'll
here.
wait to hear that the go for
booster.
catch has been sent.
Beautiful view here from the ship.
Do it.
And so exciting to hear that we got a go for booster catch. That means it's going to be a really exciting morning. Again, the booster is making its way back towards now land in order to make that catch attempt in the tower.
Oh my God.
So incredible to see these
Just
views.
go back to
you
full
can see the
SpaceX
ship
stream.
on
Go
the
back to
right-hand
full
side of your
SpaceX. There you
screen.
go.
All 6 Raptor engines are under full power. Once again, the booster is making its way back to the launch site. We are going to try and catch it using the chopsticks on the launch tower, the exact same tower that it just launched from just, 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, and the booster.
Starship on nominal
Guys,
trajectory.
I can confirm the command was sent for the booster to come back.
That is
So I'm
incredible
looking
news.
up right now. It's pretty much right overhead of us, and we can see it starting to come down.
Oh my God.
I can't wait for us to hear the sonic boom through Dan's mic.
You see the hot staging ring there.
That is going to be
Holy
incredible.
cow.
It was so cool to hear the liftoff. And so once again, it's successful on-time liftoff of
God.
Starship Flight 5. The ship has separated from the booster. The booster is there on your screen. It is making its way back to the launch site. We are going to attempt the catch using the chopsticks. We did hear the confirmation that the command was sent to the tower. We are go for catch.
And in order to.
And guys, we should just be about 30 seconds away from our landing burn. It's going to happen in 3 phases. We're going to land 13 engines, burn off all of that velocity. Oh, we can see it coming down through the plume.
Comes. Nailing at an incredible speed like a Falcon 9 booster.
In hot for booster catch.
Come on.
13 of those
Holy shit, they're going to do
engines,
this.
and this view is incredible right now. You can see how fast this vehicle is moving on the left-hand screen.
Landing burn has
13
been
engines.
ignited. We're now down to 3 Raptor engines.
We saw it go
You can see
between.
those
We had.
chopsticks now
Booster landing burn shutdown.
Nicodilla had popped the booster.
It worked on the first try. This is just.
This is absolutely insane. On the first ever attempt, we have successfully caught the Super Heavy booster back at the launch tower.
What an
It worked. It worked.
Are you kidding me?
Oh. How did they even do this?
Dan,
On the first
I
try.
don't know about you, but we're losing our stuff up
Starship
here.
is terminal guidance.
Guys, I'm sorry. Like, even in this day and age, what we just saw, that looked like magic.
Look at this.
damn
Wow.
review must have been.
It's still burning down there, but it is caught. It is caught. Holy shit, this works. This is crazy.
This is a day
It
for
works.
the engineering history books.
Oh, so many people are going to eat their
This
own
is a
words
live
now.
view of the Super Heavy booster as it has just been successfully caught back at the very same launch tower that it just came from. Dan, I love this. You are reflecting exactly what everybody else here in Hawthorne, except maybe a little bit more because you got to see it with your own eyes.
How was
I don't
that?
believe it.
We
Shipment is
got
cut
it.
off.
Well, I mean, like, I can't even describe that. Oh, by the way, ships.
This is incredible. This is not describable.
Ships in orbit, but I am like shaking right now. That was.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, this is
You couldn't
not-
even
I
say
mean,
anything, and I totally get
It's
it.
hard to believe that
Starship nominal.
This is crazy.
orbit
It
insertion.
worked.
All right, exciting
Nominal
news there.
orbit
It's hard
insertion.
to believe that, booster isn't the only excitement that we have today. Just confirmation
They have
there.
done
A
this.
gorgeous
They
view
did
of
this.
Planet Earth behind the ship.
Saved.
And it is now in the orbit that we expected it to.
Look at this.
This is just an incredible day. Live views there as the booster vents, some pressures there. That is a live view from the top of the tower looking at the chopsticks.
I am still in disbelief. I'm trying to catch my tears just like the chopsticks caught the booster. It has been nonstop
They did
since
it.
liftoff. And we are all so excited about everything that's been happening so far this morning. With the booster having completed its job for today, we are going to take a short break for the next 30 minutes. We'll return back at T plus 40 minutes while the ship continues to coast
All right.
before re-entry.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
so-
And as with previous flights,
to let
Starlink
that
may
sink in.
actually enable us to talk with the ship through re-entry with no communication
Look at
blackout. We, of course, are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so nothing is certain. But if we do have views, we'll be sure to bring those to you live.
Views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and splashdown.
Yeah. All right, so they're taking a break through the coast phase. I don't know what to say. They did this. They pulled it off on the first try. Let me mute their audio real quick a little bit so that we don't have... Yes, I would like to see a replay of this ASAP. So they did it. They did it. They did it. This is just absolutely insane. I before Flight 5, I had a talk with somebody where I said, if there's one thing that is for sure that I've seen on every Starship flight, it's that every time they are doing something even more incredible. I don't know how they're going to top this. I mean, by a Starship landing in the chopsticks, I guess. But seeing them doing this on the first try with a booster that isn't even fully developed yet gives a strong signal that this actually works and that it is not a fantastic idea that's never going to work out anywhere. I bet you there are millions of people out there, not you because you're watching this with me, but there's probably millions of people out there right now eating their own words because they said this couldn't be done. And that's what I commend SpaceX for, trying it. This is just insanely cool to watch. It's an incredible engineering feat. I don't even know what to say right now. If we have a replay, this is the booster dangling. This is probably the view from Raptor Roost that we have right now. If we can get a can you just show it real quick? 20 seconds and we'll show a replay of the landing sequence. Yes, I see the chat is racing. We have 43,000 people watching right now. If you do appreciate what we're doing here, like, subscribe, buy yourself a t-shirt. That is what gives you these kinds of broadcasts. Thank you so much for joining us here. If you're short on time, you might be leaving right now. So I want to say thank you to everybody who watched this crazy moment with us. But please do stay with us because there is something in orbit. And we're going to see if that thing makes it down. This is just incredible. I don't even know what to say. That SpaceX pulled this off on the first run. No crash into the tower. No splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. They just got two good no-go decisions and went for it. And I'm always asking myself how this is even possible, that SpaceX is advancing so quickly. Because what you saw being performed there isn't just like, okay, so we can do this now. This is an incredible engineering feat. So many things have to work out for this to happen, what you just saw. I'm speechless. Yeah, America just made history here, and SpaceX did too. It's just that's what this is. This is an Apollo moment for reusable rockets, for our way to the moon and to Mars, because that's what's going to enable this, and that's what makes it even crazier. Is you're seeing this booster dangle there now, but what are the implications of this? You have a 70-meter tall, 33-engine, super heavy rocket booster that was just recovered without legs, without a helicopter, without a drone shit, right at the launch site again. Yeah, replay. I would like to see the landing again. This is like the launch just worked. You can see all the engines working. Everything's fine. We can go back to the launch again soon. I just want to... Holy cow, this again. This is just absolutely incredible work from SpaceX. Yeah, no worries. We're getting there. Give us a second. This is just incredible work, to say the least. A huge shout out to the entire SpaceX team. This is fantastic. Fantastic work. As you can see on the left side there, that picture isn't there. I can see our camera here, our live camera, and the booster stopped burning as well. So that's a good thing. The thing is saved. The thing is saved. If I wouldn't have witnessed it live with you guys, I wouldn't believe it. On the first try, on the first attempt even. Like, this was the first time they tried this. Look at it. Ah, oh, there was the descent phase. Yes, there you go. Let's take a look again together. So we have the booster coming down. This looks very similar to a Falcon 9 booster return, by the way. If you haven't seen this in real life yet, they nail through the atmosphere with an incredible speed. You see it for the first time and you're wondering, well, how can this thing come down so fast? It looks unreal fast. It's like a bullet. It just shoots through the atmosphere at an incredible speed. 1,100 kilometers per hour is when they started the landing burn. It doesn't look like there was any engine failure. So it was 13 engines lighting, and then it's the inner engines. You have this flame on the side, and I'm wondering what that is. That was on the last soft landing in the water as well. It might be a vent. Whoa. So you can see it balanced quite a bit to get to the right spot, but it didn't hover much. So it was always sinking. Can you replay that real quick again? Just the last 15 seconds or so. There it comes. All right, you can see the engines gimbaling. You see it's next to the tower, so it's not above the tower yet. And then it steers over, counter steers to not crash into the tower. And it's there. It fires right into the OLM. That was a question we had as well. Where are they going to land this? But in the end, I thought there was only one spot, and that's exactly what they did. They fired right into the OLM again. Another good argument for it. They need an updated pad. Can you run this again? Thank you. No, that's okay. That's okay. Just keep going again. I'm pretty sure everybody here loves seeing this again and again and again. But you can see by the vapor, the plume on the ground, how much it is counter steering. And this is like a meter away from the tower when it... Holy cow. It looked like the perfect return. To me, this looked like the perfect return. There was not a hiccup. It's incredible. That's the dogleg maneuver. You can see it drifting through the atmosphere. That's why they have the chines on the side as well. These thingies here, if you were wondering why they have these thingies here on the side of the booster, that's what, so that its downrange capability is improved. So it's aiming next to the tower, then it is in the last final approach, maybe double the height of the tower, it's aiming towards the tower, which shows you how incredibly well they can steer it. This is incredible stuff. Very much. I did mute him. Jonathan is discussing in the background with everybody else, same as we are right now here. This is incredible. So yeah, no worries. It's like I'm doing the same here. The chat is still racing. Everybody is still watching. This is unbelievable stuff. Let's switch the screen back to SpaceX's live stream so that we can see how the ship is doing. But we had a nominal orbit insertion, so the thing is on its coast phase. There shouldn't be anything. Yep, beautiful views from space. There you go. even better looking views than last time, and they just landed a booster. This is SpaceX, everybody. This has nothing to do with fanboyism. Like I hear this often, that people say, hey, you're just talking SpaceX 80% of the time, so you must be a SpaceX fanboy. That has nothing to do with this. If I was reporting about the space shuttle taking its first flights, I would be talking about that 80% of the time as well. This is the future of. This is not just a scheme or I want attention, here's SpaceX or whatever. This is literally the future of rocket technology, and I bet you in 50 years, they're all going to do the same thing. This is absolutely insanely crazy well done, SpaceX. Good job. Who agrees with me? It's crazy. It's fantastic stuff. So yeah, after a short preliminary analysis of that booster landing, there is nothing there's nothing, no mistake to spot, no thing that could have gone better, which gives me huge amounts of confidence that it might be that from here on we're always going to see a booster to tower return. Imagine that. This is incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. And thank you everybody so much for watching this incredible moment with us here at Y. I'm never going to forget this. This is a live picture of the pad right now. So the booster is just casually dangling between the chopsticks. Yes. 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 Yes, I was talking to Jonathan in the off here right now. We're trying to get the footage from our Arrakis camera, from the camera that we have at Raptor Roost, because the footage was absolutely amazing. And we've tracked this with 6 cameras. So look forward to a lot of really, really nice footage from us. And we're trying to get the footage from our camera on screen right now. We have to download this from the server. So it gets recorded on the server, and then you have to bring it into this stream. We're working on that right now, but as you can see here, that's the live picture from right now. Not even the birds are scared anymore. Oh, so okay. John says, one of our photographers says that they might have lost a chine on the side of the booster. That's what I was talking about earlier. And that is where the flames might have come from. So that's what I said. This booster isn't even fully developed yet. There is a lot of stuff that still needs to be improved, and they still managed to get it into the chopsticks. This gives such a huge confidence boost for the future, because that thing's not even done yet. And they did it. They just did this. And no one's ever going to take this away from the SpaceX engineers anymore. So it might be that they lost one of the chines. That these things here on the side, these protruding outwards. Well, they're called chines. They're there to give the booster downrange capability. You could do this differently. There's COPVs under there, so composite overwrap pressure vessels under there, holding all sorts of gases that the booster needs during operation. So nitrogen and I think it's largely nitrogen. It could be CO2. It's probably CO2. Okay, so yes. Give me a second. And so they might have lost one of these chines while going down. That could explain the fire. Not sure what the fire came from, but that it tells you something. The thing is not ready yet, and it did it. This is absolutely incredible. It's a beautiful job. I'm getting a message from one of our photographers right now. Give me a second. I got to look something up here real quick. So, give me a second. Oh, there you go. Okay, I gotta show you something real quick. Yum. Yum. So I just want to pitch this over to you real quick. If it gets shown, which it doesn't. There you go. This is already on our store. And I said so earlier, these are museum quality prints. If you want to have this moment on your wall, it is shop.whataboutit.space. That's how quick our photographers are. Look at this scenery. Look at this. This is the same as the footprint on the moon pictures from NASA. This kind of stuff is You know, this doesn't happen too often. Such incredible firsts don't have to happen too often, and they always have big implications. This is changing everything. This is literally changing the spaceflight industry, and we've just witnessed it together. And I'm happy. I'm very, very happy about this right now. Like, if I would have to describe my feeling, it would be excitement. Like, my belly is jumping and I can't stop smiling. And at the same time, I'm confused, baffled, and completely impressed by what SpaceX just did. Even though I'm talking about this every day, my job is analyzing this kind of stuff. So I'm busy with this almost every day. There's rarely a day where I'm not looking at what's happening at Starbase. So I know perfectly what they did, but how they did it on that first try with a booster that isn't even fully through its development cycle gives me a huge amount of confidence. And now we need to see if those hinges, you can see the improved heat shield there that is wrapping around one of the flaps at the bottom of the flap on the right hand of the screen. You see the heat shield is extending around the flap. That wasn't the case before. These are all updates of that massively improved heat shield compared to Flight 4. And that is the next thing we're looking out for. How does the ship make it through max heat? Max pressure, max heat, max resistance. That's what we're looking for next. And they're 25 minutes into the test flight. Let me just take a look at the timeline here. I don't have it from the top of my head. When is that re-entry going to occur? Starship re-entry at 48 minutes and 3 seconds. So we are 23 minutes roughly away from a Starship re-entry. Again, after they just caught the booster. They just caught a booster. I still can't believe it. What is it? Okay, so we're pulling the footage from our Arrakis camera, which is at Raptor Roost right now, where everybody jumped in excitement. I can barely imagine how it must have been to watch this live. I'm so looking forward to watching my first booster catch live. That's for sure now. Okay, so I'm going to poll the audience here right now. We still have 43,000 people watching. If you thought SpaceX would successfully catch a booster today, write a 1. And if you thought they wouldn't successfully catch a booster today, write a 0 in the chat. Just a quick 1 for, yep, I expected this, or a 0 for, meh, you know. Yep, the ones are definitely. Oh, but there's also plenty of zeros in there. I would have been a 0.5. It's just, isn't it incredible though? How many people in the community had full confidence in SpaceX pulling this off on the first try? If ULA would do this, or even Rocket Lab, or Stoke Space, or anyone at NASA would try to do something like this on the first try. This. Yep, there you go. There's plenty of ones out there. 0.8, 0.5, yeah, I would have been at 0.5. Honestly, I said it before, 50-50. Yep. There is a lot of confidence in SpaceX. And rightfully so. I said that before they even launched the Starship as well. What I base my confidence in SpaceX on is not how Starbase is doing. It's partly how Starbase is doing, but it's also what they've achieved so far. They are a private space company that is launching 100+ rockets a year. They are regularly supplying and ferrying astronauts to the International Space Station, and we've just seen another team try the same and fail, literally fail. So Dragon is just performing. Falcon 9 is landing. Their entire infrastructure, they are building a Falcon 9 upper stage every 2.5 days, which is another thing that is completely crazy in the industry. Like it takes someone else half a year to build an upper stage. SpaceX pumps them out every 2.5 days. They're mass producing Starlink satellites. They have the vast majority of satellites in space. They just passed 5,000 active satellites on orbit, which is another completely crazy thing. There are so many crazies, and you can just add this crazy to the other crazies. And one crazy I want to see is them landing this on Mars. And they said it in the beginning. Remember how Kate Tice in the beginning, before the launch, said that they are planning to do this by 2026? How confident are you about that? Is that actually going to happen? A Starship launching 5, actually 3, what is it? 5 Starships, I think Musk said. They want to launch 5 Starships to Mars in 2026 to test out if they can land. And what's your guess on that? Are they going to land them? And so on and so forth. So you can see there are so many things in the direct future. If these firsts keep happening, we're not too far away from it, which is absolutely incredible. I still can't believe how valuable SpaceX is for the entire humankind, not just for the United States, for everybody out there. It's incredible. I've not seen this much engineering success with anything. It's just like nothing. They've just brought back a 200-ton orbital rocket booster, which is the largest by far to ever fly, and caught it with robotic arms. Yeah, Mars by 2026. You got that right. That's what the plan. What's the plan right now? And they've just got the next milestone done. Even if it's not 26, even if it's 28, the next launch window, it is still anything within the next 10 years would be absolutely amazing. But SpaceX doesn't do that. They say this is going to happen in 2 years, which is incredible. It's just incredible. Yes. Yes. Bring it up if you can. We're still enjoying. For anybody who has joined this right now, is you've just missed the craziest thing ever, but we're going to show it to you again. What you're looking at right now is SpaceX's Starship 30 on Starship Flight 5 being on orbit, nominal, everything's fine. And what we saw was that. Look at it. I'm just not going to say anything right now. It's amazing. That is the intermission music. Look at this. Oh, I'm going to have so much fun dissecting this frame by frame. And there it is. That's it. It just happened. It just happened and made its note in the books of history, and SpaceX is already moving past it. They're already on the next thing, getting Ship 30 back, testing an advanced heat shield, optimizing, analyzing. Oh, this is so touch. SpaceX is a force of nature in the space flight industry. You cannot understate it, overstate it. You really can't. It's just amazing. And there it goes at 1,200 kilometers per hour, roughly. It performs the landing burn. I mean, seeing this with a Falcon 9 is one thing, but this thing is as tall as an entire Falcon 9, including fairing, without the upper stage Starship. It's way bigger. It's got a 9-meter diameter. It's built fully of stainless steel. It's got 33 engines under it. It's a whole different dimension, and it doesn't even need the legs. They have just demonstrated that you can skip them. And to put this into perspective, New Glenn from Blue Origin, and I'm not talking bad about Blue Origin. I'm rooting for these people. I meet them in the supermarket because I'm living at the Cape, so I'm constantly seeing people from Blue Origin, and I'm congratulating them, and I'm very much looking forward to New Glenn. But it's got legs. SpaceX has already passed that. You know, that's the thing, and they're over and over just demonstrating. Yep, you can do this. And it's pretty good stuff. You definitely have to give them that. It's just amazing. You switch to the Starship live views, and as soon as you get any footage from us, we can show that as well, because it's likely going to have a higher resolution than what SpaceX's X live stream did. That's one of the things one of the decisions. Please, if anybody at SpaceX who is decision making on this kind of stuff is watching this, one decision I do not like is that you're only streaming this on X, because X's streaming capabilities are behind others. And if SpaceX would have a live stream on YouTube, it would be 4K. So please, that would be one thing that would make it even better, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. As long as you keep catching rocket boosters, I'm fine with it. Yeah, the Starship, there's not much to say about it right now. Everything looks nominal. You can see the attitude control thrusters and the vent on the bottom of the Starship there slowly icing up, but as long as it can still vent and as long as they still have authority, which they did manage to keep on Flight 4, there shouldn't be a big problem. And there's this giant booster dangling in the air. Flap tests, look at this. There's something flying away there, but that could be ice. Looks like ice. Look at it flexing its muscles. This is already probably re-entry configuration, so they're moving the flaps up slightly so that they are better at deflecting the plasma that builds up during re-entry. It's just all of this, and I'm doing this for a living. So I'm every day analyzing what SpaceX does out there, and still, every time I see it, it is surreal. It is surreal. 10 years ago, nobody would have thought this would even be possible. And we might even see Flight 6 this year. How about that? This year, like a month later, they're already ready with the next prototype. That's what I mean. It's all these things add up and make it even more and more and more and more incredible. All of that together at the same time is just unbelievable. Yep. 5 minutes to go. Starship entry is expected at T+48, so a little bit more than what was it, 5 minutes. We're expecting the Starship to start re-entry in 12 minutes. So it is on a ballistic curve right now. That's why they don't call this an orbital test flight, because technically it is not an orbit. But don't be fooled. This doesn't mean that the Starship, as it is there, could reach an orbit. It could absolutely reach an orbit. They just cut the engines early so that the Starship is on a ballistic trajectory, so that even if everything fails on this Starship right now, it'll still re-enter exactly in the same spot, because it doesn't need to perform a re-entry burn, because it is on a ballistic trajectory already measured out exactly to where it's supposed to go. That is a precaution, it is a safety measure, and it has nothing to do with SpaceX not being able to fly in orbit, because I've heard that many times before, right? Yeah, they haven't even been to orbit. It's because it's a safety precaution, because you don't know if something is going to fail, and you do not want this massive Starship with a heat shield, so it would easily be able to go through a re-entry and be in one piece. Flight 4 has demonstrated that. You do not want this to deorbit anywhere else but where exactly you want it to deorbit, in the designated splashdown zone, and that's why they do that. So that's what it does right now. It doesn't even need an engine puff or anything. It'll just go on its ballistic curve and then start re-entry. That's why they can say this so precisely as well, because according to physics, it'll start re-entering at 48 minutes and 3 seconds into flight. And I'm looking forward to it. This is incredible. 45,000 people watching. I'm giving out a reminder again. We want to reach 500,000 subscribers today. I don't even know if we've already hit it, but it would be the biggest present you can give the entire team. We've worked tirelessly for days and days to get everything prepared. If you want to give us something back, push the subscribe button and give us this huge smile when we hit 500,000 subscribers. That would be wild. That's all I got to say. So we got the footage from our local camera at Raptor Roost. We can play that now. So there we go. This is the static camera, and now it's rolling. Yeah, there it comes. You can already see the reflection in the water. We also had tracking cameras, but we don't have the footage of those yet. You can see these puffs coming out the side there that I think is not nominal. Even if it is a planned vent, you don't want it to ignite. And there it is. It's just incredible. How easy they make this look. This completely surreal thing. Majestic. How do you like that? This is truly inspiring stuff. Truly inspiring. You see the deluge system firing as well to protect the surface below the mount, and then you see. Did you see that? How the plume starts interacting with the water spray, and it just whooshes into the side, and how close that booster gets with the bottom, exactly, technically, because it comes in from the side and then it needs to counter steer, and it looks like it's getting so incredibly close to the tower while counter steering. Yeah, this is something. Yeah, the birds. Somebody just wrote poor birds. Actually, they're not harmed much as long as they're not directly under the pad, and I don't see any bird being under the pad there. So they're just running away, being scared, but then they're calming down again. As long as they're not under the pad, the birds should be fine. Look at it. It didn't hit the tower. No, it doesn't look like it hit the tower. Somebody was just asking. From this perspective, even from SpaceX's perspective, it does look like it was extremely close to the tower, which is something. All right. There's our Starship. Can we get the live feed again? Live feed. Nope, it stopped. Mm-hmm. We're still in the coast phase, so don't fret. There we go. All right. 40 plus 41 and 44 seconds. We're expecting re-entry at 48 minutes and 3 seconds. So we're roughly 6 minutes away from plasma visibly forming around the Starship. Last time we saw this around the flaps, we saw the first glow appearing. That's what you're looking out for. And then we're looking for the massively updated heat shield to perform. That's the next thing we're looking out for. Yep. So, it's just surreal. That's what this is. That's probably going to be the thumbnail. The thumbnail for the Tuesday episode is probably just going to say surreal, because that's what it is. It's pretty surprisingly impressive what SpaceX pulled off again. As said, Flight 1 was just incredible because it was the first flight. It was the first time a Starship lifted off from the ground. So you can do this. You can ignite all the engines and it flies up. It had massive problems. Flight 2 already went much further, but same thing again. Lots of problems. Flight 3 went to space. The Starship lost authority, so the upper stage they couldn't control the upper stages, yaw, pitch, nothing. It was just spinning. So it re-entered with the heat shield backwards. Not optimal. Flight 4 managed to do that. Excuse me? All right, then go ahead.
On the way in today, as we're coming in at about 5 times the speed of sound.
Yeah, those flaps, Dan, that you see there, that's what's helping.
Starship is in a good attitude for entry, approaching the entry interface.
Nice. That's what I was
Some
just
good
talking about.
call-outs
That's
there,
the problem we had on Flight
preparing
3.
for re-entry for Starship. And again, that's what Dan was mentioning, those flaps on the vehicle. And if you've been watching us for the last few minutes, you could see that the flaps were rotating around and helping orient the vehicle as it prepares for the beginning of re-entry today.
Yeah, exactly. Re-entry will be enabled by that heat shield that you see on the bottom half. That heat shield is made up of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles, and they are designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry. At that point in time, temperatures can be as high as 26,000 degrees Fahrenheit or about 1,400 degrees Celsius.
Or about very, very hot.
The design itself also permits for rapid reuse with no refurbishment between the flights. And fun fact that I think is just incredible in terms of scale, but the heat shield alone on the ship has a total mass of 10.5 tons, which is crazy because these things are really lightweight. They're made out of ceramic. We have a couple of them here. The one that I'm holding is used on flat surfaces as, let's see if we go that way, because as it's flat, the one that Jesse has is kind of more what you see there on the side.
Yeah, exactly. And having these different shapes, the flat version and the curved version, allow us to cover a lot more of the surface area of the vehicle. Again, we need to protect every portion of it. So even those curved surfaces, and especially the hinge area, if you watched Flight 4, is really what we want to make sure that we protect. And yeah, Kate, these are very, very lightweight.
Plasma's forming.
But when you put 18,000 of them together, they add up to 10.
All right, the SpaceX announcers haven't seen this yet, but you can already see the plasma
Shield
forming.
has been completely reworked.
Starship has entered the atmosphere, remains on a nominal entry trajectory.
There you go.
Can
now it's
start
fingers
to
crossing
see that
again.
plasma now starting to build up on the side. It's not quite full plasma yet, but we are starting to see that color indicate that the heat is building up on the heat shield.
Yeah, this is such a cool sight to see because you really never really have gotten to see this live before Flight
4.
Yeah. And as Kate mentioned, it's getting a little more red, as you can see there on your screen. That means that heat is building up. But that's exactly what these heat shield tiles are there for, is to protect against this plasma and this really, really extreme heat that the vehicle is going to see for about the next 10 more minutes or so.
Yeah, so the ship will attempt to light the 3 center Raptor engines, and those are the engines that can gimbal or maneuver or point, and they do that to help flip the ship until the engines point down so that it can land using the Raptor's thrust in the ocean. So that will happen after we get through this re-entry period. Again, now starting to see, and we also might start to see the flaps actuate a little bit here as the vehicle controls its roll during re-entry. That was one of the main learning points from Flight 3 was the roll control didn't work quite as well as we wanted it to. We learned that we needed some redundancies, so we added more roll control thrusters, and we'll see those in action as well today, as that was a Flight 3 learning that worked better on Flight 4 and still enabling that same design today.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Starship has passed through 85 kilometers
flap
altitude.
action.
Flaps now have control of the vehicle.
Yep.
Great call out, as Kate mentioned, the flaps are controlling the attitude of the vehicle. And I love these views because it looks so calm. Everything is relative, right? So relative to this camera on the ship, it looks so calm and smooth, but the vehicle is traveling extremely fast. You can see the speed on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Starship is designed to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out. So we also want rapid reusability. So we're doing propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. And so we will use the engines on this vehicle to help slow the vehicle down for a vertical landing.
Yeah. Now, entry is going to basically happen in 5 phases. The first is low drag. That lasts for about 3 minutes. Next is high heating, and that beginning when heating increases.
Speed starts going down more rapidly.
Above the heat rate breakup limit. That lasts for about 10 minutes. We then have high dynamic pressure. Starship will continue to slow down and experience increased aerodynamic loads during that phase, and that will happen before reaching Mach 1, about a minute after.
Starship is approaching the peak heating phase of entry, remains on a nominal trajectory.
Okay, so that was phase 2 that he just called out, that I was mentioning. After peak heating is that dynamic pressure around Mach 1.
Look at the flaps.
And that will last about a minute after leaving the hypersonic area. And then we go into subsonic. Yep. And then, of course, landing burn. Wow, what an incredible view.
Remember, as I said earlier, as soon as you see sparks flying or even entire tiles, something is off. So you already saw that on the aft flap there.
Live visual.
Speaking of live visual, the flap, I have more views, more cameras on board Starship, as Dan mentioned a few minutes ago.
Can you move me more into the corner?
We are hoping that all 4 flaps will stay more intact than they did last time. We did make some changes to the design in order to help enable this.
Starship is now experiencing peak heating, remains on a nominal entry trajectory.
Yep, there you go.
Great news there that Starship is continuing along the path that we intended it to fly. You can keep track with how fast it's going and how high it is above Earth using the display that is there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
Rapidly reducing speed at this point.
This is where we're really going to see a lot of those improvements from Flight 4 really come into action. As you guys kind of talked about, so what's called the static arrow, those are kind of the poke-out points on the flaps. Those get exposed to some pretty extreme heat environments, and so we added some additional, basically made it a lot more robust for the thermal protection there. And we learned not just from visuals and stuff like that, we had those missing tile tests on Flight 4 where we intentionally left some out, kept in some backup layers. They're called ablatives, which means they just gradually melt away to help dissipate the heat. And we've got an entire layer of ablative underneath the tiles on this Starship today. So even if you get a gap in a tile or a tile is broken, anything like that, we've got essentially backup options. And what we're really trying to do today is do an on-target landing. As we lost
what if it
the flaps, you lose a lot of your control, and so we didn't land right on target last flight. This time we're trying to really nail the target within just tens of meters. And that'll just be a really huge step on feeling like we're closer to bringing a ship back. Obviously, there's a lot of work before we get there, but
what if
we just caught a booster. We're going to start looking real soon at when we can catch a ship.
You see the colors forming on the method.
So the view on your left is as a helicopter passes by Dan, bound at Starbase. The view on your left is a camera that's positioned near the nose of the ship, looking basically down toward the flap. The view on the right is looking perpendicular to the flap. So we're looking basically bird's eye view onto the flap on the left-hand side, and then a worm's eye view
you can see the
from
metal
the side
change color
with that
because
view
of
on the right.
The heat.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Maverick just buzzed the tower. He might be coming back, so.
Now, these views brought to us by Starlink. It's incredible that we have this high-definition capability. In fact, that view on the left...
Starship is now halfway through the peak heating phase of entry, remains on a good trajectory.
What if it works?
So great news there, hearing that we're about halfway through the peak heating phase. Like I said earlier, this lasts roughly 10-ish minutes. And we did hear earlier that the flaps have control of the vehicle, so also good news there. You know, it is incredible that we've basically had views the entire time.
Right, yeah. Thanks to Starlink.
My memory did black out a little bit after booster catch, so I think we had views. But, you know, all through the coast phase, we had some beautiful views of planet Earth. behind the ship as it was in its orbit.
Yeah, and I also do want to point out on your right-hand screen, we've got a more encompassed view of the flap. As we watched in Flight 4, the hinge area was the area where we got a little bit of that burn through. This view, this new camera view on the ship will help us be able to visually see more of what's happening in that area. And again, we have improved our heating tiles, and so hopefully we've protected the hinge a lot better this time.
Landing chill has started.
But again, these views are additional to the data that we get on these flight tests that help enable us kind of put the data that we get in the computer to the visuals that we see and try and align those and use that for improvements in the future.
Now, we heard a call out there saying that engine chill has begun. This is an indication that we are starting to flow a little bit of the super cold liquid oxygen through the hardware, through the Raptor engine, specifically the turbo pumps, to help ensure that the hardware is at the right temperature before we give a full push, a full flow of propellant at engine startup. So all of that to say, we are getting closer to the landing burn.
We definitely are. And again, if you look at the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see the altitude that the ship is, and it has been slowly making its way closer and closer to Earth. We're currently at about 63 kilometers from planet Earth, and you'll see that number trend lower and lower as we get closer and continue through this reentry.
Yeah, this is going to go on for a little, actually a while longer. We have about 10 minutes or so, roughly, before we execute the landing, the ignition for the landing burn, starting with the landing flip. So we're making a controlled reentry. This is one of the primary objectives for Starship today, is to demonstrate another controlled reentry, even more controlled than what we saw on Flight 4. And so far, that is looking good.
Looks excellent. Yes. I mean, it's not perfect because you can see the sparks and everything, and that means it's not.
As we start to really get lower, we're going to start seeing the atmosphere's effects start to take place, and that's when we'll be dropping our speed down closer to the speed of sound. You'll see the flaps start to maneuver. We were able to do a landing burn on Flight 4, which kind of caught all of us off guard. It was pretty incredible after seeing the flaps survive through. And we're going to try and do another one on this flight today. We tweaked it a little bit, so we're going to try and splash down at a little bit of a gentler angle this time, instead of just kind of hit the water and fall over. And the goal with that is try and keep the ship intact, and then if we're able to then get some additional video of it, again, that's just more data, and everything we can see, everything we can get extra, like a couple extra seconds or minutes of data coming from the ship after
Starship has
splashdown.
passed through the peak heating phase of flight, approaching maximum entry dynamic pressure.
Yes.
All right, we're through peak heating. Coming up is basically max Q part 2, where we're going to hit kind of that part of the curve where we're still moving really fast and the atmosphere is just dense enough that we're feeling the most pressure. But hopefully we're going to start feeling a little bit less heat now.
All right, 1 second there. Somebody just said that the sparks that we're seeing is the ablative material, but the ablative material is below the heat tiles, so it's not supposed to ablate. It's just a last line of defense.
Down to Earth. And
but this looks way better than on Flight 4.
And still got really good views throughout that whole period. Typically, during the highest heat on the vehicle, we tend to build up a lot of plasma, and that's typically when we would lose, connection or views of the vehicle. But again, with Starlink, we were able to get some live views throughout that entire process there.
And we're coming up. We'll start hearing a couple more milestones in about 4 minutes or so when we start getting down to like the transonic, the subsonic, when we're starting to move closer to and beneath the speed of sound. And I mean, we're getting live views, we're getting live data. We've got a couple additional tests on this one today where we left off some missing tiles again to to test some additional backup layers. We also have, I don't know if we can still quite see them in this view, but you may have noticed we had some kind of silvery looking tiles on Starship as well. And those were pretty much standard tiles, but they were wrapped in aluminum. And it was a pretty simplistic, straightforward one where aluminum starts to melt at roughly the same temperature where steel starts to lose its strength, not necessarily melt. And so
there it goes.
If we see stuff melting, we know what our steel's going to be exposed to. But 59 minutes since launch, should be coming up on transonic and everything in just about 3 minutes.
Now the views here, we have coverage of all 4 flaps. We can see, so for those that perhaps didn't catch a glimpse of the vehicle before liftoff, there are 2 flaps at the forward end and 2 flaps at the aft end. The larger camera view that is there on the right-hand side of your screen, that is a view of one of the aft end or the bottom end flaps. We can start to see some heat buildup and peeking through on one of the flaps there in the top left-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, that is not nominal. What you see in the upper left is the same burn through that we saw in the last
Starship
launch. But
now at T plus 1 hour and 9 seconds into its flight today, re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Currently about 45 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, now 44. We are targeting a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean, about, northwest-ish of Australia. And we are attempting to, as we did on Flight 4, make a perform a flip maneuver as well as
Starship is at maximum entry dynamic pressure, remains on a good trajectory.
Yeah.
All right, so that is great news there. Like Dan said earlier, this is basically max
what I can
Q
see here,
part
what
2.
I can see here clearly, I'm going to really quick mute Kate here. Forgive me. So what I can see here is that the heat shield of a Starship is not supposed to be ablative. What they were talking about earlier is an ablative layer below the heat tiles as a last line of defense. What you can see here right now is massive ablation, meaning the tiles on top, even the improved ones, likely still need more improvement. But that was to be expected, and so far it is still working, and there's a good chance we might see a soft splashdown, but this would not be reusable.
Now the 4 flaps on the ship help steer the vehicle, and one of the main objectives for the ship today is to demonstrate controlled re-entry during this phase of flight, this re-entry phase.
Come on.
Yeah, and we have 6 engines on ship, but we only need 3 of them, the 3 sea-level engines. We will have that flip maneuver happen very close to touching down for splashdown. We'll do that flip maneuver, ignite those engines, slow the vehicle down immediately, and then hopefully have what we call a soft splash.
The flip is expected at 1 minute and 1 hour and 5 seconds and 15 seconds.
The water, but it'll look pretty gentle.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, we hope to have some more views, even of that phase of the flight. So fingers crossed that we can we can bring those to you. We are hoping to splash down softer than we did last time on Flight 4. Right now, Starship continuing to make its descent back to planet Earth.
Starship is at Mach 2, remains on a good trajectory.
Nice.
All right, great news there. That tells us that the vehicle is traveling twice the speed of sound. So we will then, the next call out that we'll hear is that it is, traveling about the speed of sound. And then we will hear a call out that that will be the call out that it is transonic. And then we will hear another call out saying that it is subsonic, meaning going slower than the speed of sound.
Starship is transonic.
There it is. So at this
Nice.
So at this point in time, we say transonic because certain parts of the vehicle, like the flap that you see on your screen, might be experiencing airflow faster than the speed of sound.
Come on.
While other parts of the ship may be experiencing airflow.
Starship is in the subsonic belly flop.
All right, so now the entire vehicle is traveling slower than the speed of sound, so subsonic. The crowd here at Mission Control Hawthorne also getting excited, just like us. We're awaiting a water landing. We are going to reignite the 3 engines to perform that flip maneuver, and we're basically about a minute and a half, away from the landing flip.
Yeah, the crowd's getting excited here as we get closer and closer to splashdown. Again, just about a minute away from the expected splashdown. So we should see a lot happening coming up here shortly. We're currently having a view of one of the flaps, and it is a little bit dark on your screen, but hopefully we'll get some good views of the ship as it makes that flip maneuver and touchdown for splashdown.
Yeah,
yeah, guys, we saw that speed drop like a rock. So we're doing a belly flip right now, or a belly flop right now. That's what's kind of, if you saw the high altitude campaign, that's the unique thing about how Starship comes back. So we've bled off pretty much all of the speed we're going to. We're essentially at terminal velocity.
Starship is at 5 kilometers altitude, remains on target.
Nice.
Five to go, coming up soon, landing burn.
1 hour, 5 minutes, and 15 is when the flip occurs, and 20 is when the landing burn occurs. So from now, 20 seconds.
2 kilometers away.
Starship is on target. Approaching landing burn startup.
So keep an eye on the bottom right-hand side of your screen as well. That will be the indicator when the Raptor engines ignite, if we are unable to see that illumination ourselves.
Landing burn startup.
Come on.
What a cool view of the reflection of that
It does
landing
it.
burn.
There it goes.
You can see the water just behind the ship.
Water. That's it.
Starship is
That's it.
An incredible view. I think it is safe to say we have a ship in the water.
Touchdown!
That is a
Oh, nice. And this time they're letting it run. Thank you. Nice.
What an incredible end to Starship's journey. A live view from a buoy that we had out at the landing zone.
And it was right next
An
to the spot where it was
incredible
supposed to touch down.
of the ship landing just about on target as they were calling out.
Wow. Thank you, Ship
That
30.
was amazing. And we were not intending to recover any of the ship's hardware, so that was the best ending that we could have hoped for.
All right. That's it. That is the best.
I don't think we're going to be able to get a ton of extra video of the heat shield, but we hit the target. Yeah. I mean, we hit the target because we had these buoys placed in a pretty specific spot, so
Yep.
wow.
Hit right
What a
next
day.
to the
I
buoy.
feel like that's what I get to say. What a day. I mean, everything started off today with that launch. We were able to lift off towards the end of our window, 7:25 a.m. Central Time. 33 out of 33 Raptors in the way uphill. Successful hot stage. Booster came back. We watched it come down right behind us. Watched it get caught. And that broke my brain for a while. I'm really happy we had coast for a bit, but that's first ever booster catch, major step on the way to rapid reusability. And ship just gave us one heck of a show, making it through a controlled re-entry this time, flaps intact, made it down to the water. Hey, Starships were meant to fly, and it sure as hell flew today. So let's get ready for the next one. Over to you guys.
They were meant to fly, and they were also meant to be caught by Mechazilla.
Yeah.
It's been such an incredible day today. Congratulations to our teammates and to everyone who supported the Starship program. And thank you to all of our future customers for your support. And we'll also like to thank the people of Cameron County, Texas, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico, and the Australian Space Agency.
Now be sure to follow SpaceX on X for more updates on today's test flight and, of course, for future Starship news. Today was amazing, but the SpaceX action isn't over yet. Soon Falcon Heavy will launch NASA's Europa Clipper, and we're also going to be returning Dragon back to Earth with NASA's Crew 8 astronauts. So congratulations again to the SpaceX team. What an amazing launch and an even cooler catch. Thank you for watching, but we're going to leave you with an awesome recap of what has been the most epic day.
All right. So while we're watching these scenes again, thank you everybody so much for watching this with us. I know you have plans for the day, so probably a lot of people are going to leave now. Before you do so, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. This is what helps us so much, and it is for free after all. If you want to, go buy yourself an IFT5 shirt that we have on the store. It is a beautiful design. It's absolutely worth it. We have the booster picture of the booster hanging on the tower already on the store, ready for you to grab that as well. It is a museum quality print. We put a lot of effort into it being really, really high quality. I don't know if we did hit the 500,000 subscribers today, but if not, we are probably very, very close to it. 1,200 is what my wife is just writing into the chat. So if 1,200 of you 42,000 people that are still watching right now, just real quick, push the subscribe button. We're going to have a party the entire day because we've worked for this for 5.5 years to get 500,000 subscribers. It's just absolutely amazing what SpaceX did today. I had my chances at 50-50 before the launch that they would go for a booster catch, not even managing to catch. They did catch. They did catch the booster. They did re-enter the Starship precisely in the location where it was supposed to re-enter as well. This is the live feed of. Oh no, this is not the live feed. Is this a live feed? Is this a live feed that we're looking at right now? This is the live feed of our camera right now, but it's kind of bugging a little bit. But you can see the booster is still hanging out there. It's the only thing that didn't work nominal again was the heat shield. It was better than on the last run, I guess, but it wasn't nearly what SpaceX wants. What SpaceX wants with this is put it back on the booster, launch it again. No, like a little bit of checking if everything's still okay, fuel it up, launch it again. They're not at that point yet, but they managed to. We're missing 600 subscribers here, by the way, at this point. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, and you're willing to do this for us, we're 500 subscribers away, and we have 37,000 people still watching. So if you can push us over that, like another subscription doesn't matter much, and we do really, really good content, I promise. Push us over. We're missing another 500 subscribers. And it's rapidly going down. Thank you so much, everybody. If we hit this today, I'm going to be dancing and screaming. Launch number 5 and 500,000 subscribers would be absolutely amazing. Our counter just broke. 600. Oh my God. Thank you guys so much. So I was recapping this entire thing. I think we're going to hit it. It looks like we're going to hit it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at it. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Oh. Oh my God. 500,000 subscribers. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for watching what we're doing here twice a week. It's an honor. It's a pleasure. It is a very, very humble feeling to know that we're past 500,000 subscribers. So thank you very much. This is very dear to my heart right now.
And I'll just tune in from the off again. Congratulations, Felix, and to the whole Y team, of course, as well. I'm super happy we hit this goal. And yeah, congrats. 500,000. Let's go.
Thank you, guys. So we did see SpaceX do something amazing today, and you guys just did something amazing for us. And this is a pretty cool day right now. Whatever you're going to do for the rest of your day, make sure that we're all here at the team thinking about you. This community that surrounds all of this stuff is a crazy bunch of people, and you're very close to our hearts. And I can't wait for the next Starship launch, to be honest, to watch this with you guys again. This caught me. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. I'm kind of speechless right now. So SpaceX did catch the booster, and SpaceX managed to get ship 30 back down, and the heat shield needs a little bit of work, but they're going to get that nailed as well. And the booster catch alone was an incredible engineering feat for SpaceX. This is the future in the making, and that's why we're tuning in. And I'm still choking up. I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. You're wonderful people. Okay. I have a lot of work I got to do today. I have to set up the next episode for Tuesday, and we've been Nathan, our script writer who writes the scripts together with me. Again, it's an entire team of people working to get you all this content. So it's not just me; it's everybody. If you write Felix, you rock. It's the entire team that rocks, that works tirelessly behind the scenes to get you the latest info. And we're already going to record the next episode today. I'm probably going to be sitting in front of the camera in roughly 2 hours to record the Tuesday episode and give you the entire review of how this went. And this went incredible. I can't say anything else. It's topped our expectations again. SpaceX is constantly putting something on top of the expectation of the expectation. And they did that again today. And you guys did too. Thank you. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. This is incredible. Thank you, guys. The chat is still racing with people that are happy that we all were able to witness this together, and everybody's saying dance. So here's my 500,000 dance, guys. It's pretty crazy. I was actually thinking about doing a live stream separately for the 500,000, and then we managed to do that on Flight 5. Thank you. You brought our booster back home or something like that. It's incredible feeling to be part of this community. That is absolutely for sure. So thank you very much wherever you are, and know that we're thinking about you. We really do. This is amazing. Okay, so here's our live view of the booster again. I honestly don't know what I'm saying right now. I'm shaking. Jonathan, could you take over for a moment? He couldn't.
Of course I can. Took me a second, sorry.
Thank you. I'll be back in a minute.
Well,
I'll be back in a minute. I have to take a breath.
Yeah, take your time.
So much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, Steffi's also in the back channel. We're all just super happy now, of course, because this is just like insane. And I definitely didn't expect for us to hit 500K today. So this is super cool. And while we're still at it, I think we can just replay the booster again, right? So I'll work on getting that ready again, because yeah. Let's see.
Thank you, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay, so I'll just open it again. And it's just like now with the ship landing as well. Like I still can't imagine that. Just like, and they even like showed us everything for the landing. They even showed like in the end from the buoy view, and last time they didn't. So that was super cool. It's just like wow, just wow. I mean, and I would have never imagined that they just like stick the booster landing like first try. Like because why? Insane. Okay, so there you go. That's the feed from what we recorded from the booster landing. And we can just watch it again. It's just like, just wow. And the cool part is you can even, in a reflection, if you looked at the water, you can even like see the booster like coming in and getting closer to the tower. And then you can see the water deluge system under the pad going on, turning on, and then, you know, just look at it. It's insane. Yeah. And it looks for a second, it looks like it crashed into something, because like the whole picture just like starts wobbling when it like gets close to the tower. But you don't need to worry about that. That's just actually the let me just rewind a bit. That's just the sonic boom. Yeah, right here. That's just the sonic boom, just like reaching our camera. So I think you can imagine how freaking loud a sonic boom of this kind of of a vehicle is at that size. Yeah, it's just insane. And yeah, like. It just looks awesome. I mean, look at it. Yeah, I'm basically speechless. Okay, so we can go back to our camera a little more quick, and yeah, it's still just hanging there. And if you look closer, you can still see there's like a small frost line in there, and okay, so and the frost line looks a bit bigger on the top one than on the bottom, as far as I can see. So what I'm wondering now is where the methane went, because as far as I know, they can't vent the methane out, because they would need to have a flare stick and burn that, and I don't see a flare stick on the booster, to be fair. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting to figure out sometime where that methane went, because I would guess it's not still in the tanks. At least they're like, of course, depressurized, but as far as I know, they're not allowed to just like vent the methane as they are with liquid oxygen. So maybe if there's even someone in chat who knows what that might be, feel free to put it in there, and I might see it. And thank you so much again for that 500k subscribers, by the way. This is just so cool. And I'll also just get the replay from the ship landing ready, because I do have that as well. That might take me another about 10 seconds.
All right, I'm back as well. That one just kind of blew me out of orbit there. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to find the right words. This was a pretty crazy day, not just for SpaceX. Let's just say that. Yeah. So we're watching a live feed of a booster hanging on a tower. We watched SpaceX do Flight 5 way better than expected. Again, where we can look forward to Flight 6, because the license for Flight 6 is already there and the prototypes are basically ready. There is not that much left to do for Flight 6. I can also put my camera back in. There you go. So there's not that much left to do for Flight 6. Besides some groundwork. They'll have to refurbish the pad, they'll have to do some dress rehearsals and so on and so forth, and then they should already be ready for Flight 6. And we're definitely going to stream it again, so stay tuned for that. On Tuesday, we're going to have our complete recap of the entire launch ready. We're probably not going to be the first, because there's always someone who has a video up after like 30 minutes or so, but we're going to give it a thorough investigation to see what went wrong, what went right. There isn't that much that went wrong. What SpaceX did here is second to none. It's pretty incredible. You can see here scenes from the landing burn, 100 kilometers per hour, and there you go. You see the surface of the water and the Starship just splash down. Don't be irritated by the explosion afterwards. Explosions afterwards can be the FTS. They can be the engines being suddenly blocked while still running, giving pressure waves back into the rocket, and so on and so forth. The Starship is not a submarine, and so it's not supposed to land in the water, and that's why the result normally looks like that. When it is being caught on the tower, these kinds of explosions are going to hopefully not be there. That's the same reason why the booster did explode when on Flight 4 it landed in the water. It was either a triggered FTS or a back pressure from the engines back into the tanks, and that rips it apart, and then you have a rapid unscheduled disassemble. disassembly. And as you saw today, the booster did not explode. So this stuff that happens after looks epic. Don't get irritated. This is likely just because it touched down in the water or because SpaceX triggered the FTS system, which I don't believe. I believe the first to be more likely. It's just because it touches down in the water and it's not a submarine. So rockets tend to do funny stuff when you do with them what they're not built for. It was a dramatically successful launch. There's nothing to be said about this other than that. Yeah. And I do expect Flight 6 to happen this year. After seeing this, I would not be surprised if we're sitting here next month again, and then maybe another one in December. They have the capabilities, they have the prototypes, and if they do get the license quick enough, they should be able to do this. So we're in for quite a bit of action, hopefully, for the rest of the year. And I can't wait to do it together with you. That's all there is to say. Give me a second. I don't have the... So there you go. What did you say? Yes, I can. That is actually something I'd like to show again. Just give me 1 second, everybody. I have to show this again. And I want to. It's this one. This is our store. We're selling museum quality prints. So very, very high quality prints. When you receive this, it would be the same quality as something that you find in a museum. So very, very high quality stuff. This is the booster that was caught today. This is not AI generated or fake or anything. We were just that quick to put it up in the store. If you want to grab one, it is store.whataboutit.space. I'm sure to get one as well. This will be hanging in our studio here very soon. And this closes today's launch broadcast for me because it's 9:30 over here. Or actually, it's 9:50 over here, and I'm expecting that around noon, I'm going to already be sitting in front of the camera recording the next episode for Tuesday. So thank you all so much for being part of this community, for going along with us on this crazy ride that SpaceX calls multiplanetary life, because that's what it is. So stay tuned. Thank you very much. I'll leave you with the pictures of. I'll turn this off again. There you go. That worked flawlessly with the pictures of the booster. And at some point in the near future, probably in the next 5 minutes or so, the stream is going to end. This gives you some time to chat about what you saw, to reflect on what the heck just happened. Thank you very much. You guys are very close to our hearts. You really are. So thank you. Have a great day. Bye.